Lost Soul by LD 1449, link in the description. Chapter 1. 7 ANBU Black Ops stood before the Hokage. The aged man looked them over with a stern, serious gaze. 6 of them had normal Umbu masks while the 7th, also the shortest of the group, had a simple faceplate, not unlike the Kiri Hunter elite. It slit eyeholes revealing only the faintest glimmer of the true eyes lying beneath. Report. Sarutobi commanded. The captain, wearing a hawk mask, straightened before he answered. Hokage-sama, mission success. The IWA daimyo and his family are all dead. Casualties? Sarutobi spoke. The Umbu captain looked to the fox-masked shinobi. None, sir. He said after a moment. Kaden efficiently demolished the opposing enemy force, leaving us to go after the daimyo and his family. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe. I see. He stated thoughtfully, is anything else you wish to report, Captain? The ninja seemed to shuffle nervously from foot to foot before he took another glance at the plain masked ninja before shaking his head. No, Hokage-sama, he said. In truth, he wanted to scream out at the old man. What he had seen had not been a fight, it had been a massacre. The bodies of all the enemy ninja were practically ripped to pieces or burnt to ash. Nothing but dust, bones and blood had remained of them. He was no stranger to death, and in the end, better them than him. But it was unnerving. He knew who this boy was, and knew that what he'd seen today would only be the start of his strength. Should the dog ever come off its leash, none would be able to rein it in. Still, he would hold his tongue. Perhaps because, despite his brutal efficiency, he felt he owed this thing for ensuring all his men made it out safely. Or perhaps it was a mild respect. Or perhaps it was far more simple than that. Perhaps the most powerful emotion that held him back was the fear. Fear of the retribution the young fox would dish should he speak against him. Sarutobi nodded. Very well, you 6 may leave. Kaden, you stay. The designated men bowed before shuffling out of the room. Sarutobi looked to the last remaining Umbu in his office. Remove your mask, please. The short Umbu wordlessly removed his mask, revealing a blonde-haired boy with whisker-like birthmarks on his face along with the calm cold blues that were his eyes. He could be no older than 6. Sarutobi sighed sadly. His eyes had always been like that. Ever since he could remember, the boy was the embodiment of the perfect shinobi. The perfect tool. The perfect killing device. He hated the council for what they had done. They had left him with an ultimatum. Either he would be trained as Konoha's weapon or he would be executed. Sometimes he wished he had taken the second option. It seemed merciful in comparison to the empty void he now was. On par with Uchiha Itachi. Perhaps even colder. He sighed again. Now was not the time for this. Many in the council believed that training him like this had been the right call. Too many. No. He would wait, he would bide his time, and then he would set things right. Naruto, I understand that this was your first mission as an Umbu. Yes. The boy spoke. His voice was flat and even, no emotion could be heard in his voice or seen on his face. Sarutobi eyed him for a moment. Are you well? Sometimes Umbu-level missions affect people. How are you coping? Naruto mentally raised an eyebrow. He was confused by this. They were merely enemies that were interfering with our mission. I do not understand why you would believe this would affect me in any way. Sarutobi resisted the urge to sigh. This was so frustrating. It felt like he was half beating his head against the wall. It was sickening. Never mind, Naruto, he stated before standing. He looked at the boy for a moment, thinking, then he spoke. I have a meeting to finalize the alliance with the Kazekage of Suna. You are to be my bodyguard. Naruto bowed his head. As you wish, he stated before placing his mask over his face. Sarutobi felt a pang in his chest at the sight. It was almost like that mask was consuming him. As if it would swallow his soul entirely every time he put it on. He hid his sadness, walked around his desk and out the door. Hokage Dano, the Kazekage, greeted respectfully as he stood. I am pleased you have arrived, he said as he bowed his head. Sarutobi smiled and translated the words into non-political, human language. About time you showed up. Kazekage Dano, forgive me for keeping you waiting. I had some urgent matters to attend to. Sarutobi spoke in that sage voice which indicated he wasn't really sorry at all. The Kazekage nodded tightly. He never did like these meetings, couldn't really bring himself to trust his so-called ally. He suddenly caught sight of Naruto's robed form emerging from the thin shadows in the corner. He wondered briefly when the Umbu had entered the room, and if there were more of them. Hokage Dano, I respectfully request that our guards remove their masks, he requested, eyeing the strange short Umbu suspiciously. Sarutobi nodded and turned his head to look at Naruto from the corner of his eye. The blonde raised his hand and removed the mask as the Kazekage's guard did the same. The Kazekage, out of sheer curiosity, looked straight at the Umbu as he removed his mask. He immediately regretted the action. Locking eyes with those cold blues, he found himself freezing, his gut churning with disquiet. Those eyes were dead. They showed absolutely nothing, no happiness, no sadness, no anger, not even cold indifference. Well then, shall we get down to business? Sarutobi's voice brought the Kazekage back to reality. He tore his gaze away and looked at the old man, of course. He replied, giving a slight nod. Over the hours through the night they spoke over the details of the new treaty between their two countries and the conditions of the alliance for several hours before they finally came to a mutually satisfying agreement. It would be signed tomorrow officially, in a public display, before the Konoha Council, population and dignitaries from his own country of Wind. As the Kazekage stood in preparation to take his leave, Sarutobi stopped him. "May I have a word in private, Kazekage-dano?" The Suna leader hesitated for a moment before nodding. Their two guards accepted the silent command and bowed their heads before walking out of the room. Sarutobi suddenly sighed sadly as the blonde boy finally exited the room. "Kazekage-dano, I know of what Suna is planning. To create a weapon out of the Shikaku's Jinchuriki." The Kazekage stiffened, his spine going ramrod straight. Sarutobi looked straight into the Kazekage's eyes as he spoke his next words. "I warn you now that if you follow through with this, you will regret it forever." The Kazekage's eyes immediately narrowed. "Are you threatening me?" Sarutobi sighed again, shaking his head. "No, you may do as you wish, I assure you that it will not affect the alliance. It is just..." He trailed off as he turned his head to face the door Naruto had used to exit the room. "You have seen tonight the results of such ambitions." The Kazekage's thought, then his eyes opened a bit more in realization. "You mean that boy?" Sarutobi nodded. "Naruto is Konoha's attempt at a living weapon. We succeeded but..." He trailed off slightly. "But the price was too high. At least, I believe it was." He then turned to the Kazekage. "Perhaps you might disagree, but if you find that you are wrong, could you live with that crime, I wonder?" As Sarutobi returned to his office he sat down in his chair with an exhausted sigh. His eyes landed on that familiar mask. "You may go, Naruto," he said, his voice laced with weariness and his face showed his true age. Naruto inclined his head in a short bow. "As you wish," he said, before he turned sharply on his heel and walked out the door. Sarutobi's face twisted in grief after the boy left. It always did. The guilt and anger he felt always gnawed on his insides. The eve after Kyuubi's devastating attack 6 years ago tore at his heart, ate away at him. It hurt just to look at the boy. To see the results of his cowardice. The civilians wanted him dead, the council wanted a weapon, and the dying wish of their savior was left, forgotten in the wake of fear, hate, and ambition. Again, he wondered if it would have been better to have let the civilians have their way. No. He admonished himself as he shook his head. There was still time to save him. Death was finite, life would always provide possibilities at some point. Somehow he would find a way to undo this. The walk back to Suna seemed to lag on forever to the Kazekage. He longed to see the walls of his home again. But the trip had also given him ample time to think and reflect upon his actions. Mainly, his actions against his son Gaara. The death of his wife at childbirth was an unforeseen consequence on his part. The priest, who had also died sealing the sand demon, had assured him that the only way for the sealing to succeed was for the beast to be sealed while she was in labor. He was never informed that his wife would die from the ritual. Filled with grief and rage over his wife's death, he had struggled to find an outlet, and eventually he could only find one: Gaara. He had blamed Gaara for his late wife's death and had even cursed his very existence. He vowed to himself that he would cut the family bond of father and son, and that he would turn Gaara into what the Suna village needed him to be. He had almost succeeded in that endeavor. The boy was always alone, always at arm's length from everyone, even his siblings. But now, seeing the living result of such ambitions in that boy from Konoha had truly shook his resolve. No matter what he said, or what he had done, Gaara was still his son. Could he bear turning Gaara's innocent green eyes into the same cold lifeless hue of that boy's? Could he turn Gaara into what others had been calling him since he was born? A monster? About a week ago his answer would have been easy. But now he truly didn't know. He had seen a glimpse of the future. And he did not like what he had seen. "Ah, Kazekage-sama." A servant spoke as the Suna leader entered his estate. "It is good to see you have returned. We were beginning to worry." He spoke as he bowed lowly. "Where is Gaara?" was the first thing that escaped his mouth. The servant looked up, startled at the question. It was very rare for the Kazekage to ever make any mention of his son unless there were reports that he had killed someone else in the village. He is in his room, my lord. Shall I go fetch him?" he asked rather uncertainly, afraid. No one wanted to go near Gaara. No. The The Kazekage spoke tightly. With a flare of his robe he turned sharply on his heel and walked down the hallway towards his son's room. As he approached he felt his steps heavy, the clack of his shoes against the wooden floor echoing off the halls. He looked to Gaara's oakwood door and opened it without knocking. And there he was, sitting in the middle of his room, hugging the old worn teddy bear he's had since he was a baby. A gift from his mother, the Suna leader reflected sadly as he recalled his wife buying the toy when she was still pregnant with him. As Gaara turned and caught sight of him, he saw the turquoise eyes widen in fear. The Kazekage didn't know how, but he would fix this. He would undo the wrongs he had committed upon his son and perhaps someday. Gaara, he called. He saw the boy flinch as if struck, an act that sent a pang of something that took him a moment to recognize as guilt through his chest. Come here, boy. Gaara stood and walked over, his eyes meekly down to the floor. He sighed and moved a hand to touch the top of the boy's head when sand emerged and stopped him. Gaara looked up fearfully. Every time his father saw any form of resistance from Gaara he would always get angry. But he couldn't control it, he didn't know how. The Kazekage sighed heavily as he pulled back, allowing the sand to dissipate. Gaara looked up, for a moment before diverting his eyes. The Kazekage sighed again. Gaara, look at me, he said to the young redhead who raised his head to look into his father's eyes. The Kazekage stared into his son's eyes for several moments before he spoke. I'm sorry. The simple words seemed to have the force of a thunderclap in Gaara's mind and his eyes visibly showed his confusion. The Kazekage stared at his son's eyes, seeing them change, become sharper, colder, no longer the eyes of a boy, and it sent a chill down his spine. I'll make things right, he said to his son's confusion before he turned and left the room. Chapter 2, The Perfect Weapon. It was late in the village of Konoha when two Umbu from the village of Iwa infiltrated the city undetected. They moved swiftly, slipping past patrols, sifting through the shadows, disarming traps, undoing seals and safety measures easily. Their goal? The Forbidden Scroll. As the two slipped through the hallways, finally entering the chamber with the large marble stand that held the scroll, they took a few minutes to make sure there were no traps. Keh, these Konohanin are so stupid, I can't believe they would leave the scroll in such an obvious spot. One Umbu mocked in disgust as he walked forward. Just shut up and grab the damn thing, our bribe mentioned the shift change ends in another minute. His partner hissed harshly as he kept watch on the door. The Umbu snorted as he walked forward. With another quick check for traps he pulled the scroll from its berth and hefted it onto his back. He turned around to his partner and smirked, missing the dark shadow with a black mask that emerged like a specter from the darkest nightmares behind him. Slowly the thing unsheathed two wickedly curved scimitars, one in a reverse grip in his left hand while the other held normally on his right. Heh, piece of cake. The Umbu scoffed, making his partner turn to him. His eyes immediately widened in alarm. Behind you, he called as he moved to run towards him. The other, by sheer instinct alone, ducked, narrowly avoiding a swing that would have taken his head off. He pivoted on his heel and prepared to face his attacker. But before he could get a good look of anything other than the mask and Umbu clothing, he felt the air in his lungs leave as a crushing kick connected with his chest. Sickening snaps echoed off the wooden walls of the room as his ribs cracked and broke from the hard impact. He felt bile and blood escape his mouth as he soared across the room towards the far wall. The Umbu that had been keeping watch by the door made a dive to catch his comrade and felt the air leave him as well as he did. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and used Chakra to stick. He was astonished that even with doing so he still skidded a few feet before coming to a stop. He placed his comrade down and checked him. The spectre watched the scene with apathy. He slowly began walking towards them. His gait steady, even and sure. The Umbu he had previously kicked coughed up blood and clutched his chest in pain. The other Umbu turned and unsheathed his sword before charging. The spectre fluidly positioned his blades before he began spinning while simultaneously moving forward. His attacks fluidly coming in high and low. The Iwa Umbu, caught off guard by the strange maneuver, didn't know how to defend properly, so he swerved to the side. The thing stopped as he saw his target move. The Iwa Umbu took his cease in momentum and delivered a sharp kick to the fox ninja's face. It took the blow without even flinching, its face barely moving an inch. Then it turned to look at his stunned opponent before straightening and beginning his onslaught again. The Iwa Umbu again turned to the side, but the Konoha creature knew he would do so and turned the blade he had in his left hand so he could trust. And as he spun again he dug in his heel, and before the Iwa Umbu could understand what was going on, the ghost thing stabbed his blade dead center into the man's chest, the wicked blade coming out the other side. The Iwa Umbu coughed blood before he looked into the ninja's mask, through the slits of the eye holes, and felt his breath stolen in quiet horror. Those eyes, those empty cold pits of ice, stared straight back into his own unflinchingly. He let out a final gasp before the specter swung his other sword and lobbed off his head with a sickening slice. The other Umbu watched with terrified eyes as his comrade fell, the stink of blood and evacuation of death quickly spreading through the room. His fear-filled gaze towards the looming, ominous form that was now slowly turning towards him, like a dark malevolent evil that had now set its sights on him. The blood dripping slowly off his blades, the crimson fox mask shining in the dim light were the only things truly visible, making him all the more terrifying. He shakily took the scroll off from his back, ignoring the aches in his chest. He extended it forward with shaking hands. Take it," he stuttered, throwing the scroll. The thing fluidly sheathed its blade and caught the scroll, before placing it down and continuing his walk towards the Iwa Nin. The ninja's eyes widened before he swiftly got to his feet, fear and adrenaline numbing the pain in his chest as he tossed smoke bombs onto the floor, sending a blanket of gray across the room. Then he rushed to the open window and made a move to leap through it, but the cold metal of a gauntlet wrapped around his throat and slammed him against the wall, holding him firmly 3 feet above the ground. He coughed and gasped, latching onto the Konoha Umbu's wrist in a futile attempt to remove the appendage from his person. The specter watched the man squirm for a moment before he positioned his blade to strike and went in for the kill. "Enough, Naruto." Naruto's blade stopped. Sarutobi, Ibiki, Kakashi and a squad of Umbu emerged from the shadows. The aged Hokage nodded to his interrogator. "Take the prisoner for interrogation. I trust you have our mole in custody as well?" Ibiki nodded, "Of course." With a snap of his fingers, 2 Konoha Umbu stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders as Naruto released him. They began dragging him away, Ibiki following closely behind. Naruto slowly sheathed his blade and turned to face Sarutobi. "Your orders, Hokage-sama." He spoke, his voice coming out in a deep baritone due to a voice-changing device in his mask so as not to be recognized by his voice whenever he was off duty, which was almost never. Sarutobi sighed. "Nothing, Naruto. You may leave." The young Umbu elite bowed his head slightly before turning on his heel and vanishing in a swirl of smoke. Sarutobi sighed again as he turned to Kakashi. "Come, Kakashi," he ordered before he too left the bloodied scroll room, Kakashi following close behind. Moments later the two found themselves in Sarutobi's office. The old Hokage sighed as he removed his hat and plopped down on his chair. He looked older then. Kakashi waited as he leaned against the wall, his book nowhere to be seen for once, as he stared at the Hokage, patiently observing. Sarutobi rubbed his forehead tiredly before he raised his eyes to look at Kakashi. "Well," he began. "What do you think?" "Effective," Kakashi said, nodding slightly. "His fighting stance and execution is near flawless from what I can tell, his precision and coordination is on the money and his general speed is impressive." Sarutobi leaned forward on his desk. "What do you really think?" Kakashi paused. "Off the record? Permission to speak freely, Hokage-sama?" he asked after a few seconds. Sarutobi nodded. "Permission granted." The copy nin stated simply with a light shrug. "I know the circumstances you faced that day, death, or living servitude, but to take it to such an extreme, that boy." He paused to gather the right words. "Is more thing than man." Sarutobi sighed and leaned on his desk as he buried his face in his hands. "That is why I want to undo the damage. The council has recently lost a number of members that fervently supported the idea of him as a weapon, and more open-minded individuals have taken their place." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "And you're telling me this because?" he drawled. Sarutobi met his gaze with a spark of determination burning within his eyes. "Because you will be assisting me." Kakashi raised both eyebrows. "And how do you propose I do that?" Sarutobi stood from his chair and walked to the balcony, lighting his pipe as he did so. He took a puff and slowly let the smoke out of his lungs. "Uchiha Sasuke's Genin exam is coming up soon, is it not? Along with that of Hyuga Hinata?" he half-asked, half-stated. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm. He moved forward and stood in front of the Hokage, shaking his head furiously. "No. No. No way." Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe and blinked lazily at his younger subordinate. "What is the matter, Kakashi? It'll never work for one thing," he yelled, flailing his arms around somewhat frantically. "And why not?" the older ninja asked calmly. "You're planning on putting something like that with 2 genin?" the copy nin recited drily. "That would be like sticking a wolf dog in a sheep den and then being surprised when half the sheep wind up dead the next morning." Sarutobi stared straight into Kakashi's eyes, unflinchingly. "I have already failed Minato once, Kakashi. I have a chance to make it right and I refuse to let it pass me by. You will help me," he bit out in a tone that Kakashi really didn't want to hear again. The copy nin sighed. He knew he was gonna regret this. Naruto slowly walked towards his home. It was a large estate hidden just on the eastern side of the village outskirts. The person that had built the estate was apparently a nature lover, for he had cut down almost no trees and had apparently chosen a natural clearing in which to build the main house. Other areas of the estate, such as the dojo, armory and library, were built on the tree itself, or around it. Giant tree houses really. Naruto truly believed this home was simply far too lavish for someone such as himself. He had asked the Hokage only once why he had given him this estate and had received a confusing answer. "It's the least I can do." And the aged man had left it at that. Naruto did not understand what the old man was apparently trying to repay. He did his duty, nothing more nothing less. Quietly he passed the gate into the grounds, dry and rotting leaves scattered in the wind, filling the night air with their soft crinkling melody. Calm was hardly his companion, but in his home he found that he could encounter it every now and again, rare as it could be. His first memories were of blood and death, instructors, drilling in the shinobi rules, laws and disciplines for hours on end until he could recite each and every one of them by memory perfectly. Training his fighting style, shuriken and kunai throwing, weapons, focus and chakra control training. All his life was bent around the sole purpose of fighting. To the servitude of the Hokage. Only the one who holds that title could command him, and he would immediately dispatch any other that tried to command him more than once. Over the years he had seen other children his age that lived and enjoyed their lives. He had never spared them a second glance, he had never questioned why they lived one life while he lived another. To him, it was simply the way of things. He would never hesitate, never question, never stop. He was the perfect weapon. Chapter 3, Your Mission. "You summon me, Hokage-sama?" came Naruto's altered voice from the balcony doorway. Sarutobi steeled his features and turned to face the young boy. Now in the morning sun one could truly get a good look at him. One could tell the boy had been trained from birth. The council had governed everything in his life until just recently, even food consumption. His diet was literally the healthiest thing Sarutobi had ever seen. Thus he had grown, making it to a height of 5 feet 7 inches, which is tall for the age of 12. He had his 2 swords crisscrossing along his back. The black cloak, which was specifically designed for the umbu so it would not reflect light, was slightly parted, revealing a custom umbu armor which was red in color with 2 shoulder plates which made him seem much more broad, thus increasing his intimidation factor. After all, psychology often won the battle before it was even fought. Sarutobi tilted his hat. "I have a new mission for you, Naruto." Naruto bowed his head. "Whatever you ask, I shall serve." "No, wait to hear it before you accept," he demanded, hoping the boy would question him for once. "As you know, 6 years ago Uchiha Itachi committed what is known as the Uchiha Massacre. Because of this, Uchiha Sasuke is the last remaining Uchiha. You also know that almost a decade ago Kumo attempted to kidnap Hyuga Hinata in an attempt to steal the secrets of the Byakugan. We have reason to believe that both of these children will be targeted in the near future. Therefore they must be protected." Well, it wasn't a complete lie. Kumo could go after Hinata again. Sarutobi sighed. "The council and he lied. Have decreed that you are to be their bodyguard. You are to go undercover as a genin under the tutelage of Hatake Kakashi. Do you accept? I understand if you choose to refuse. Whatever you ask, I shall serve." The young Jinchuriki spoke without an ounce of hesitation. Sarutobi sighed a little in disappointment before he nodded. "I shall send one of my kunoichi to your estate in order to help you acquire attire for your mission." Sarutobi knew for a fact that the only thing Naruto possessed in his closet were cloaks and pieces of umbu armor. The boy had nothing else, so it was highly unlikely he would know anything about normal civilian wear, since that is what most genin wore. "Will I be allowed to keep my weapons?" the blonde umbu asked. Sarutobi paused. This was the first time Naruto had seemingly placed any value on any object. Given, weapons were a shinobi's best friend, but still, it was better than nothing. He nodded slowly. "You may." Naruto nodded and bowed before he exited the office. Sarutobi sighed as the boy left. Every time he saw those cold blues or that damn mask he was filled with so many regrets it hurt. Soon enough the doors opened and his secretary walked in. "You called Hokage-sama?" she asked politely. Sarutobi nodded. "Bring me Yuhi Kurenai, please." Yuhi Kurenai was known as many things in life. The Genjutsu Mistress, the Ice Queen, and a myriad of other nicknames that she would not list out. Still, despite her reputation, it had only been a few months since she had become a jounin. Nevertheless, even having only been privy to the rumors that circled among the jounin for such a relatively short amount of time, she had managed to get right in the center of the gossip network of Konoha. So it was no surprise that she was nervous as hell as she continued to walk towards the home of the mysterious umbu that was only known as the Demon. The rumors about this strange and dangerous umbu ran rampant in the jounin lounge. Stories of how his eyes would freeze your very soul in fear, of how he could single-handedly destroy entire regiments of enemy squads. Of how he created flames that could burn the very flesh off your bones. The shinobi worth 1,000 was only one of his alleged names. Possibly the most exaggerated was the claim that he could not be killed. Exaggerated or not, however, she wasn't planning on testing it. So yes, Yuhi Kurenai was very nervous. As the dense foliage finally gave way, she gasped at the sight of the strangely designed yet beautiful estate. She half expected for the elusive Umbu to live in some secluded cave with torchlights along the entrance. Before she could look around anymore, a commanding voice spoke to her right. "Are you the Kunoichi the Hokage sent?" She turned and gulped as she caught sight of a black faceplate mask. She slowly nodded to his question. Still, she knew that Konoha's demon was no ordinary Umbu. His voice, she could tell, was mechanically altered to be deeper than it naturally was. He was short, and his body structure, though somewhat obscured by the cloak, was not that of a fully mature man. It was more that of a child? Konoha's demon was a child? Naruto, seeing her nod to his previous question, nodded in return before he turned back on his heel. "Then come. The Hokage stated that you would assist me in acquiring clothing that genin normally wear." Kurenai nodded, but wondered just why the hell he couldn't do this himself. "Is something wrong?" Kurenai asked as she saw him staring at the civilian clothing oddly. "This clothing has no armor plating between the fabrics, neither does it possess kunai and shuriken holsters to hide weapons," he stated in a confused tone as he turned to her with a raised eyebrow showing his confusion. Not that she could tell with the mask still in place. Kurenai refrained from narrowing her eyes in annoyance and decided to speak. Forgive me, but it's rather, strange talking with you while you have that mask on. Would you mind removing it for now?" she asked. Naruto paused for a moment. It was odd, now that he thought about it, only Sarutobi had, truly, seen his unmasked face. And the Kazekage during a meeting a few years ago, but the man had probably forgotten, and one other time during a mission where his mask had shattered along the left side, revealing his sharp blue eye to the captain. One Hatake Kakashi, if he remembered correctly, had seen just that one part of his face, but that was about it. He hesitated for a few more moments before he slowly nodded his consent, and with a soft click his mask was removed, revealing his stark blonde hair and whisker-marked face. The baby fat that would have normally been present to some degree on a boy his age was completely gone, revealing angular features. Kurenai sucked in a breath. He was young, he was just a kid. She'd figured he'd be 15, maybe 16, but the face she was seeing was a boy's. To think that the Hokage, her village, could allow something like this, it was almost nauseating. She knew, of course, there were many young people that were extremely powerful shinobi, but she'd thought her village was better than a place like Kiri. Uchiha Itachi had been their last example, and look where that had gotten them. "Is something wrong?" Naruto's voice brought her out of her stupor. It was still flat and emotionless, but much less foreboding without the voice-altering device in the mask. She shook her head. "No, nothing's wrong. These are civilian clothes. Many genin wear them since none of the truly serious missions begin until they're Chunin. So it's not really necessary to have hidden kunai pouch or armor beneath the fabrics." Naruto nodded. It was logical, really. He turned back to the clothes rack and continued shifting through it. "What form of clothing would you recommend?" he asked after a few moments. "Which ones do you like?" she asked after a moment. "I have never had any need for any other clothing besides armor. I am uncertain what colors are common amongst genin of the village," he stated simply. Kurenai had to hold back from gaping at him. "But didn't you have clothes like this when you were younger?" she asked incredulously. "I have been in Umbu uniform for as long as I can remember. If I did possess civilian clothing at some point, I do not recall the time," he stated as he turned to her. "Is something wrong? You are quite red?" Kurenai was indeed red. Her fists were clenched tightly. It was common knowledge that children at the age of 12 could, most of the time, easily recall events as far back as 4 to 5 years. For him to have no recollection of ever having civilian clothing, then that meant that the Hokage had placed him in the Umbu when he was 7, 6, or perhaps even younger. She didn't know of anyone anywhere that had joined Umbu that young. Indeed, the standing of the Hokage had in her mind was dropping rapidly. She shook her head and took a deep breath in order to calm herself. "All right," she breathed out after a moment. "Well, I guess we'll be starting from scratch." It had taken a while, much longer than what Naruto had anticipated, but eventually they had settled on some clothes. Mostly dark colors. She'd been able to convince him on 1 or 2 pieces that were not black, but it would have been easier to pull teeth really. Still, Naruto throughout the day had felt quite, in a way, vulnerable without the familiar weight of his mask. And the sound of his unaltered voice disturbed him. How long had it been since he had heard his own voice? He couldn't remember. So it was with great care that he had left Kurenai to go to a weapons shop where he had acquired a metallic face mask that covered the lower half of his face. As he returned to his estate, he had carefully dismantled his umbu mask and had removed the voice-altering device and had placed it on his new metallic one, just behind the grill mouth design. His own voice without it was just too unfamiliar for his taste. A testament to just how long he had been using the device. He set aside his new attire and sharpened his twin scimitars. Then took the files of his 2 clients and shifted through them for a few moments before he quietly went to sleep. Kurenai stomped up the stairs of the Hokage tower, seething quietly. The very air seemed to cackle around her and no one dared to bar her path, even the umbu guards at the Hokage's door. They didn't have the balls to try and stop her, maybe Orochimaru, or Itachi, but an angry Yuhi Kurenai, no chance in hell. She threw the doors open, ignoring the ruckus she made, and glared at the old man that casually puffed his pipe, seemingly uncaring at the anger directed at him. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. She spat out the title like acid, lacing her words with venom. Sarutobi puffed his pipe. Are you angry at me for doing what I must? He asked flatly. She clenched her fists and glared at him, her ruby-red eyes shining with fiery fury. She didn't speak, she merely turned and walked out of the room and slammed the door shut, making both umbu cringe. Sarutobi felt a smile tug at his lips as he watched her leave. Perhaps gaining support for the blonde Jinchuriki would not be as difficult as he once believed. Yumino Irika was rarely surprised. Having seen and heard some of the most far-fetched and ridiculous excuses from his students, as well as having been the victim of several pranks caused by said students, allowed him to develop a form of sixth sense to any and all forms of surprises. However, he highly doubted that even with 20 more years in the teaching business could have prepared him for what the Hokage was telling him right now. Hell, 20 years in the ANBU might not have even remotely prepared him for this. In his classroom, stood the Sandaime Hokage and a young boy, whose face was obscured by a metal mask. But that wasn't the surprising part. The surprising part was what they were saying. The Hokage apparently had a second Uchiha Itachi hidden away in the umbu Black Ops and now wanted to place him in a class of genin to act as an undercover bodyguard for Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. In the face of this, Irika could only say one simple thing. Are you insane? The Hokage took a puff of his pipe. No, Irika, I am many things, but insane is not one of them. He replied calmly. Irika blushed in embarrassment as he realized just what he'd just let slip out to the Hokage. Sarutobi took another puff of his pipe before he spoke. Grant him the genin test, Irika, he will pass. No matter what his score, you will place him on the team with Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. This is the course of action the council and I have come to agree upon, he said before turning on his heel and marching out the door. His new student following him quietly. Irika stood with his mouth slightly gaping before he sighed and plopped down on his chair. He knew that this was going to be a long day. Chapter 4, Team Introductions. Hatake Kakashi was normally not easily intimidated. Years spent as the umbu captain had given him a great number of immunities to almost any form of intimidation. However, seeing as how he had the heir of the Hyuga clan, the last remaining Uchiha and most importantly Konoha's most dangerous umbu, the demon, waiting for him, he decided that he should arrive on time. Which is why he currently found himself here. In Ibiki's interrogation cell? Now for the last time, what have you done with Hatake Kakashi? Ibiki asked in a dangerous tone. Oh, for fuck's sake, I am Kakashi. He yelled for what seemed like the 100th time in 20 minutes. He's not cracking, sir. A Chunin whispered in Ibiki's ear. I know. Ibiki whispered back. But we have to keep at it. Kakashi sighed. It was going to be a long day. Uchiha Sasuke scowled as he glared at the mysterious new arrival that had been placed on his genin team. Irika was slightly taller than the boy, but even so, his ominous presence towered over the Chunin teacher. His other teammate was at least familiar. Hyuga Hinata was a member of the Hyuga main house, and had all of her insecurities and shy feelings of hesitation furiously stomped out of her by years of living under the iron fist of her father. She was cold and calculative and had nearly taken the title of Rookie of the Year from him during one time they had sparred at practice. She was practically the only girl their age that did not fawn over him. All in all, he counted himself lucky that he had gotten someone that was useful on his team. The same, however, could not be said about their sensei. The man was approximately 20 minutes late and it was starting to grate on his nerves. Hinata calmly sat at her desk, her eyes studying the strange new student that had arrived. She would never admit it, never in a million years, but when she had seen him fight during the taijutsu portion of the exam, she had activated her Byakugan. The sight had shocked her. His body was literally a web of inner chakra coils. He had nearly double the normal number of tenketsu and his chakra had hints of red in it, all things that were almost entirely unheard of. It was not entirely unknown for someone with a great deal of chakra to have a few more tenketsu than normal. The yondaime himself was said to have possessed roughly 30 extra tenketsu. But still to have so many at such a young age was staggering. His coils were also thicker than normal. She had no urges to face him. Even if it was just a friendly spar. She had let none of her shock or unease show on her features and remained as apathetic as possible. Naruto meanwhile stood, staring out the window, still as a statue. He could feel and smell the unease radiating off of his two teammates from his presence. It was nothing new, in fact, he was kind of impressed they were holding up so well. Umbu on missions with him had been radiating fear through their eye sockets. Then again, these children knew nothing of his reputation. He watched the leaves fall in the wind, waiting for Kakashi to arrive. He knew the jounin would not show up for quite a while, but his clients were here, so he would remain here. 5.5 hours later, however, Naruto was seriously considering marching out of the classroom and personally dragging the one-eyed, smut-reading jounin back here personally. All his thoughts of possibly disabling the copycat ended as he heard the door slide open, revealing a very angry-looking Kakashi with a vicious twitch of his eyebrow. "Meet on the roof," he ground out before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Sasuke and Hinata sent glares filled with barely contained rage as they each thought of various ways they could harm their new sensei. Naruto said nothing as he slowly turned from the window and walked out the door to walk up to the roof in order to meet his old captain. Kakashi's eye continued to twitch terribly and his face was set in a stone-cold glare, directed just above his students' heads as two of them sat there. Their fury had been a cold breeze in comparison to his. It hadn't taken them long to realize that, so now they shifted a little nervously while the other just stared on impassively. His mind continued to replay the events of his morning. That is officially the last time he was going to show up even remotely early. They had checked his eyes, his ears, took his blood, his fingerprints, his dental records, an X-ray and a sample of his bodily fluids. But the worst of all had been the cavity search. A thrice-damned cavity search, for crying out loud. He didn't even know what could be used in a cavity search to identify someone. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and was about to speak when the Uchiha spoke first. "Why were you late?" Kakashi's eyes lit up with the most unholy fire from the very depths of hell and glared at Sasuke with such intensity even Naruto took a slight step back. "Introduce yourselves," he practically snarled. "Start with your likes, dislikes and dreams for the future." Naruto could have sworn that his normally black eye had flashed red in the form of the Mangekyo for a brief moment. Hinata was the first to recover from the intimidation and managed to speak up. "My name is Hyuga Hinata. I enjoy training. I dislike weak main house Hyugas that abuse branch members," she said, thinking of certain old rotting bastards that were on the Hyuga council that could barely lift themselves even as they flaunted the feeling of power they held over the branch house slavery. If it was one thing her father had not been able to beat out of her, it was her utter hatred for the caged bird seal. Her dream was to defeat her father, gain the title of clan head and immediately remove the caged bird seal from all branch members. Repercussions be damned. Kakashi nodded. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like many things and I hate a lot of things. My dream is more of an ambition. To kill a certain man." Kakashi's single eye narrowed. Should have expected that, he thought, not saying anything. Naruto, however, had different thoughts to his mission as the old man's words passed through his mind again. "You are to go undercover as a genin in order to guard Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata. The council and I have decreed that you are the best one to protect them." Sarutobi's orders were to protect them. If Sasuke went after Itachi, it would prove to be quite counterproductive to that goal. Therefore he had to eliminate such delusions here and now. You do not have the experience, the power, or the skill to even have a hope of matching Itachi. You would be destroyed in an instant. Sasuke snapped his head around and glared at Naruto standing up from his seat on the steps and staring up at the taller blonde. "What did you say?" he hissed with such venom most would have cringed in fear. Naruto, however, was unfazed, sounding quite bored as he stated simple facts. "You do not have the power to stand against someone such as he. Your ambition, such as it is merely a delusion, born from your hate and fueled by foolish pride." Kakashi winced. Naruto was about as subtle as a hammer to the face. Sasuke's eyes flashed and his rage was almost a palpable thing as he was about to move forward. Kakashi appeared between the two. "That's enough," he said, looking at both of them. Sasuke silently seethed while Naruto remained apathetic. Hinata looked at the exchange with a critical eye before silently shrugging. If Sasuke wanted to fight him, she sure as hell wasn't about to say anything. Kakashi, while still remaining between the two, turned to Naruto. "Your introduction, please," he said. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, that is all you need to know," he said simply. Kakashi's eye twitched again. I got the two of the biggest egos in Konoha, and Konoha's living weapon as my genin squad. I hate my life. He let none of his displeasure show in his face and merely sighed. Tomorrow, you are all going to have the real genin test. There is a 66% chance of failure. If you fail, you'll be going straight back into the academy. Hinata and Sasuke looked shocked, yet Naruto still looked apathetic. Before the other two could speak, Kakashi hurriedly spoke, not wanting to deal with the normally amusing faces the genin made when he said that, today. Remember, it's training area 7. Don't eat breakfast tomorrow or you'll puke. He said before vanishing in a puff of smoke. The three youths stood for a few moments before Sasuke humphed and left his two teammates. Hinata watched the raven-haired boys retreat before turning her pale lavender eyes onto the last, masked member of the team. He was already walking away. She eyed him for a moment or two before he vanished in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi calmly puffed his pipe and sat in his chair as the roars of the outraged council members washed over his ears. Specifically the older generation of council members that had yet to retire or die. What were you thinking, Sarutobi, placing that monstrosity with both heirs of the greatest clans of Konoha? Why would you even place him in a genin cell to begin with? That monster needs to do what it was meant to do, complete suicide missions until it dies. One female member spoke up her opinion. Sarutobi took a deep puff of his pipe in order to calm his raging emotions. Sometimes he just wanted to take a kunai and pull an Itachi. God knows he could do it. Naruto on his own was just as strong, if not stronger than him was, and two Kage-level nins were more than enough to kill off a few crippled and decrepit council members. He showed nothing of this, however, and spoke in a calm, simple way. Lady Irito, I suggest you hold your tongue. I may be old, but I am still the Hokage of this village. I have placed Uzumaki Naruto in the genin team consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata and Hitaki Kakashi because recent information has come to me indicating that attempts may be made on the lives of Uchiha Sasuke and or Hyuga Hinata. Naruto is the best one to guard them, since he is one of our top umbu, and it is very likely that the attempts will be made outside of the village when they are on missions. The council were reduced to simply muttering to themselves since they were willing to do anything to protect the clan heirs of the two most important bloodlines in Konoha. Finally, one Hamura stood. Very well, Sarutobi. However, once Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata reach the rank of Chunin, Uzumaki Naruto should be returned directly to the front lines. Sarutobi's features tightened and he nodded, standing up and walking out of the room. That is what you think, Hamura. I let this injustice pass once, I swear it will not happen again. Chapter 5, Difference of Ideals. Hinata and Sasuke arrived at the training ground, both still trying to rub the sleep out of their eyes. The sun was just barely peeking over the mountains as the early morning fog began to dissipate. They both caught sight of their third teammate, standing silent as a specter in the shadow beneath one of the trees waiting for them. He turned his head in their direction, barely nodding in greeting. The two genins each walked forward and sat down. No one exchanged a word as they waited for Kakashi to arrive. Eventually Sasuke and Hinata fell asleep again, trying to catch those last few seconds of rest while Naruto remained awake, silent as the dead. It was several hours later that Kakashi showed up in his signature puff of smoke. "Oh yo-ho," he greeted. "You are late, Hitaki," came Naruto's voice in a flat tone which held a distinct edge of annoyance in it. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Ma, I'm not late, you're just early." He stopped the nonsense as Naruto turned and glared, clearly irritated. He cleared his throat before he made two hand seals which formed two small streams of water that hit Sasuke and Hinata in the face, startling them awake. Kakashi held in his mirth at their startled expressions but let a chuckle escape his lips at their mutual death glares. God, he loved these moments. When it looked like the two clan heirs were about to get up and wring his neck, he immediately took out his two bells and his alarm clock. Now then, the purpose of this test is simple. In order to pass, you must simply take a bell from me, before time runs out. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. In case you haven't noticed, Kakashi, you only brought two bells. Your powers of observation continue to serve you well, Sasuke. Kakashi said happily as his eye curved upwards in an upside-down U. Then that means that one will automatically fail? Hinata asked incredulously. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the cycloptic Jounin. What are you up to, Hitaki? Kakashi cleared his throat, ready. A slight pause. Begin. He yells before vanishing in a black and silver blur. Sasuke and Hinata rush off to hide, not knowing where their sensei has vanished, while Naruto vanishes in his own blur to follow the copy nin, having able to follow his form rather easily. A few moments later, Kakashi and Naruto stand in a clearing. The former reading his orange book, though most of his attention was on the living weapon. I am impressed, Hitaki. Naruto says slowly, making Kakashi's single visible eye turn to him. Oh, are you now? What did I do to impress you so? Using an exercise that shows the genin they may one day have to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their assigned mission. I did not think one such as you would enact such a test. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though the test is centered around personal sacrifice, it is for one man to sacrifice themselves for the sake of their teammates, not for the sake of the mission. This time it was Naruto who narrowed his eyes, though only in curiosity. You do realize, Hatake, that in the shinobi world, the mission is what counts, not your teammates. Kakashi kept his cool facade. It saddened and angered him somewhat, that the legacy of his sensei, the man who put the lives of his fellow shinobi above all else, had been turned into this drone that was imbued with the stagnant foolish beliefs of the old shinobi ways. Still perhaps he could bend the truth to suit his needs. A great man once told me, those who break the rules are trash. But those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. He quoted his old teammate yet again. Naruto remained impassive. Then he was a foolish idealist. The law of the shinobi is quite clear, the mission comes first. I would think the disgrace your father suffered would have taught you the price of such idealism. Kakashi's grip tightened on his book as he reined in his temper. He had insulted both Obito and his father. Were he anyone else, the boy would be in a great deal of pain right now. Crippling pain. He took a deep breath and calmed his temper. He knows no better. This is precisely what we want to undo. I cannot hold him responsible. He looked back up at the boy. Well, Naruto, do you know who it was that told me that? Obviously not. Naruto said. Kakashi smirked. It was the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. Not exactly true, but perhaps it would serve to shake some of that conviction of the shinobi law out of him. He saw him stiffen and knew that his ploy had the effect of at least surprising him. Naruto indeed felt surprise. The greatest ninja the world had ever known carried such a philosophy? He stiffened for a moment before he relaxed again, shaking his head. It matters little unless who says it. The words are false. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Apparently this was going to be harder than he thought. Even if the greatest of all shinobi hold that same philosophy? The Hokages were and are the strongest ninjas of the village. Each of them had one thing in common. The desire to protect, to defend their people. They are shields, not swords, Naruto. What does the shinobi law state about that? Naruto unsheathed one of his blades calmly and took up his stance. It is a Kage's sworn duty to lead, guide and protect his village, therefore, they are merely following their own mission and orders, while we follow ours. He stated simply. Kakashi resisted the urge to pull at his hair in frustration. This was going to be a lot harder than what he first thought. Now, I believe there are 2 bells I must take from you. Came the blonde's altered voice. Kakashi barely had time to put his book away and lift his forehead protector before he was forced to leap away in order to avoid a sword swipe to his midsection. As he moved through the air he took out a scroll and unrolled it. Seconds later an umbu blade poofed into existence. The Kopinin caught the blade just as he landed on the ground and in one fluid motion placed it just in time to block Naruto's scimitar. The 2 blades met with a loud clang and Kakashi nearly lost his grip on his blade due to the force Naruto had put behind it. He hit it though and glared at the blonde. You think you can get these bells before time runs out, Naruto? I may have been out of the umbu corps for a good 6 years now, but don't think you can just beat me outright. Naruto pulled his blade back before swinging again, batting Kakashi's blade away. He then tried to punch the Kopinin in the face with his left. Kakashi caught his wrist with his right hand and tried to swipe at the blonde's midsection from right to left with his left hand. Naruto leapt up, over the blade. As he came down Kakashi tried to come in with a follow-up swing. However, now that the blade was on Naruto's right side the blonde was able to turn the scimitar in his right hand so it was held in a reverse grip and blocked the former umbu captain's swipe. The living weapon then shoved Kakashi away, making the man lose his footing slightly. He yanked his left hand out of the man's grip and swiftly came with a roundhouse kick that would have connected solidly with Kakashi's face had the copy ninja not seen it coming with his Sharingan and managed to put up a last-minute defense. Naruto's kick still broke through the hastily placed guard but it had lost all strength in it and did little significant damage. Kakashi rolled with the hit and gave a quick spin which ended with an attempted backhand to Naruto's face, but the blonde blocked it and then threw Kakashi over his shoulder. The Kopinin flipped in mid-air and landed on his feet and charged at the blonde again. He came in with a fast upward swipe. Naruto back-flipped to avoid the swing and then side-stepped several times, narrowly avoiding the thrusts Kakashi sent towards his chest, the blade barely glancing his shoulders. In the trees Sasuke and Hinata were watching the scene with wide disbelieving eyes. Their movements were so fast even Hinata, with the aid of the Byakugan, could barely keep up with them. Sasuke could barely catch a flash of silver before a swift clash of steel rang against steel again. The resounding metallic sounds coming in so swiftly it sometimes sounded as if they had only hit once. Finally the two shinobi leapt back Kakashi, just slightly winded as he had not had the need to use such speed in a long time, while Naruto looked as immovable as ever, his constant use of such speed and power having conditioned his body to handle it easier. Naruto then straightened and with a few simple hand seals a gust of wind swooped in out of nowhere, carrying dead and rotting leaves from the nearby forest and fresh ones that had given way under the harsh wind. The leaves fluttered around them, swirling in a mini tornado that did little more than keep them in the air. Kakashi looked towards Naruto. He knew that the blonde was planning something, whatever it was, he wasn't going to let this happen. He rushed forward and thrust his blade towards the blonde's chest, but just as his blade would have made contact, the blonde vanished out of existence, reappeared behind the copy nin and delivered a sharp elbow to the back of his head. Kakashi stumbled forward but regained his footing quickly and spun around, swinging his sword at the blonde, but again, Naruto vanished into thin air and appeared at Kakashi's side. The boy spun once before delivering a crushing swing with the blunt side of his scimitar to Kakashi's lower back. The copy nin felt his eyes go wide with pain and bit his lip to keep himself from crying out. He stumbled forward but then felt all the air in his lungs leave as a harsh knee connected with his stomach. He coughed, but before he could do anything he felt a foot connect with his face, sending him flying upwards. He opened his eyes and then saw Naruto blur into existence in front of him, bringing his sword down in a move that would cleave his skull open. He put his own blade in the way, but before Naruto's blade hit, the blonde vanished again. Kakashi then felt a harsh kick connect with the back of his head. How is he doing this? The copy nin wondered frantically. How can anyone be this fast? Hinata, however, from her vantage point, along with the chakra seeing ability of the Byakugan, knew exactly what Naruto was doing. He had taken the most basic of ninja skills and had made it something incredibly deadly. He had first created a tornado of swirling leaves, and then, every time Kakashi would attack him, he would immediately replace himself with one of the leaves anywhere in the swirling mass, while simultaneously removing the signature cloud of smoke. Still, this confused her. In a kawarimi, the smaller the object, you were replacing yourself with the greater control you needed in order to accomplish it. For him to kawarimi with a leaf so easily was nothing short of remarkable, especially for someone with so much chakra. She pushed these thoughts aside and instead continued to watch the one-sided fight. Kakashi felt Naruto grab his ankle. The blonde then pulled him down so the copy nin was below him and delivered a hard, crushing axe kick to the Sharingan wielder's face, sending him plummeting back down to earth. Kakashi crashed into the ground, a massive cloud of dust and dirt being lifted as he fell. Naruto landed on the ground and stared into the hole, waiting for Kakashi to emerge, his sword at the ready. After several seconds that Kakashi did not emerge, Naruto's posture relaxed slightly, and that's when Kakashi struck. In an explosion of earth and debris, Kakashi shot out of the earth directly behind the slightly startled Umbu. He pumped his entire arm with as much chakra as he could and punched the young Naruto solidly in the face. Kakashi tried not to wince as the edge of Naruto's metallic face mask dug right between his knuckles, nearly breaking one. Still, Naruto could attest to the success of the attack as he was sent flying clear across their battleground, crashing into a tree, the wood groaning and creaking as a crack formed on the other side. Naruto snapped his head around and found Kakashi rushing towards him at high speeds, intent on keeping up the momentum his assault had granted him. Naruto put his legs to the tree trunk and jumped up in a flip just as Kakashi's fist was about to hit him. He went over the copy nin, flipped and landed behind him facing his back. Kakashi turned just in time to catch a foot to his face, making him hit the tree this time. Except this time it actually broke. Kakashi flipped and landed on his feet, skidding to a stop. He looked up and Naruto again blurred into existence right before his eyes, but this time Kakashi was finally able to see with his Sharingan just what the blonde had been doing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It's that simp dash dot. He got yet another knee to the face. This time, the edges of his vision went dark. He tried to stay conscious but soon fell into unconsciousness. Naruto approached the fallen Jounin, knelt down next to him, removed the bells and stood. We pass, Hataki. Chapter 6, Mission to Wave. It had been several weeks since the formation of Team 7. Though if one were to look at them it would appear as though the team had been set up just a few hours prior to receiving their mission. Sasuke barely tolerated his teammates, and while Hinata had on occasion tried to start conversation with the last Uchiha, there was only so much she would tolerate from the prideful Genin. Add to that the age-old Uchiha/Hyuga rivalry and you have two people that barely tolerate each other mutually. Then we have the final teammate. Though not particularly rude, the strongest of the group held his silence as if his life depended on it. Never speaking more than a few words, and even then it was only when it was necessary. Hinata continued her subtle attempts at uncovering the source of the boy's strength through conversation, but she could never get much of anything other than a few clipped sentences. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga had tried to follow the boy on several occasions, but the masked Genin always eluded them. And poor Kakashi was caught in the middle of this chaos. The slightly dysfunctional team were now standing in the Hokage tower. They had just captured the daimyo's cat, the orange fur ball scratching at Naruto's arm with useless futility as the blonde held him by the scruff of his neck. Each of the team members had different yet slightly similar thoughts. This is such a waste of my time. I should be training instead of doing this crap. Such stupid missions. I would have thought that Konoha would know how to handle their resources better. Ah, finally, Ryoko and Karu are going to get lie dash. Just a flick of the wrist to the right and this worthless Nico's neck snaps. A flick to the left and up and her spine is crushed. Which way would be best to kill this foolish cat without anyone noticing? Before the blonde could carry out his killing desire, the daimyo's wife showed up and took the cat. Naruto had to smirk as he saw the woman hug the feline to her breasts. He was glad he hadn't killed the feline. This woman's method for doing it was much more enjoyable to watch. Especially as he heard the cat's spine cracking and giving off minor snaps. Yes, the little cat's death would be slow and painful. He would have to pay the woman for her services. The Hokage clearing his throat brought him out of his thoughts. Now then, a new mission for Team 7, we have walking the Inuzuka dogs, painting the east wing of the hospital, cleaning out the horse stables, mowing the... His listing was cut off as Naruto spoke up, surprising his teammates and nearly making Sarutobi have a heart attack. Hokage-sama. His hollow voice rang out, which had a severe undertone of annoyance in it. I humbly request a higher ranking mission than these D ranks. As the word slipped out, he was half surprised himself. But his patience was frayed, his skills were dulling, and if he had to deal with one more of these chores, there was going to be an unauthorized death. Very soon. Sarutobi smirked. That had been the first kind of emotion Naruto had displayed to him in years. Even if it was just simple annoyance, progress is still progress. He contemplated whether or not he should deny the request just to annoy him further, but then thought against it. That might do more harm than good. He slowly nodded and shifted through his desk. Yes, well, we have a C-rank escort mission to the Land of Waves. Should you choose to accept, you'll be guarding a man named Tsuna while he completes his bridge. Kakashi opened his mouth to try to warn his two genin students of the slight danger this mission could bring, just so they would know what they were getting into when a concentrated level of killing intent washed over him. He slowly turned and saw Naruto glaring at him. Apparently, the blonde didn't want to take the risk that the two genin would back down. In truth, Kakashi knew this form of restlessness. He had a case of it when he quit the Ambu. Having constantly lived on the brink of life and death, to then just suddenly be a jounin, who didn't take nearly as many dangerous missions. For Naruto, who had known the bloodlust and battle high his entire life, to suddenly be on these slow, laid-back D-rank missions must find it to be completely nerve-wracking. When there were no protests from Hinata or Sasuke, Sarutobi ordered for them to go get Tsuna. A few minutes later, an old man with a straw hat and a sake bottle walked in. Wah! I paid good money and all you idiots do is give me these three brats? They look like they'll be killed 5 minutes into the fight. Hinata and Sasuke glowered at the bridge builder. Hinata's eyes narrowed while Sasuke's fists clenched. Naruto, however, once again remained completely apathetic. Kakashi, seeing two of his students were likely going to kill their client before the mission even started, decided to step in. He cleared his throat. Don't worry, these are the best genins in all of Konoha and you also have me. I'm a jounin. And if I can't handle it, then Naruto most definitely can. He added silently. Tsuna humphed and took a swig of his sake, muttering something like, whatever, under his breath. Kakashi turned to his team. All right then, meet at the East Gate in 2 hours. That said, the team filed out of the room to gather their equipment for the mission. It was several hours later that the group of ninja found themselves on the road to Wave. Sasuke was at the front of the group, with Tsuna directly behind him, with Hinata and Naruto standing behind him while Kakashi stood a few feet behind them. The silence would seem almost oppressive were it not for the happily chirping birds around them. Hinata had, on occasion, asked questions to Kakashi, but other than a few short answers there was little interaction amongst the group. Tsuna was unnerved by the silence, as was Hinata and Sasuke to some degree. Kakashi didn't care all that much since he had his book. And a talkative Naruto possibly spoke like 8 words a day, so yeah, he was good too. Of course, both Hinata and Sasuke were too prideful to be the first ones to break the silence, and Tsuna didn't have much to say. But then, just as Hinata felt she was about to burst from the feeling of boredom, she caught sight of a peculiar thing. A puddle in the middle of the road. She silently activated her Byakugan and saw the figure of 2 men's chakra signatures. She was about to say something to Kakashi when the hollow metallic voice of her third teammate reached her ear, making a shiver crawl down her spine. Quiet, was his stern command as he kept his gaze forward, never even pausing in the slightest. Hinata hesitated for a moment before she decided to keep her silence. If she and her teammate had seen it, Kakashi must have as well. As soon as they passed the puddle, two ninja predictably emerged from the water and wrapped a bladed chain around Kakashi, tearing him to pieces. One down. One of the nin spoke. Before they rushed toward Tazuna. Sasuke leapt up and threw a shuriken, with enough force to pull the chain back until both the chain and the shuriken hit a tree. He then took out a kunai and threw it, hitting the center of the shuriken, pinning both the metal star and the bladed chain to the tree. Hinata acted then, moving forward at speeds that were quite impressive for a genin and gave a chakra-enforced palm thrust to both ninjas' stomachs. This would have normally damaged either their stomach or liver, but alas the two merely vanished into puddles of water. Hinata and Sasuke felt their eyes go wide and immediately Hinata saw the real nins come from her right, ready to wrap her in their chain. Before they even made it 5 feet however the black and red form of the third teammate appeared in front of her. The demon brothers continued running, unfazed by the new arrival. As they went to wrap the chain around him however both were caught in a one-armed headlock, by the new arrival of Kakashi. Kakashi saw the slight twitch of Naruto's fingers on the hilt of his sword and sighed in relief. Sorry Naruto. But I want information. With the two nins currently unconscious in his headlock he turned back to Hinata and Sasuke. Nice teamwork you two. He remarked lazily. Sasuke smirked and crossed his arms and Hinata also looked rather smug at the accomplishment. Kakashi then turned to Tazuna. We need to talk. The bridge builder gulped down the lump in his throat. Alright. It was several hours later that Team 7 found themselves walking down the dirt path that led to Wave Country. After Tazuna had told his tale, Kakashi asked his team whether they still wished to continue, knowing that the next shinobi they faced would likely be a Jounin. Sasuke grunted his response, which basically translated into, I'm not backing down from this. Hinata had also voiced her opinion. It would be a coward's way to abandon a mission, especially one where others need help. He didn't even have to ask for Naruto's opinion. So after debating it for several moments he figured there wouldn't be much harm in continuing especially with Naruto as his backup should things go haywire. And now he found himself in this situation. Get down. The copy nin yelled tackling Tazuna down while Sasuke fell to the ground on his own and Naruto covered Hinata just as a massive Zanbato flew over their heads. The group looked up to the sword that had stabbed itself into a tree just as a man with bandages covering his face appeared over the hilt. Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi said as he stood up and dusted himself off. Hatake Kakashi, the famous copy nin of Konoha. The demon of the hidden mist said in a slightly amused voice. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector. Ah, the famous Sharingan, so soon? I'm honored. Still, this doesn't have to get too bloody. Hand over the old man and none of the little brats have to get killed. Kakashi turned to his team. Stay out of this, I'll fight him. Kakashi said, delivering a pointed glare towards Naruto, hoping the blonde had caught it. The confrontation was short, in comparison to most of the battles Naruto had witnessed. In the end, Kakashi was kicked into the water and was placed within a water prison. Well, it looks like you lost, Kakashi. Zabuza spoke up smirking at his beaten opponent, but his smirk died on his lips as he saw Kakashi's own smug smirk. Why are you smiling, copycat? Kakashi's smile widened. Because your problems just got a lot bigger. Wah! The demon of the hidden mist began, but was cut off as a fist slammed into his face with a sickening crunch. The Kiri Nuke Nin was sent flying across the water, skipping and bouncing like a stone that was thrown across a pond. After about 3 skips, the Jounin was able to regain his bearings and flip in mid-air to land on his feet, skidding to a stop across the lake's surface. He looked up and glared at the blonde figure that was just slightly shorter than Kakashi. He then felt the strange individual's previously masked chakra signature and had to hold back a gasp. What power, this guy, what kind of monster is he? Naruto looked at Zabuza as Kakashi rose from the water prison next to him. Disappointing, Hatake. Your skills have dulled considerably since you left the Umbu. Perhaps I should take over. His altered voice seemed to reverberate through the clearing, his released tenketsu sending waves of power through the air. Kakashi shrugged. He's all yours. Though, you're probably right. I do have to start training again. I'm getting rusty. The copy nin remarked, scratching the back of his head rather sheepishly. Naruto said nothing, instead he began walking towards the swordsman, unsheathing both of his scimitars, never pausing in his gait. Kakashi walked back to his students and client. Hinata looked startled, though Kakashi had been defeated by Naruto, a part of her figured it was partly luck and that Kakashi had been caught off guard. Sensei, what are you doing? He could get killed. Kakashi waved her concerns off dismissively. Don't worry, Naruto can handle himself. Zabuza stood and took a defensive stance. Whoever this boy was, he was on a whole other level. Kakashi had nothing on this kid, and seeing how easily Kakashi handed the kid the reins, it was safe to say Kakashi was confident in the boy's skill. Naruto's pace increased, from a walk to a fast jog and then to a full-blown run. He came in with a low sweep with the sword in his right hand, which was blocked by Zabuza. The blonde kept moving forward until his shoulder was next to Zabuza's. He then pivoted on his heel to spin around and swipe at Zabuza's midsection with the blade he held in his left hand with a reverse grip, but that too was blocked by the demon of the hidden mist. Zabuza then countered by wildly swinging his blade to strike at the Konoha nin. But Naruto moved forward, into his swing and head butted the hidden mist ninja in the face, sending him reeling back. The blonde then moved and delivered a solid spin kick to the man's head. Naruto then leapt up, coming down with both his blades in a crisscrossing X. Zabuza placed his own blade in the way and blocked. Naruto batted the blade up, opening Zabuza's guard and then thrust both blades forward in a move that would have stabbed the Kiri ninja in the gut, but Zabuza was able to twist himself to the side, avoiding the two blades and then grabbed them, ignoring the biting edge of steel cutting into his hand. He smirked and raised his sword in preparation to bring it down on the kid. But before he could, a shadow clone poofed into existence and delivered a solid kick to the side of the swordsman's head, making his grip falter. Naruto pulled his blades back and cut two deep gashes across Zabuza's chest, not fatal, but extremely debilitating. Zabuza clutched his head and the two injuries before placing his blade on his back. Beginning his hand seals, he spoke. "You little brat. I won't let some punk like you beat me." Naruto then sheathed his two blades and began forming his own hand seals at a rapid pace. Zabuza noticed the boy's hands and knew immediately which would be his jutsu. The Katan, Karyu Enden. He smirked. The brat would lose this confrontation. He finished his hand seals at what would have been the same time as the kid, but Zabuza noticed with no little amount of surprise that the brat had added one more hand seal to the technique. A water dragon rose behind him and charged at the blonde. Naruto cupped his hand in preparation to breathe out the stream of flame, but Zabuza also noticed his other hand charging Chakra behind him. What the hell is that brat doing? Naruto breathed out a huge stream of fire which took the head of a dragon. But then thrust his hand forward, a wind blast coming forward and combining with the fiery beast, making the heat and size of the attack nearly triple. Naruto smirked at Zabuza's terrified expression as the fire dragon plowed straight through his water dragon. Zabuza hastily formed a water wall, but the defense was too little too late as the dragon tore through it and engulfed him in the searing flames. He screamed in pain as the dragon carried him all the way to the end of the lake, where it dissipated, leaving scorched earth and the smell of burnt flesh in its wake. Zabuza weakly opened his eyes and saw Naruto approaching him, his slow steady pace calm and collected. Showing no hesitation. Zabuza's arms and legs were burnt horribly. The wounds the small blades of infused wind in the fire dragon had caused had been instantly cauterized by the searing heat. The blonde unsheathed his sword as he stood next to Zabuza and gripped the demon of the hidden mist by the throat, lifting him up until the man was at eye level. Zabuza stared, for once, seeing the cold blue eyes, and froze in fear. Naruto raised his blade to the man's throat in preparation to drive it through. "Die!" came his voice as he reared the blade back a bit more. The blonde faintly caught the whizzing sound of a kunai but couldn't do much more than move slightly, making the blade hit the side of his throat instead of the jugular, most likely saving his life. He coughed blood, though it fell within his metallic face mask, and pulled out the blade with a sickening slice. He could feel the familiar burn of Kyuubi's healing as it worked on repairing the wound, but he could also feel something else. Poison. He thought as his vision blurred and he stumbled as a wave of dizziness hit him. He could faintly hear Hinata, Sasuke and Tazuna's surprised gasps and Kakashi's footsteps as the copy ninja made his way across the lake to reach him. He felt another presence appear next to Zabuza. He wavered slightly on his feet before he let out an angry roar and swung wildly, backhanding the mysterious ninja across the face with his fist, earning a glass-like crack that reached his ears. He growled, angry, furious. Careless fool. The last thing he felt was the use of a Shushin and Kakashi calling his name. Chapter 7, Excellent. Hinata sighed tiredly as she rinsed out the wet towel in her hand. They had arrived at Tazuna's house roughly 18 hours ago. Kakashi had placed Naruto in one of the spare rooms and had tended to his neck wound, which Hinata found, to her utter astonishment, was almost entirely healed by the time they arrived. But still, dark blue veins were extending almost entirely throughout his neck, indicating that an extremely potent poison was coursing through his veins. From the red and black blotches that appeared beneath his skin, the poison was a corrosive one and an extremely potent one at that. That alone should have caused him to have died within just a few minutes after the kunai hit his neck. If the injury and blood loss wouldn't kill him, the poison eating away at his esophagus would have. He had broken out into a fever a few hours after his arrival. Hinata was sure he wouldn't survive it, but she had been completely shocked after his fever had died completely after just an hour or two after they had first detected it. Hinata had activated her Byakugan after that, her curiosity getting the better of her, and was shocked at what she saw. Blue chakra sustained him, pumping through his system at a faster pace than normal, while a ferocious red chakra was concentrated around his entire neck. She looked harder then, noticing that the chakra seemed to be battling something, most likely the poison around his neck as it tried to enclose itself around the wound. Its progress was slow though. She had informed Kakashi of this. Her sensei seemed somewhat relieved at the news, yet also alarmed. After a few more hours, Kakashi decided that they would each take watch over Naruto throughout the night, so that someone would know and be able to alert the others immediately should his condition change. He had taken first watch, staying up until sometime around 10 to 11. She was to take second watch until around 3, and Sasuke would take the rest of the watch until the others woke. So now it was her turn to care for him, and she was bored. It was such a level of boredom that it made dinner at her family's estate look like a festival of loud people. She finished changing the water in the towel, she set it over his head and settled herself against the wall to wait out her guard duty. It was just a few minutes into it that the silence began driving her insane. She let her eyes travel to her, now unmasked, teammate. His angular, lean features, whisker-marked cheeks and striking blonde hair made a strange mix of features really. He looked stronger than any shinobi she'd ever met, while somehow he also managed to seem more dignified than her father. She giggled slightly at that thought. That was a difficult task to pull off, and yet he did it in his sleep. She sighed at the thought of her father. Not wanting to take the silence, she decided she'd speak with her unconscious teammate. You know, Naruto, they say a good family is the key for someone's success. If so, then I must be one of the greatest failures in the world. My family has taken the term dysfunctional and practically reinvented the damn thing. She paused for a moment before continuing. I mean, seriously, who the hell takes their own brother, sister, cousins and daughters and put a seal on their head that practically makes them slaves on a leash? She gave a disgusted, very unladylike snort. Heartless bastards, that's who. She muttered through her teeth. Now, in the relative solitude of this room, some of her barriers could be let down, allowing her to speak freely of her opinions. She sighed, letting some of the anger leave her. She looked back at Naruto and smiled. You know, you're really a great listener. She chuckled slightly. This is how her hour passed, speaking simple one-sided conversations with her charge. Before she even realized it, her assigned hour had come and gone. She yawned. I'm tired, I wonder how much longer I have to. Her sentence died in her throat as she looked out the window and noticed the grayish hue of light giving way to daylight. Her eyes went wide, she shot to her feet and winced as her stiff joints creaked and cracked in protest. She went to leave but then decided to change Naruto's towel again. As she moved to lift the wet cloth from his head, a clawed hand shot forward and firmly grasped her wrist. Her eyes widened in alarm and looked down to his just as they opened, revealing blood-red eyes. They're wild, animal-like. She froze, a momentary fear gripping her, like an instinct, and had to soon hold back the urge to vomit as a wave of killing intent washed over. The air grew thick and heavy in her lungs. Before she could comprehend what was going on, she felt an arm wrap around her waist and she found herself outside the room, standing behind Kakashi. She sucked in an unobstructed breath, finally clear of that oppressive feeling. Naruto. She heard the copy Nin call. Calm down. You're not in danger. He yelled. The others of the house were emerging from their rooms, each wondering what all the commotion was about. Naruto slowly stood, his crimson eyes shifting. Looking through the whole room, his eyes finally landed on Kakashi's masked face. He was mildly delirious, Kakashi noticed. A possible problem should the blonde consider him to be the enemy. His eyes shifted from the blood-lusting red to crystalline blue after a moment. Hatake. He heard the blonde whisper. Kakashi sighed in relief. At least he wouldn't have to fight the blonde again. That was not something Kakashi believed he could do safely without at least 3 or 4 more months of extremely intense, guy-level training. The red chakra and killing intent drained out of the room, and Hinata found that she could look at him again without feeling herself getting choked. Naruto hissed and clutched his neck in pain, remembering the last time he was conscious. He narrowed his eyes in anger. That hunter Nin would pay, very very dearly. He grunted and made to walk when a wave of dizziness hit him. He swayed on his feet and had to grasp the wall to keep himself steady. He clutched his head and resisted the urge to growl. What the hell had that blasted hunter poisoned him with? Kakashi, seeing his unasked question, spoke up as he ushered Hinata away and everyone back into their rooms. You've been knocked out for nearly a day, don't be surprised that you're still not at your full 100. That hunter Nin hit you with one of Kiri's more exotic mixes. I'm surprised it didn't take you longer to wake up. He took out a plastic bag with the poison kunai on it. I had Pakken sniff it and he says that it doesn't smell like any poison he's ever seen. He also said it smelled potent and was more than likely highly acidic in nature, so I suggest you take it easy for the next few days. Zabuza won't be coming back for at least, a week. Maybe even 3, and even then he probably won't be at his full 100 either, so you can rest. I'll handle Tazuna and training Hinata and Sasuke. Naruto shook his head as he slowly eased himself down. No, if your summon says that he has never seen this kind of poison, then that can only mean one of two things: either it is a new poison that has not yet reached Konoha Umbu, or he made it himself. I find the second option to be more likely, since poison herbs can be found quite easily in Kiri. If so, then that hunter has obvious knowledge of herbs, both poisonous and medicinal, and, being a hunter nin, he has knowledge of human anatomy and functions. Therefore, he can speed up Zabuza's recovery. Kakashi finished sighing. I'd hoped you'd still be delirious enough to just let me take over, he muttered, scratching the back of his head. Naruto refrained the urge to twitch in annoyance at his former captain's laid-back response. Instead he took a deep breath and spoke. Perhaps, you should guard the bridge builder while I train the Hyuga and Uchiha. Kakashi immediately responded with a resounding, resolute, no. He cleared his throat and regained his composure before he spoke again. I mean, you're still injured and I wouldn't have to return to Konoha with the Hyuga and Uchiha heirs half dead from whatever the hell you'll put them through. You need to get as much rest as possible. He finished somewhat lamely. Naruto humphed. I will be fine within 1 or 2 days rest. I suggest you inform the Hyuga and Uchiha that they will be joining me for training tomorrow at dawn. He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes, indicating the conversation was over. Kakashi tried to think of something that would deter him, but other than his health he couldn't think of anything. He sighed and stepped out of the room. It appeared as if he would have to get flowers soon, either for a hospital room or a funeral home. Hinata and Sasuke quietly walked through the forest. The sun was just peeking its golden head over the horizon. Kakashi had barely let them eat breakfast before ushering them out of the house. He said to just keep going and they'd reach a training field where they could, well, train. Hinata didn't know just how the hell they were supposed to train themselves, and Sasuke was wondering just why the hell they had to go out to a clearing in the middle of nowhere when they could have easily trained near Tazuna's house. Their questions were answered, however, as the trees parted, revealing their third teammate, clad in his black clothes and mask, waiting for them. Good, you have both arrived, he stated in his simple monotone drawl. Hours of meditating had dulled the burning in his neck to a dull throbbing ache. That still didn't mean he was through. He still had to regain the chakra he lost while expelling the poison. And the increased use of Kyuubi's chakra was throwing his control completely off. It would most likely take the rest of the day for Kyuubi to stop his chakra flow in order for Naruto to regain his chakra control. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. How the hell are you even standing? That hit to the neck would have killed anyone else, he asked incredulously. It is none of your concern, Uchiha, the Jinchuriki stated simply. Sasuke grit his teeth in anger and was about to speak before Naruto cut him off. I will not answer any of your questions, so do not waste your breath or my time. Sasuke glared at him. Hinata, seeing the tense atmosphere, decided to intervene before a fight broke out. She probably wouldn't have done this normally, since she knew her masked teammate would win rather easily against either of them. But Naruto had been hit with both a highly debilitating injury and a very potent poison, and for all she knew he could be struggling to stand. She stepped forward and addressed him. So, you will be training us then? Naruto nodded. Yes. I assume, Hyuga, that you have completed the tree climbing exercise, since your clan focuses on precise chakra control, he stated more than asked. Hinata nodded. Naruto then turned to Sasuke. Have you completed the tree climbing exercise? Sasuke grunted and crossed his arms. Why the hell would I learn how to climb trees? Naruto turned to Hinata. Show him the exercise and explain the purpose of it. Once you have done that, join me down by the river. That said, he turned and left the two, Sasuke glaring holes into the back of his head while Hinata turned and sighed tiredly. Shouldn't the instructor train the students equally instead of leaving one student to deal with the responsibility? Did that even make any sense? Hinata shook her head to clear the cobwebs and began instructing the last Uchiha on the chakra control exercise. Moments later, Hinata walked through the trees until she came across a decent-sized river, with Naruto standing along the embankment. He turned to her and nodded, tearing her out of her thoughts. Good, you're here. Now, is it safe to assume you know the water walking exercise? She nodded. He nodded back and shifted through one of his pouches before removing a card and tossing it to her. Now, mold chakra into the card and we shall see what your elemental affinity is. Hinata nodded and the paper card immediately became drenched in water. A water elemental? I suspected as much. Naruto seemed to pause for a moment as his voice escaped him with something akin to self-satisfaction, and Hinata could have sworn that a slow, evil smile spread across his face had it not been for his mask. Excellent, came his hollow voice, making a shiver go up her spine. Chapter 8, Twisted History. Hinata lay panting against the hard ground, her face was smudged with dirt, her clothes were torn, cut and burnt in several places. There were also hints of red, indicating that she was also bleeding somewhere. She weakly opened her eyes as the tip of Naruto's scimitar touched her exposed neck. I remain disappointed, he drawled. Hinata glared at him through her exhaustion. She struggled to stand, her leg muscles protesting against the strain. Naruto, though he wouldn't admit it, was mildly impressed by her stubbornness. Most people he had hit that hard wouldn't get back up for the rest of the day, if at all. And yet here she was, a mere genin upstaging them all. You have yet to complete your exercise, Hyuga. I expected more from you. Her glare increased tenfold. I can't concentrate if you keep on attacking. Do you expect your enemies to stand idly by and wait for you to attack? I suggest you begin your attack now before I decide to strike again. Hinata grit her teeth. She officially decided, right then and there, that she hated this blonde bastard. She formed a fast series of hand seals, making the water rise up behind her. As it began to take form, however, Naruto shot forward and began to attack her with simple taijutsu. Well, simple for him. For Hinata it felt as if she was fighting her father in a death match. She tried to keep control of her jutsu, but when she received a hard punch to the gut that literally had the air in her lungs screaming as it left in a hurry, the jutsu predictably collapsed and her along with it. She slumped over, coughing, clutching to Naruto in order to keep herself standing, as her legs had lost all strength in them. Naruto stared at her, heaving and coughing. With a grunt, he slung her under his arm like a sack of potatoes. Definitely not the most delicate person, Hinata noted dryly, but she had neither the strength or the will to get out of his grip. The trip was mainly done in silence. When they were near Tezuna's house, Kakashi appeared in a swirl of leaves. "Hello, you two," he said, and then raised an eyebrow at Hinata's disheveled state and her seemingly unconscious form under the blonde's arm. "Oh my god, you did kill her," he said as he hastily picked up a stick and began poking her. Hinata snarled and swatted the stick away since she didn't have enough strength to do much else. Kakashi sighed in fake relief. "Oh good, she's not dead," he remarked, tossing the stick over his shoulder. "Well, come on. Tsunami-san made dinner for us." That said, Kakashi lifted Hinata in a much more delicate manner, carrying her bridal style towards Tsunami's house. Hinata mumbled, "Never train with that guy. It's bad for your health." Kakashi chuckled. "I'm surprised you survived," he remarked dryly. Hinata sighed, "Save me some of the food, I don't think I can eat right now." Kakashi shrugs, "Sure thing." By the time they made it to the house, Hinata was already asleep. Kakashi took her up to her room and laid her on the futon. He closed the door and walked down, joining the others at the dinner table. Naruto had removed his mask to eat. The silence was somewhat tense, Tezuna and his family not knowing how to address either of the quiet boys. Surprisingly, it was Naruto who broke the silence. "Uchiha, did you complete the exercise?" Sasuke scowled. "No, I got up about 2/3 of the way up." Naruto was about to say "and not good enough" when Kakashi hastily intervened. "Oh, Naruto, I was wondering, what did you train Hinata in today?" "Nice save, Hatake." He mentally gave himself a pat on the back. "Her elemental affinity." Kakashi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Really? Don't you think that might be a little much? It takes a great deal of both control and capacity in order to do anything even remotely damaging," he stated seriously. "She has the control, but she lacks the power. Luckily, she will not need it," he stated cryptically. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, but before he could say anything the young boy Inari spoke. "Why do you all even train if you're going to die anyway?" The table grew deathly quiet. Sasuke glared angrily at the boy. Tsunami chastised her son. "Inari, apologize right now." "Why?" he said angrily. "It's the truth. Gato will kill them all." Naruto finished his food and began speaking as he once again placed his mask over his face as he wiped his hands. "Fool boy," he said, his voice once again hollow and uncaring. He turned to him, making the younger boy take a step back. When the blonde finally turned and began walking up the stairs, Inari regained some semblance of his former gusto. He was about to yell something out when Kakashi stepped in once again. "Listen, Inari. You can either stay here and let Gato roll over you, or you can stand up and fight. A great man once told me, there are no weak soldiers under a good commander." Naruto and Hinata were once again going through the same exercise of Hinata attempting to complete her task when Sasuke emerged from the foliage. They both stopped and turned to him, Naruto being the first to speak. Have you completed the tree walking? He asked simply. Sasuke nodded. Show me. He commanded. Sasuke narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly but obeyed nonetheless and walked up a nearby tree. Naruto nodded. Good, now, you will begin the second step of this training. He turned and stepped up on the water. Water walking. What the hell is the point of all this? Sasuke asked angrily. Teach me something useful. He demanded. Without enough control, my training of you would be worthless, Uchiha. I suggest you get to work or find your own training. Sasuke glared at him and in a huff leapt down from the tree and left. Naruto watched him leave with indifference. He turned back to Hinata just in time to see her finish her hand seals. Never let down your guard, she said with very smug smirk as a column of swirling water formed in front of her and shot straight towards the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto stood perfectly still as the column of rushing water hit him with the force of a freight train. Hinata smirked sadistically at the fact that she had finally gotten the better of him. Yes, she roared, momentarily throwing all poise and dignity out the window. Are you quite finished? The familiar voice stopped her celebration dead. She slowly turned and saw Naruto standing in the exact same place as before. Completely unchanged except for the fact that he was now soaking wet. Hinata gawked at him. How are you still standing? You said this was one of the most powerful water jutsu that you knew. Naruto nodded. True, but so far, we have merely been training in the forming of the attack. Now, I will teach you how to actually put a great deal of power behind it. Hinata looked puzzled as she spoke. But, isn't the attack strength equivalent to the amount of chakra one puts into it? I put roughly 1/4 of my chakra, that won't be enough to hurt that Zabuza guy, or that hunter Nin. Naruto nodded, but Hinata was sure he was smiling beneath his mask. True, but I have a way to remedy that. Now that you've actually hit me with the jutsu, we can start the second part of your training. Hinata refrained the urge to cringe. And, just what is the second part? She could have sworn his eyes flashed red for a split second. Kakashi was standing on the bridge reading his familiar orange book when a familiar chakra reached his senses. He looked to his left and found Sasuke approaching him. Yes, Sasuke, what can I do for you? Train me, he demanded. Kakashi's eye narrowed almost imperceptibly. What? No, please. Naruto was assigned to your training, he replied blandly. Sasuke humphed and crossed his arms. That idiot only trains Hinata and makes me do some stupid chakra control exercises. Kakashi looked to the genin. Did you finish tree walking? He nodded. And I assume water walking was next, he said, to which Sasuke nodded again. Well then, get to it, Kakashi said simply, turning a page of his book. Sasuke snarled through his teeth. This is ridiculous, he said angrily. He would have said more but Kakashi interrupted him. Sasuke, either you learn the water walking exercise, or you learn on your own. Believe me when I tell you these chakra control exercises will be necessary at some point, so you might as well get to it. Sasuke's fists clenched, he stalked off without another word. Kakashi sighed. Then he looked down at his book, giggling perversely as he turned to yet another page of his seemingly never-ending story. Kakashi was once again standing on the bridge, watching Tazuna as his handful of men continued to work on their respective tasks when a thick mist rolled in. He shifted his eyes from left to right and placed his book in his pocket before walking next to Tazuna. What a strange mist. It came out of nowhere, the bridge builder muttered. Tazuna. Kakashi spoke seriously. Gather your workers and leave now. Noticing the seriousness of his voice, Tazuna knew that something was about to go down. Guys, work's over for today, go home now, he called to his men who all grumbled in response, leaving. Tazuna, go get the rest of my team, they should be in the forest near your house. Kakashi spoke seriously, uncovering his Sharingan. Tazuna nodded and immediately ran off. Kakashi watched him leave from the corner of his eye and then turned to the thick wall of mist that slowly encroached on him. Well, Zabuza, I didn't think you'd be back on your feet so soon, Kakashi remarked blandly, spreading out his chakra to dispel the mist around his immediate area. You obviously underestimated me, Kakashi, came the demon of the mist's voice from all around him. Kakashi looked, eyes darting this way and that way, and finally saw both Zabuza and the hunter Nin that had rescued him appear out of the mist, like specters or ghosts. Zabuza unhooked his kubikiri while Haku vanished into the mist. You don't seriously think you can beat both of us? Kakashi took out two kunai. I don't need to beat you, I just have to stall you until Naruto gets here, he said smirking. Ah, you put too much faith in that kid Kakashi. I've seen him fight, he won't catch me off guard again. And this time, he'll be facing both Haku and myself. Still, I'm surprised he's alive. Kakashi laughed mirthlessly. You're still underestimating him. Do you want to know by what alias that boy is known by throughout the world? Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Sure, why not? It's similar to your actually. The demon of Konoha. Kakashi said, his mask curved upwards in a malicious smile. Zabuza immediately stiffened. What? That kid is the Konoha elite who allegedly killed the lightning daimyo and his entire guard? Kakashi smirked. Over 50 enemy ninja, not even I could do that, Zabuza, and neither could you even with the silent killing techniques. Zabuza snarled. It doesn't matter, I'll kill you now, then I'll kill the brat. He spat out before vanishing into the mist. Kakashi stiffened as a dome of ice mirrors appeared around him. Well now, this could be a problem. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, sending another fireball towards a now heavily burnt tree. As the fireball crashed against the wood, the tree gave a long groan of pain before it toppled over. Sasuke would have started another set of hand seals, but just then Tazuna burst through the tree line looking frantic. Sasuke turned to the older man with a puzzled expression on his face. What's wrong? Tazuna panted hard as he leaned on his knees. Kakashi, bridge, trouble. He gasped out. Sasuke's eyes widened slightly. Come on, Naruto and Hinata are this way. He said, running off, Tazuna groaning as he followed. I'm getting way too old for this crap. He muttered, following the Uchiha. Moments later the two came across Naruto and Hinata. The girl was standing atop a river while Naruto stood a few feet away. When they both noticed Tazuna's presence, they stopped their exercise and turned to them. Tazuna says there's trouble at the bridge. Sasuke said. Naruto nodded and shifted through his pouch before pulling out 2 soldier pills. He tossed one to Sasuke and another to Hinata. Take them, they will replenish your chakra. The two took them wordlessly while Naruto formed 2 shadow clones. Tazuna, these 2 will escort you, he said before turning to his 2 teammates. Uchiha, Hyuga, I suggest you keep up, he stated simply before taking to the treetops. Who the hell said he was in charge? Sasuke thought, annoyed. Hinata followed close behind their 3rd teammate. The 3 came across a mist-filled bridge. Naruto turned to Hinata and Sasuke. Uchiha, you come with me, Hyuga, you know what to do, he said before walking ahead. Hinata nodded once before activating her Byakugan and leaping off to one side of the bridge, vanishing into the cool mist that blanketed the area. Sasuke was annoyed. He and Hinata had formed some kind of plan, and not being in on it was grating on his nerves. His teeth and walked up to Naruto, grabbing him roughly by his shoulder. Hey dash, he began, but was immediately cut off as the blonde rounded on him and gripped his throat with a grip, strong enough to stop him from speaking, but not strong enough to cut off his air supply completely. This battle, Uchiha, is no place for your petty pride, and whether you like it or not, I am in charge. Quite frankly, were it not my mission, I would leave you to your foolish and worthless fate. However, seeing as how your and the Hyuga's survival is my responsibility, then I must take the proper measures to ensure your safety. Therefore, Sasuke couldn't do much else other than cough as the living weapon smashed his fist into his gut. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as he fell limp. Naruto, with a casual flick of his wrist, tossed him aside, forming a shadow clone to drag him away to safety as he continued his trek into the mist. He came across the scene where Kakashi's fight took place moments later. The area was littered with senbon needles, puddles of water, shuriken, kunai, blood, and a large jagged trench ran across the ground, no doubt the result of Kakashi's infamous Raikiri. The copy Nin himself was leaning against the railing of the bridge, a large slash across his chest, which he had cauterized to stop the bleeding. Several more gashes ran across his arms and legs, but none were too serious. He walked over and knelt beside the fallen copy ninja, checking his pulse, noting that he indeed was still alive. Kakashi groaned, opening his eyes blearily and looking into the shadows that cover Naruto's face. You're late, he managed to whisper out before falling unconscious again. HN was his bland reply as he stood and unsheathed both his scimitars, before walking further into the mist. Kakashi was barely out of his visual range before he felt a shift in the air. He took one step back as Zabuza's massive Zanbato swung across his face, nearly hitting him, before vanishing again into the thick mist. Naruto stood, perfectly still. He felt another shift in the wind and managed to sidestep in time to avoid another swing, which buried the sword deep into the ground. Zabuza pulled the blade out and once again vanished into the mist. You can't keep this up forever, kid. Zabuza's voice echoed around him, hoping to distract him. Naruto knew. Seconds later another swing came from behind him. Naruto this time was able to detect exactly where it was coming from, and so, he pivoted on his heel, blocked Zabuza's blade with his own, the metals meeting with a loud clang of steel hitting steel. Zabuza chuckled. The demon of Konoha? Really, you're not so impressive, he stated. Naruto pushed him off and spread out his chakra to dispel the mist around him. Naruto said nothing as he settled himself into a fighting stance. Zabuza leapt up high, bringing his blade down on the young Jinchuriki. Naruto crossed his blades and blocked the strike. Your pet hunter Nin is not here? The blonde asked, dubious, as Zabuza beating Kakashi so badly without receiving much injury was highly unlikely. Zabuza chuckled, he's around, but I don't need him to beat you, he stated. Naruto replied before shoving Zabuza back. He followed it up with a leaping spin kick to the man's neck. Zabuza ducked under the blow and then tried to hit the blonde as he landed with a downwards diagonal swing. Naruto put the blade in his left hand in a reverse grip, blocking the strike. He then spun around while somehow managing to keep the blade in the same position and delivered a swift sweep kick. Zabuza grunted as his back hit the floor. He placed both hands on the ground over his shoulders and lifted himself up, spreading his legs and spinning with a split kick. Naruto, as a result, received a kick square to his lower jaw, sending him stumbling back. Zabuza righted himself and charged at Naruto, picking up his sword mid-run and swinging it in an attempt to cleave the blonde's head off. Naruto, by reflex, leaned back just as Zabuza's blade swung across, extremely close, so close in fact that Naruto could feel and hear the very tip of Zabuza's blade scrape against his face mask. As soon as the blade passed, Naruto sprang forward, leaping high and delivering a solid knee right between Zabuza's eyes, sending the man reeling. He raised both blades as he passed over and brought them down to stab the man in the chest when a mirror of ice appeared between his blades and Zabuza. The two scimitars pierced the ice mirror, making various cracks appear all across it. Naruto pulled out both blades and leapt back. Haku's form appeared in the cracked mirror that was already repairing itself. I will not let you harm Zabuza-sama, he stated. Ah, the dog, comes to defend the master yet again. Naruto spoke blandly as he turned to Zabuza. You would have this one fight all of your battles, Zabuza? He snorted. You are no demon. Just another weak shinobi that hides behind a shield. Zabuza glared at Naruto as he picked himself up. Haku, stay out of this, Zabuza said, snarled as his eyes burnt with anger. Haku looked hesitant for a moment before he nodded, and both he and the mirror vanished in a swirl of water. Naruto would have smirked, so predictable. Taking on one was easy enough, taking on both, not so easy. Zabuza stood and charged at Naruto again, aiming his strike to the blonde's legs. Naruto jumped up. As the blade passed beneath him, he kicked it down hard, making it hit the stone floor of the bridge with a screech of metal against rock. When he landed, he immediately delivered a quick kick to Zabuza's face. He remained on one leg as he bent his leg back and delivered another to his ribs, followed by one more to his face and then a roundhouse kick with his other leg, which sent Zabuza face down to the cold hard floor. Naruto rushed forward, but Zabuza regained his bearings in time to deliver a mule kick to the blonde's chest, using him as a platform to roll forward and get back to his feet. Naruto grunted as he wiped his chest free of some imaginary dust. Zabuza's brow was marred in sweat and he suddenly felt drained. What is this? What the hell is going on? What's wrong with me? Came Naruto's hollow voice. I see it is already taking effect. What is? Zabuza growled out. You see, Zabuza, there is a small detail of the hidden mist technique that not many really know about, the blonde stated, in a flat tone, not even hinting at any emotion. When the mist is created, there is always a minute amount of chakra that remains in each droplet. In order to keep it in place after just a few moments, the chakra is dissolved into nothing, which means it must constantly be replaced by more chakra. However, the chakra is so minute you hardly really notice it. You have used this jutsu so much that it is practically a subconscious exercise. A slight pause. Therefore, you have not noticed that my own partner has been draining the chakra from your hidden mist in preparation for her own attack. Judging from how you look, I would say she has roughly 1/3 of your chakra. Add to that the chakra you spent fighting Kakashi, which would be about another 1/3, and finally the fact that you have been keeping this thick mist up for so long, that would be another 1/3. Meaning that you have nothing left. Bullshit. No one can see and manipulate chakra to such an extent, Zabuza said, his voice coming out with more conviction than what he truly felt, as he felt even weaker and weaker with each passing second. Ah, but this person has a bloodline, specifically designed to see chakra. Naruto turned his head. Hinata, he called, and in seconds the mist seemed to swirl about and condense. Roughly 20 to 30 feet away was the Hyuga heiress to their right. The mist condensed, finishing her hand seals. Hinata yelled out, Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu. She poured all of her chakra into that technique, adding to that what she had stolen from Zabuza already. The girl was so close to him he didn't have enough time to dodge. He raised Kubikiri to act as a shield, but in doing so, left his side wide open. Before Hinata's attack hit him, an ice mirror appeared between the pillar of water and the demon of the hidden mist. The pressure of the attack cracked the mirror but did not break through it. Naruto frowned in distaste and was about to move forward and finish Zabuza himself when movement caught the corner of his eye. He looked and found the hunter Nin approaching Hinata, ready to kill her. Naruto shot forward, leaving Zabuza and appeared between Hinata and Haku. He charged wind chakra in his right hand and compressed it, forming it into a tight ball or grenade of chakra. Futon, Shoha. The ball of tightly compressed air exploded in Haku's face, sending him flying back like a rocket, skidding across the floor, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Naruto relaxed. After that attack, the hunter Nin was most likely dead or unconscious. He turned back to Zabuza. Hinata's attack finally shattered the mirror and slammed into Zabuza, who did not have the strength left to stand up to the attack and was overwhelmed. Naruto saw the pillar of water slam into the edge of the bridge. Finally it died down. He turned to Hinata, who was on her hands and knees, panting after the exertion. Rest, was all he said before walking towards the now crippled Mist Nin. Zabuza was slowly trying to stand. The attack had broken 2 of his ribs, and the eventual hit against the edge of the bridge had also broken his left collarbone, leaving his left arm nearly useless. He looked and saw Naruto approaching him. He blinked and the living weapon, directly in front of him. He snapped his eyes up and tried to swing his sword. Naruto sheathed the one in his left hand and caught Zabuza's wrist, stopping his strike. He then reared back his other blade and with a swift, sickening slice stabbed the demon of the hidden mist straight through his stomach. Zabuza's eyes widened as he hunched forward. Naruto's eyes widened slightly when Zabuza exploded in a cloud of smoke, revealing the hunter Nin. Naruto turned and saw Zabuza, struggling to stand where the mist hunter had lain at the end of his wind shockwave. He turned to the hunter Nin, whose mask had broken due to the chakra-enforced attack, revealing a feminine face. You took his place? Naruto sounded genuinely puzzled. Why? Haku coughed up blood, staining the gray floor of the bridge red. Because, he rasped out. He is someone I would protect at any cost. Even your own life? Haku nodded and smiled at the taller blonde. Was this a mission given to you? It's a mission I took on myself. Why? The feminine boy let out a small laugh. You'll have to learn for yourself. Naruto didn't move or say anything for a moment before he raised his left hand. Rest. With a swift chop, Haku's neck broke and he slumped, dead. Naruto pushed the Kiri Nin off of his blade and then turned to Zabuza, who was now standing upright. The blonde would have moved, but that's when there was a loud clapping coming from one end of the bridge. The two turned and found Gato and his men. Well, Zabuza, getting your ass kicked by a bunch of kids, I see. Zabuza grunted and turned to Naruto. It looks like my fight isn't with you anymore. Naruto could say one thing about Zabuza's final battle. He certainly lived up to the name Bloody Mist. Naruto stood before 2 graves deep in thought when he felt someone approaching. He didn't even have to turn to see it was Hinata. We're waiting for you down at the bridge, she said. Hinata, came his hollowed voice. When you look at these 2 graves, what do you see? He asked. Hinata didn't know the answer other than the obvious dirt and a cheap grave marker. So she remained silent. Naruto answered after a few moments. When I look at these graves, I see only that these 2 shinobi stand as a testament to this continent's twisted history of death and betrayal. One that is a never-ending spiral of hate and war. Hinata remained quiet for a moment before she spoke. I always knew there was something different about you, where most would see 2 shinobi who died side by side, regaining their lost honor. You see the hard, cold reality of things. She turned and began leaving. Before she was out of earshot, she looked over her shoulder and spoke. You are, possibly, the most intimidating person I've ever met. What made you that way? HN. No more words were exchanged as Hinata turned and left. Chapter 9, 2 Souls, 2 Vessels. Team 7 were waiting for their sensei in their usual meeting spot. Hinata was resting, leaning against a tree while Naruto stood near them, as silent as ever. Sasuke was at the top of a tree glaring at the masked ninja. A puff of smoke caught his attention. He turned his eyes and saw Kakashi standing there with the usual smile on his face. Yo! He greeted, rousing Hinata from her sleep. You are late again, Hataki. The copy Nin again scratched the back of his head. Sorry, Kurenai was sick so I had to go give her a case full of rats. Hinata, Sasuke, even Naruto sweat dropped at this. It had to be the most, it couldn't even be called an excuse. Kakashi himself was mentally kicking his own ass for saying such a stupid thing. He laughed nervously, ridding himself of that god-forsaken silence that had fallen upon them. Well, I have good news, he said smiling, pulling out 3 slips of paper. He handed it to the 3 teenagers. These are qualification papers for the Chunin exams. It's not necessary for all of you to take it. Should you decide to take it, sign the slip and present it at the examination building tomorrow. That said, the copy ninja vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto turned towards his two charges. He knew that the full three-man cell was in order to enter the exams. Which meant Kakashi was lying, making sure everyone was actually willing to enter, of their own accord. Will the two of you be going? Sasuke scoffed and walked away, giving him no answer. Naruto immediately deduced that he would go. Pride and confidence were his strong points after all. He turned to Hinata. She shrugged. Father will all but command me to enter, so yeah, I'm going. Naruto nodded, before he turned and made his own way into the village. Silently forming two shadow clones to trail his two charges back to their respective estates. As he walked through the village he, for once in a long time, took in the sights around him. He found himself watching as the people of the village went about their business. Store clerks managing markets, mothers bringing home their groceries, couples and friends enjoying themselves as they ate in restaurants, laughing. It was that sound, the sound of laughter, bright and bubbly, that had him looking ahead to three children, playing. They could be no older than 6, one he recognized almost immediately as Sarutobi's grandson. He watched them, almost curious. He could admit they were truly a foreign thing to him. He didn't understand, not fully. So many smiles, so many people, living in peace. They were not like him. It seemed like sorrow, blood, death and chaos were all gone from this place. How were these people, like this? What caused such happiness in them? He didn't understand them, not entirely. Perhaps it was better that way, but he was finding himself curious regardless. For the first time in his relatively short life he could find no true reason for this, the simplicity of their joy. Were they unaware? He wondered. Did they not know that every second of every day, death struck yet another soul? If so, then why didn't they know? And if they didn't know, then why didn't anyone inform them? He was brought out of his thoughts by the sound of a loud, childish "Ow!" followed by a grunt from an older male. "Hey you little brat." Naruto stepped forward, leaving the sprawling market district behind. He rounded the corner and found the third's grandson, Konohamaru, being placed on the ground by a Suna shinobi wearing black garb and makeup. "Be more careful next time, will ya?" He heard the Suna shinobi grumble as he set him down. Konohamaru scratched the back of his head and smiled up at the Suna shinobi. "Hee, sorry again," he said before running off with two other children. "What's up, Kankuro, getting soft in your old age?" Naruto heard Asuna Kunoichi speak as she walked up behind him. "What the hell are you talking about? You're older than me," he yelled, but was then immediately smacked over the head with a giant iron fan that sent him into blissful unconsciousness, or perhaps a painful concussion. "Gurg," he groaned out weakly from his place on the floor. Naruto felt the tugging of amusement at the sight of the fuming Suna Kunoichi as she stood over what he assumed was her teammate, hoisting her battle fan like a mighty hammer and repeatedly bashing the unfortunate Suna genin over the head even as he was already unconscious. Naruto's senses then caught another presence, but this one was different. Another red-headed Suna nin rounded the corner and shook his head at the display. He then walked over and placed a hand on the still fuming Kunoichi's shoulder. She stopped mid-swing and turned to face him. "Maybe it would be better if you kill him after the exam? That way we won't get disqualified, Temari." The Kunoichi, now revealed to be named Temari, huffed, crossed her arms and looked away with a grunt. Again, Naruto found himself amused. "Whatever, Gaara, just don't expect me to help carry his sorry ass back to the hotel." Gaara shook his head and sighed before kneeling down next to his fallen sibling and began poking him with a stick. "Damn, I think she really did kill him." He was about to speak again, when a presence tickled the back of his mind. He looked down the road. About 2 blocks down he noticed a masked blonde, watching them intently. The shinobi looked straight at him. He couldn't see his eyes, not from this distance. But he knew that the ninja was looking at him because he could feel it. Like those eyes were branding his skin. Nevertheless he returned the gaze, unflinchingly. They held their mutual stare for a moment before the masked ninja turned and left. Gaara sighed. In a bit of relief he turned to Temari. "Sis." The said Kunoichi turned to him with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah?" she asked curiously. He jerked his head, telling her to look. She obliged and saw the ninja walking away. "What of him? Should he cross your path during the invasion?" He paused as he stood. "Run." "Why?" she asked. Most of the Konoha genin she had seen so far were nothing extraordinary, and that guy didn't even have a vest, meaning that he was most likely a genin as well. "Just trust me on this," he said, forming a fist of sand to pick up Kankuro by the back of the neck. Temari, however, stayed for a moment, looking at the strange ninja Gaara had warned her about. He didn't look special save for his height really. If she had a closer look she might think differently. Still, Gaara wouldn't warn her for nothing. She shrugged, making a note of this before she turned to follow her brother. Hinata walked into her father's study, when she had arrived a branch member had immediately told her that her father requested an audience with her. She had merely nodded and with a simple check of the time she knew where he was. As she opened the sliding door she steeled her features into one of cold indifference, hiding the pure resentment she felt for this man. "You called father?" He nodded. "Hinata, I understand, Hatake Kakashi has sponsored you for the Chunin selection exams." She nodded. She didn't know how the hell her father always knew everything that had happened in her day before she even got here. It was kinda creepy really, but still, she wouldn't question him. She probably wouldn't get an answer anyway. Hayashi nodded and turned back to the scroll he was reading. "Niji is also entering in the exam." He paused and Hinata felt her throat tighten. "Should you face him, make sure you do not disgrace the main house or yourself by losing to him, Hinata. He is a branch member." She clenched her fists to the point they cracked but held all emotion from her face. She bowed, "Yes, father." She bit out before turning and walking away. As soon as she was out of Byakugan range she let her displeasure fully show on her face. This is why she despised that man. He cared more for images than his own family. It didn't matter that Niji was his nephew, that he was all that remained of his brother Hisashi. No, all that mattered to him was that the name of the main house would not be marred by one of their members losing to a branch member. She sighed. It was possibly for that reason that Niji was always so bitter besides the death of his father. He would use every chance he got to get back at the main house. Hinata couldn't blame him really, but if she faced him in the exam, she'd be within a rock and a hard place. On one hand, since she had no real wish to harm her cousin, she would just give up and grant him the victory, but her father had left her with little choice and if the rumors of Niji's skills were worth even half their merit, then she would be in for a tough fight. "Ugh," she groaned in frustration, rubbing her head as she walked off, muttering something that sounded like, "Stupid pompous political gaming bastard." Gaara sat on the roof of his hotel. The moon hung high over his head as the crisp, cool night air blew against his tanned skin. He liked the moon. He remembered a time in his life, when the whispers from Shikaku ran rampant through his thoughts. The demands for blood, the hunger for death and the craving for another person's suffering haunted him still, while now Shikaku's voice was not but a faint whisper in the passing breeze. He knew just why that was. It was because of his father. He remembered that strange night clear as if it was just yesterday. His father had come, and had seemingly changed overnight. He had felt that, perhaps it had just been a passing fancy, or a cruel ploy, his father was playing but. As the days turned to weeks, the weeks to months and months passed to years, his father continued to look at him with kind eyes, and despite Gaara's best efforts he could not find any hint of deception, or hate. He had trained him, helped him learn how to control the sand and repress the beast. Even after Gaara, by accident, had injured him horribly, he had been terrified then, that things would go back to the way they were, that his eyes would revert back to that cold look of hatred. But when he saw his father again, still wearing the hospital bandages, he had apologized fervently, and the man had merely grunted and said it was fine. And that had been the end of it. He had plenty of ideas, and theories that had formed at what had brought his father's change, but none of them had any true consistency. Today, a new idea presented itself and had gained merit when he spoke to Baki earlier and asked him when the alliance between Konoha and Suna had been finalized. 6 years ago, roughly around the same time his father's change had occurred. His thoughts were interrupted as he heard the shuffling of feet behind him. He turned his head and saw Temari rubbing the sleep out of her eyes tiredly. "Gaara." She mumbled, stifling a yawn. "You should come back inside, you might catch a cold or something." She mumbled. His lips quirked upwards in a smile. "Temari, you know I can't get sick." "Oh yeah?" she said, dazedly as she plopped down next to him and put a hand around his shoulder. He managed to hold back his automatic sand from stopping her. She leaned against his shoulder. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," he replied. "Don't give me nothing, Gaara, I'm your sister. I can tell these things," she said as she pulled away, poking at his temple. He snorted and crossed his arms. "Well, if you must know, I was thinking about father." "Yeah, he has been acting kinda weird lately." Temari noted absently. "Do you think it's just tension getting to him? I mean, Konoha is supposedly the strongest ninja village and even with the element of surprise we could still lose." Gaara nodded and narrowed his eyes. Now that he thought about it, his father had been acting strange, far too strange for his taste, so much so that simple stress or tension couldn't cover it. His eyes seemed to hold some sick glee as he mentioned they would go to war against Konoha that first time. Before he could contemplate his thoughts further, something caught his senses. "Go back inside, Temari, I'm going for a walk." "All right, Gaara," she said, yawning as she made her way back into the hotel. Gaara waited for her to slip back through the window before he leapt to the adjacent rooftop and continued leaping until he finally reached his destination. He stared across the street from the roof of one store, straight to the black form of the strange Konoha ninja that he had seen earlier. Naruto and Gaara stared at each other, both completely apathetic, though Naruto seemed to hold Gaara's gaze easier, though none could tell beneath his hood. The living weapon leapt with grace. Gaara raised his head to follow his form as he crossed the distance and landed directly in front of him. Gaara took a slight step back to gain some distance between himself and the imposing genin that towered over him. After a few more seconds Naruto spoke. "Your chakra," he began, his hollow voice reverberating through the area. "It is similar to my own." Gaara narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you a vessel too?" Naruto nodded. "Correct." "Which one?" Gaara asked, genuinely curious. He didn't think there were others out there like him. "You possess your secrets and I possess my own." That said, Naruto turned to leave, but a firm hand on his shoulder by Gaara stopped him. He turned to face the Chunin fully. "I would have your name." Gaara spoke. This one was definitely one to be wary of during the invasion. It would be good to warn Kankuro and Temari. "Sabaku no Gaara." He introduced himself, extending his hand. Naruto stared at the outstretched hand curiously for a moment. An offer of respect? Perhaps. People like themselves were few and far between. And, he supposed, that this Sabaku no Gaara merely wanted some form of assurance? Even should they be enemies tomorrow, he supposed it was some form of camaraderie or comfort that you were known by at least one other like yourself. He would humor him. He slowly extended his hand, his claws extending and griped Gaara's own. Strong, almost to the point of pain, but the red head still delivered a firm handshake, the blonde noted. "Uzumaki Naruto," he stated before turning, and with a powerful leap the living weapon vanished into the darkness of the night. The next morning, Team 7 walked up the stairs of the Chunin examination building. As they walked up to the second floor, they saw two genin bullying a group of others. A green-clad boy get smacked across the face hard, sending him tumbling to the floor where his teammate caught him. "You guys are too weak to be Chunin, you should just go back home now," one of the ninja spoke. Sasuke, trying to salvage some of his recently bruised ego, walked up confidently. Yeah, whatever you say, now drop the genjutsu, we're going to room 301. He stated, smirking at the two slightly shocked ninja. "Heh, so you saw through it, but now we gotta see if you can back that up," he said as he moved to kick the Uchiha. Sasuke also moved to attack when Naruto appeared between the two and caught their respective attacks. "This is pointless," he stated. Sasuke snarled angrily as Naruto once again had the entire room looking at him. "Show off," he mentally scoffed. Lee, Tenten and Neji stared at the tall genin as Team 7 made their way through. There was a wariness in their eyes. None of them had even seen him move, he had just appeared. Lee was also quite startled. Being a taijutsu expert, his eyes had to adapt to his incredible speed, meaning he had faster than normal reflexes, and even he hadn't caught anything. The other genin that had been guarding the door moved to say something, but a quick dose of highly concentrated killing intent froze him on the spot. Naruto turned to his teammates. "Uchiha, Hyuga," he commanded silently before moving ahead. Sasuke huffed angrily but followed nonetheless. As Hinata passed, Niji's eyes settled on her, holding barely veiled contempt. Hinata met his eyes unflinchingly as she passed. Soon, the gaze broke as she continued down the hall, not even turning to face her cousin. Niji's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. As Team 7 walked towards room 301, they saw Kakashi standing in front of the door reading his familiar orange book. He looked up to his, two students and smirked. "Glad you all came, now you can take the test." "What do you mean, sensei?" was Hinata's slightly curious reply. Kakashi smiled. "Well, it's quite simple, if any of you would have stayed then none of you could have taken the test. This test is meant for a full 3-man team. Though with Naruto with you the whole genin assembled could attack you and you'd still win. But, then why did you say it was from our own free will?" Sasuke spoke. "Quite simply, I didn't want one to feel pressured to go because of the others. Even though Naruto could care less, Hinata would have been pressured anyway by her family and you wouldn't dream of passing up a chance to raise in rank." The copy nin stepped aside. "Well now, I believe you three are ready for your exams." Sasuke and Hinata smirked as they moved past the doors, followed closely by Naruto. As the blonde passed, his eyes met that of the copy ninjas. He nodded once. No words were spoken, but he understood the message. Take care of them. As soon as the genin entered the room, they were met by heated glares. Gaara, who was in the center of the room, caught sight of Naruto first. He heard Kankuro speak next to him. "Heh, weak Konoha nins. Kankuro." He cut in sharply, making his older brother jump. "Be careful of that one with the mask." Kankuro scoffed. "Please. We have you here, Gaara, you can kick anyone's ass." he said, ruffling his younger brother's head affectionately. He didn't notice that he never received an answer. A girlish squeal was heard from the door. Sasuke Kun. It came from Ino, the Yamanaka girl, Naruto noted. She clung to Sasuke with a death grip. I knew you'd be here. She squealed again in his ear, not noticing the tick on his forehead. Troublesome. Naruto heard to the side. He turned and found the Nara boy, followed by the Akimichi walking up to Hinata. So you guys made it here too, Hinata? Hinata smirked and nodded. Of course. Did you expect anything less? So you guys are here too? Came the boisterous yell from an Inuzuka boy as he approached them. Followed closely by an Aburame and a Kunoichi with pink hair. Everyone was expecting for Sakura to blow up at Ino, but they were surprised when she turned to Hinata. Hey Hinata, how have you been? Sasuke silently thanked the gods that at least one of those troublesome fangirls gave up. What he didn't know is that he should really be thanking Yuhi Kurenai, the genjutsu mistress that practically beat the fangirlism right out of Sakura. Setting her standard that she would not allow her to remain a foolish excuse of a kunoichi while she was on her team. She succeeded. Naruto watched as the group of young genin conversed amongst themselves, seemingly without a care in the world. It was disturbing to him once again, in this exam, everyone was the enemy. Were they, all secretly trying to use a form of mutual camaraderie to gain information on the opposing team? Perhaps. Or perhaps they truly were that naive. But as he searched their eyes, he found no hint of such intentions, no ulterior motive. He wondered for half a moment if his senses were getting dull? He shook his head, coming to a quick conclusion. Impossible. Before he could further contemplate this, a voice came from the side. You guys should really quiet down. They all turned and found a silver-haired genin. Or what appeared to be a genin. Naruto noticed that his chakra was much too high and that he had the faint scent of snakes about him. There was only one person he knew with the scent of snakes. He decided to observe for now. When the ninja named Kabuto pulled out his Nin info cards, he knew that he was most certainly a spy. No genin had that kind of information. When he asked if they wanted information, Sasuke was the first to step up. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde narrowed his eyes. If the fool indeed had information, he would make it his personal business to capture him, and make sure Ibiki discovered the leak in Konoha's security. With a small puff of smoke, Kabuto pulled out the card and gasped slightly. What is it? Sasuke asked with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Kabuto looked up and turned the card, revealing stats that were completely blank, just question marks. I don't even have a picture. Kabuto questioned. You sure you got the right name? Sasuke seethed. Just what the hell was up with Naruto? Kabuto as well grew nervous. There was practically no one in Fire Country that he didn't have at least some semblance of information on. Even if he would have given a false name, something should have come up, at least a picture or something. Hey Sasuke, where's your teammate anyway? Kiba asked. Hinata sweat dropped and cleared her throat. Kiba. The Inuzuka looked towards her and saw she was pointed at the individual that was a good 3 inches taller than him. Oh. Before anyone could say anything, there was an explosion of smoke in the front of the room. Alright, you worthless maggots, sit down and shut up. The Chunin exam has begun. Chapter 10, The Forest of Death. Glad you're all enjoying it. Now then, let's get on with things. Ibiki observed the remaining genin and let his eyes travel to Naruto. The Hokage had warned him, Konoha's demon. He would never have recognized him, of course, having always seen him with the old Umbu mask. He would have a word with the kid later. Every time he captured someone, he didn't even have to interrogate them. They'd be so terrified they would spill their guts if he promised to keep him away from them. For a professional like him, it was starting to chafe. Snapping out of his reverie, he let his eyes wander over the group again. Well then, everyone that's still in this room. He paused. Passes. He held back a smirk as he saw the look of shock crossing over almost every genin's features. The only ones who remained indifferent were some Suna kid with red hair. What the hell do you mean? A Suna kunoichi with 4 pigtails spoke up. What about the 10th question? There never was one. He answered simply. The 10th question was, quite frankly, to see if you had the guts to take it. Cowards do not deserve the rank of Chunin. I still don't understand. An Inuzuka boy yelled, frustrated. Ibiki held back from sighing at such stupidity. There was never a 10th question. He explained calmly. It was all a test, to see if any of you actually had enough guts to risk taking it. He saw comprehension dawn on the Inuzuka boy's face. Geez, kids today are getting dumber and dumber by the minute. Just then, a brownish blur crashed through the window, revealing, Alright kiddies, my name's Midorishi Anko. Your second proctor. The purple-haired kunoichi said with that familiar smirk on her face. When her eyes fell on Naruto, it took her a second to realize who he was. She hadn't really believed the old Hokage had the cojones to put a wolf with the sheep. Maybe there'll be some more blood in this exam than I thought. She thought, her smirk widening ever more. Alright, you little shits, follow me, she said, walking straight across the room and out the door. Alright kiddies, here's where you'll be taking your next exam. She paused for dramatic effect. The Forest of Death. Most of the genin cringed. Naruto's attention was elsewhere, however, or more specifically, the masked scent of snakes the genin from the grass village held behind him. If this figure was who he thought he was, then immediate action must be taken without alerting him. He watched as Enko intimidated the other genin. He sent out the faintest nudge of chakra in her direction. Enko noticed it and turned to face him. He discreetly formed a few signs used by the Umbu, which basically said, "Intruder." Enko carried on without missing a beat, but Naruto knew she had seen him. Some time later, Naruto heard the gates being announced for the different teams. His team was assigned Gate 12. With a simple nod of his head, he turned and began walking. It was some time later, Naruto felt the presence again. They had felled a mist team already and had received the necessary scroll to continue on. He turned to his two teammates. "The two of you move on," he stated. "The tower is only another 3 miles. Hinata raised an eyebrow. "What are you gonna do?" When silence greeted her, she sighed, knowing that she wouldn't receive an answer. She shrugged after a few moments. If anyone could take care of themselves, it was him. Naruto heard them leave and then turned to where he had sensed the snake-smelling stalker. He was standing directly in his path. If he wanted Hinata or Sasuke, then he would have to literally go right through him. Which was highly unlikely. Moments later, he felt the ninja try to leap over him. Naruto was slightly surprised by his stealth skills. Many jounin wouldn't have detected him, but he supposed it was normal for this one, after all. The Jinchuriki leapt straight up, appearing directly in front of the startled grass nin. Then, with speed few could comprehend, he delivered a hard right which connected with a sickening crunch sound, sending the grass nin flying back straight into another tree. Naruto landed calmly and stared at the ninja as he rubbed his jaw. "Orochimaru of the Sannin," he drawled. S-rank missing nin in Konoha's bingo book, bounty of over 600,000 ryo. Current holder of the snake summoning contract. Said to be the greatest Kenjutsu user in over a century. Orochimaru snarled and grunted as he set his jaw back into place. "And who might you be?" "Your executioner." Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, who were also on their way to the tower, came to a sudden and abrupt stop as Gaara's leap came to an all-too-sudden halt. "What's wrong, Gaara?" Temari asked as she landed in a crouch nearby. The youngest of the siblings did not respond. His heightened senses had picked up an unnaturally high spike of chakra, and that could only mean one thing. The other Jinchuriki, Naruto, was fighting. He turned back to his two siblings. "You two go on ahead, I'll catch up." That said, Gaara turned and sped off in a different direction. Temari and Kankuro exchanged a glance, before they both shrugged and continued to the tower. Gaara could handle himself. Orochimaru grunted in pain as he blocked a fist with his forearm. What the hell was this? No genin, hell no Anbu could keep up with him. This was absolutely ridiculous. He latched onto the ninja's extended wrist and threw him over his shoulder, towards another tree. Naruto flipped in midair and landed with his feet to a tree bark. He looked up in time to see Orochimaru forming his hand seals. "Kukios no Jutsu!" he yelled, slamming his hand down on the ground. In a massive plume of smoke, a giant snake appeared, towering over the foliage. The creature let out a screech or roar before lunging at him. Naruto leapt to the side as the massive beats tore through the tree he had been standing on. He landed and unsheathed his two blades, raising both of them. Then, one burst into flames while the other had faint traces of wind swirling around it. The snake, having discovered his position again, charged, his massive maw opened wide in anticipation for his next meal. With a powerful downwards X-like swing, a wave of fire, combined with wind chakra, headed towards Orochimaru and his snake summon. The traitorous Sannin's eyes widened at the great wall of flames approaching him. He formed his own set of hand seals. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, he spitting out a huge stream of water that formed a protective wall in front of both himself and his snake summon. He was thrown for a loop, however, when the flames evaporated his water wall almost as soon as they touched it and continued their trajectory almost undeterred. He cursed under his breath before leaping back just as his snake was consumed by the flames. The creature gave off a screech of pain. A few seconds later the creature vanished in a plume of smoke back to the summoned realm. Orochimaru landed on a nearby tree branch and then felt a chakra spike directly above him. He looked up and felt his eyes widened as Naruto stood directly overhead, his hand extended with a small bead of chakra in the center. "Futon Shoha!" he yelled as the wind chakra concentrated in his palm exploded in a blast almost 10 times more powerful than what he had used on Haku. Orochimaru barely had enough time to use Kawarimi before the air itself pushed down on the area he had been standing on. The tree branch seemed to implode in on itself before it fell to earth with alarming speed. When the dust cleared, mere splinters is what remained. On the forest floor, the blonde turned in time to see Orochimaru raise his interlaced hands and bring it down. Since Naruto was standing upside down on a tree branch, the blow connected with his chin, sending him careening to earth. Orochimaru landed on the ground just as Naruto exploded from the dust cloud he had created. Fluidly unsheathing his blade again, he aimed to cut off the snake Nin's head. Orochimaru ducked under the blow, letting Naruto pass over him. He turned and threw 3 kunai, each connected, digging deeply into Naruto's right shoulder, his right hip and his right bicep. Orochimaru capitalized on his new advantage and came up with a high kick, which connected, followed by an axe kick that sent the blonde tumbling down a small hill. The snake Nin reappeared above him and stomped down, making his back scrape against the forest floor. The tearing of clothes and the clattering of fallen kunai that fell from their now damaged holsters could be heard among the ruckus. Orochimaru leapt up and formed his hand seals in preparation for a fire attack. He finished the last seal and shouted, "Katan, Karyu Enden." He yelled, sending the fire dragon straight down. When it hit, the floor beneath him was blanketed with flames. He smirked, but it died almost as soon as it appeared as he felt the air leave his lungs, followed by another fist to the face. His jaw had been cracked before, now it was just downright broken. It was then followed by a hit to the ribs and again to his throat. Finally a backhand across the face sent him reeling. His back hit a tree with a loud crack. He opened his eyes as Naruto appeared in front of him in a blur of movement. "Futon, Shoha!" he yelled, his palm just a few inches from Orochimaru's face. The snake Nin barely had enough time to put a haphazard defense on the form of a chakra barrier before the pressure hit him. It was intense, as if he had hundreds of pounds pushing entirely against his skull and the rest of his upper body that he hadn't put a defense for. He felt his ribs snap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ribs snapped before the tree behind him finally gave way and was broken in 2 like a massive twig. Orochimaru's form hit the ground hard, hitting and skipping across it like a rock above a lake. Finally, after 4 skips he fell still. The snake Sannin coughed up blood as he picked himself up. He looked and glared at the ninja. But then he noticed something. A memory triggering with the clarity of an epiphany. Blonde hair, blue eyes. That could only be one person. "Kukuku, I see, Sarutobi-sensei isn't as weak as I thought," he remarked to himself. Naruto continued to approach him. When he was a good 8 to 10 feet away he was caught slightly off guard as Orochimaru snapped his head up and his tongue, holding a faintly glowing sword, shot out towards him. He couldn't move in time and the blade stabbed him right through his stomach. He grunted in pain, but showed no other outward signs of his discomfort. Orochimaru continued pushing him until his back hit a tree. Orochimaru then pushed the blade in some more, pinning him there. The snake Nin moved swiftly, transforming his lower body into that of a snake and wrapped himself around Naruto and the 3, holding him in place. "The Kyuubi, Jinchuriki. No wonder you were so strong," he said, hiding the pain of his broken jaw. His fingertips glowed with a blue flame. "Gogyo, Fui dash," he was cut off, as Naruto, in a burst of supernatural strength, broke free from his hold and caught his wrist, stopping him dead. The blonde's eyes glowed a fierce red, and violent, blood-lusting chakra seeped out from him. In a fast fluid motion Naruto unsheathed his sword and sliced off the man's arm. Orochimaru screamed in pain and pulled back, pulling his blade out as well. He hissed between his teeth and swore under his breath as he felt even more Konoha ninja approaching. He glared at the blonde. "This isn't over," he said before melting into the earth, mud taking his place. Naruto watched him leave with apathy. He could feel his stomach burning as the Kuzunagi's poison tried to spread. The fox wouldn't let it though. He turned and saw that the arm he had severed off had a tattoo on it. One that he immediately recognized as a summoning tattoo. He walked over to the pale stump and grabbed it, not even looking or feeling slightly disgusted. He stared at the summoning tattoo for a moment before turning and walking away. It would be useful later. Meanwhile a certain redhead had watched the entire fight from a nearby tree. He would definitely have to be careful of this one during the upcoming invasion. Chapter 11, The Preliminaries. The aged Hokage grimaced as Naruto, in his ever-gruesome display, walked right up to his desk and placed a pale arm onto it. He raised a single eyebrow towards the blonde-haired Jinchuriki. "What is this?" he asked. "The arm of your former student," he replied blandly. Sarutobi lit his pipe and took a puff before putting on a glove and grabbing the arm, twisting it around so he could see the snake summoning tattoo. He put the severed limb back down on his desk before turning to the blonde. "You fought him?" he asked, taking another puff. Naruto nodded. Since you did not bring me the corpse, I assume he escaped. Affirmative, he replied. Sarutobi stood and walked to the balcony. Were you able to discover what, or who he was after? He followed my team throughout the entire second portion of the exam. It is safe to assume that he was after either the Uchiha or the Hyuga. Sarutobi hummed. This was somewhat disturbing, but still, from that alone it was easy to decipher who he was after. Orochimaru's lifelong goal was to learn and master every jutsu in order to become a living god, a foolish ambition, no doubt. He was most likely after the Sharingan in order to aid him in that goal. He would have to increase the guards around Sasuke. Perhaps grant the boy his personal Umbu detail. He was after all, the last person who could breed another Sharingan user in Konoha, a useful eye that brought in many clients and a lot of clout. If only for his bloodline, they must keep him out of Orochimaru's hands. He turned to Naruto. Very well, you may leave. Hokage-sama. Naruto spoke, catching the old man's attention. Yes? He asked curiously. Usually when he dismissed the blonde he would leave without a second thought. Naruto gestured to the hand. During the battle, Orochimaru used this tattoo to summon large snakes. The terrain suited me, the large trees allowed me to maintain even ground with the summon. However, should he have summoned Manda, or any other summon that was taller than the trees by a large margin, then I may have been defeated easily. Therefore, I would like to get my own summon. Sarutobi looked astonished for a moment before he looked contemplative. Most likely, the only reason Orochimaru didn't summon the snake boss was because he wished to remain hidden. When he was discovered he wouldn't care about going all out, so yes, if Naruto was to face him, he would need a summon. However, the only summons that Konoha possessed that could rival Manda were the toads and the slug. Enma was only good for personal hand-to-hand combat. But, perhaps, the snake summon itself cared only for strength. If word spread among the snake clan that Naruto had defeated the infamous missing Nin and now held his contract, Orochimaru would never be able to again fight on even ground with either Jiraiya or Tsunade, even less so with Naruto, as none of the snake summons would assist him should they be facing Manda. But first he had to ask the blonde himself. So you are asking for a summon? Only Jiraiya and Tsunade hold the contracts for their summons, and they are the only ones Konoha possesses that can go toe-to-toe with the snakes. Naruto then looked to the severed arm on the desk. Then the logical choice would be the contract we have available. Sarutobi's lips settled into a thin line. It might be the best choice, and no doubt returning the snake contract to Konoha would bring back much-needed prestige and power to the Leaf Village. However, should Naruto become the head summoner of the snake contract, that would only increase his value as a human weapon in the eyes of the council. Naruto. He began slowly, as if weighing his words. Are you willing to take the snake contract? He asked carefully. Naruto looked to the old Hokage, raising a single eyebrow. It is the most logical choice and quite frankly, the only one available to us. It is in the interest of the village. Sarutobi took off his hat, revealing his thinning gray hair, and sighed tiredly. He looked at Naruto's eyes almost pleadingly. He seemed so much older then, that Naruto felt his eyes widen just a bit. It may be for the sake of the village, Naruto, but what do you want? Should you choose to take it, some people may be angry, since it is such a reminder of our greatest traitor. You would orchestrate yourself. It is not your duty or your responsibility to take it should you not want to. He emphasized, hoping that some of the message reached him. Naruto stared at the aged Hokage like he was alien. Without his Umbu mask, the Hokage could clearly see the confusion in his eyes. Naruto simply couldn't understand. Sarutobi was telling him that he could choose whether or not to take the snake summoning. But why? Wasn't the safety of the village and the strength of the village supposed to be his top priority? Then, what reason did he have for this? Why would he place his choice, his want, above the safety of the village? A shinobi should always protect their village, so why would he even give him a choice and not command him to do so? He was snapped out of his reverie as the Hokage's voice reached him. Naruto. He prodded. Blue eyes, sharp and cold as ever, met the Hokage's slightly saddened ones. But beneath the coldness, beneath the razor's edge, beneath the empty nothingness, a sliver of doubt had wormed its way in. I will take the summoning contract. Sarutobi sighed and handed him an empty ink glass. Place some blood inside, please, he said as he took out an old brush. Naruto cut his palm and let the red life liquid flow freely out of him and into the glass vial. Soon, the wound closed, leaving perfectly unmarked skin. Sarutobi looked over the seal Orochimaru had on his now detached arm and analyzed it for a few moments. He pushed a small amount of chakra into it and sensed what needed to be done. In all honesty, Jiraiya was better suited for this, but he could arrive some time from next week onto next month. Sarutobi couldn't wait that long to make the contract. Orochimaru was no doubt trying to find a way to either get his arm back, or form a new summoning tattoo on his other arm. Still, he knew what needed to be done. It was basically imbuing the tattoo with every seal needed for the summoning. Relatively 490. These 490 seals were usually placed in scrolls that the people signed, thus the summoning contract. When the scroll was signed with blood, it also carried a minute amount of chakra, which was then recognized by Animal Clan as their new summoner, allowing them to bypass the 490 seals and allowing them to merely use the last seals. Those last 10 seals is what allowed the clans to distinguish themselves. Each clan had a distinct combination for themselves. Being the professor master of all of Konoha's forbidden jutsu, he knew the combination of seals to all 5 of Konoha's summons. Therefore, all he had to do was create the first 490 seals and then show Naruto the last 10 so he could successfully summon the snakes. The reason he had not done this earlier is because no Konoha shinobi had the strength to match the snake Sannin, therefore the snakes would never serve the user should Orochimaru, the head summoner, command it. Anko herself was only allowed to summon lesser snakes to use with the shadow snake hands. But that was about it. Sarutobi took the vial and dipped his brush in it with a soft sigh. "Give me your arm, please." Naruto nodded and rolled up his sleeve, extending his forearm. Sarutobi began painting the symbol. About a half an hour later he was done. He then began the long process of forming the 490 seals necessary to make it an actual summoning tattoo and not just some skin decoration. About an hour and a half later his hand glowed with green flames. "Kuchio's Fuin Sho no Jutsu," he cried before slamming the glowing green flames onto the newly made seal. It glowed green then purple for a moment. Glowing golden kanji hovered above the now blackened symbol before burning into the skin, forever merging themselves with the boy's arm. It looked painful. It most likely was, Sarutobi knew. But the boy's face remained neutral throughout the ordeal. Finally, the glowing died down, leaving a simple black snake tattoo around his arm. Sarutobi nodded to himself. Naruto examined his arm for a moment before turning back to Sarutobi. He then stood and showed the boy the necessary hand seals. "Is that all, Naruto?" he asked. The blonde nodded and bowed once before leaving. The aged Hokage sighed and sat down on his chair. Naruto stood at the roof of the tower in the Forest of Death. He silently formed the designated hand seals and used a little bit of chakra. In a plume of smoke a regular-sized snake appeared on the roof. It looked at him and hissed. "Who are Usus?" "I never heard sis of Usus with the snake contracts," the creature hissed. Naruto dropped Orochimaru's severed arm in front of the creature. "I defeated Orochimaru, return to Manda, and tell him that you have a new summoner." The creature hissed and licked Orochimaru's arm, tasting it. "Yeses, this is Orochimaru Sasasamasis' arm. I will inform the great Manda." It vanished in a small plume of smoke. Naruto looked at the spot the snake had occupied before turning and walking down the stairs. The genin had all assembled in the middle of the tower, which was obviously used as a fighting arena. They noticed that all of the important people of the village were here. Anko was the first to address them. "Hokage-sama will now explain the rules for the third exam, so listen up." The Hokage stepped forward. He took a long draw from his pipe before expelling the smoke. "Before I explain the rules of the third exam, I want to tell you the true meaning for this exam. This exam is merely just a replacement of war," he explained, his voice ringing loud and authoritative even in his old age. He watched as confusion filtered through most of their faces. Go back 50 or so years, and you'll find that all the currently allied countries were enemies fighting for the right to rule. Eventually, they realized that there was a much less costly way of dealing with the power struggle, and so the Chunin selection exams were born. During the main matches, you will be watched by some of the most powerful and influential people on the face of the planet. Each shinobi in the exams is expected to put his life on the line to uphold their village's power and prestige. But why the hell do we have to risk our lives to entertain people? Sarutobi answered without missing a beat. The strength of a country is decided by the strength of its village. The strength of the village is decided by the strength of the shinobi. If the strength of a shinobi, and therefore its village and country, is clear, the influential and powerful people in the stands will favor that village, and they will receive more clients. However, if the inverse is true, and a shinobi is seen as weak, his or her country will receive less clients. If a village's power deteriorates to a certain level, it is giving the message to the other villages that we are weak. This will signal any country that is even a slight enemy that they are prime for invasion. Therefore we are expected to perform our best and bring power and prestige to our village in order to avoid any potential threats of invasion. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe before continuing. The only time a shinobi's true strength comes to the surface is during life or death situations. I will now begin explaining the third test's rules. Actually, Hokage-sama, as the referee, will you allow me to explain the rules? Very well. The Chunin coughed again and turned around to face the group of genins. Greetings. I am Hayate. There's something that must be done before the third test begins, namely, a preliminary. What? Why? It may have been that the first and second tests were too easy this year, or it may be that you are all exceptional genins. Whatever the reason is, there are far too many people left to simply put you all into the next test. But why is that? As Hokage-sama said, there will be powerful people watching the third test. Their time is valuable, and we cannot afford to waste it. Therefore, according to the Chunin selection exam rules, we are required to hold a preliminary. People muttered amongst themselves, thinking, worrying, but in the end they would accept it regardless. One final thing, would anyone like to give up now? A genin with silver hair, one that Naruto immediately recognized as Yakushi Kabuto, raised his hand. The blonde ignored it for now. When no one else spoke up, Hayate spoke. He coughed to get everyone's attention. Very well, since no one else is going to quit, then I will announce the first match. If you would all please divert your attention to the board. Everyone turned and found a board that was flashing through several names very quickly. The names landed on Sasuke and one of Kabuto's teammates. The others all walked up to the stands, leaving the two fighters. Sasuke's fight with Kabuto's teammate was quick. He merely used a few fire jutsus and some standard taijutsu, and the genin was defeated handily. Hayate didn't waste time and called the next match. It was an Otonin, Zaku vs Aburame Shino. The fight was short, with Zaku's arms being blown off as Shino destroyed them. The next fight was the Suna shinobi Kankuro versus another of Kabuto's teammates. After Kankuro used a trick with his puppet Karasu, he won the fight and Naruto turned back to the billboard. The names kept flashing through until it stopped again. It was Gaara against Rock Lee. The two genins fought impressively, but in the end, Gaara won, wrapping Lee up entirely in his sand coffin, threatening to crush him if he didn't surrender. Lee did so, with great reluctance. It then settled on two kunoichi, one with pink hair and one with blonde hair. The pink-haired girl won, no doubt due to the genjutsu training she had received from her sensei, Kurenai. The board then settled on himself and the Inuzuka. The fight was over, quickly, very quickly. Then it went to a Suna kunoichi and a weapon mistress. The fight went to the Suna kunoichi. Then, finally, the board settled a very interesting set of names. Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji. He heard and saw Hinata clench her fists. Damn it. She cursed under her breath. He also saw, from the corner of his eye, the faint twitch of the Hyuga boy's lips, indicating he was smirking, or resisting the urge to do so. The blood feud between the main and branch house would be seen today. As the two stood in the arena, the tension between them was palpable. Niji was practically oozing killing intent. Hinata-sama, give up now, you cannot change your fate. You are destined to lose to me. The Hyuga prodigy stated blandly. Hinata's eyes suddenly flared to life, the Byakugan fully active. I won't lose to you, Niji. Simply because, there is no such thing as fate. Niji narrowed his eyes at the girl, glaring at her for all he was worth. Hinata met his gaze unflinchingly. They settled themselves into their fighting stances. Hayate shifted his view from one to the other. He raised his hand and let it fall. Begin. They charged at each other and began pumping chakra through their hands to damage each other's opponent's chakra coils. They traded turns attacking and evading, before they eventually both switched to a more offensive style of the Jukin. Hinata swerved to avoid a strike aimed at her left shoulder and aimed a hit at Niji's ribs with her right arm. Niji grabbed her arm and yanked her forward, all the way around in a 180 turn, and delivered a solid palm strike to the girl's stomach. Hinata stiffened for a moment before coughing up blood. She growled and then did something that few people in the arena expected. She grabbed Niji's wrist, leaned back, making him bend forward as she pulled his wrist along with her, and then delivered a solid, hard kick to Niji's ribs. No fancy Jukin, no Hyuga taijutsu, just a solid straight-up kick that hurt a lot. Niji could testify to that as he felt the air leave his lungs. He coughed, and the metallic coppery taste of his own blood filtered into his mouth. What on earth? There's no way she managed to hit me that hard. He thought to himself for a moment. He then realized what she did. She had combined the Jukin with that hard kick. It usually wasn't possible, since rapid muscle movement deteriorated the chakra control necessary for the fighting style to actually have an effect and not just be wasted chakra. But Hinata had managed to do it to some degree. It didn't have the complete power of a precise Jukin, but it was strong enough. He grit his teeth. Hinata had always been weaker than he was. He refused to admit defeat in front of her. Fate would not allow it. He was the prodigal Hyuga, the one who had been granted the greatest Byakugan abilities in the Hyuga clan in over a century. He refused to admit defeat. He rushed forward again, and the two continued to trade blows with the Jukin. Niji's raw skill was better than Hinata's, but Hinata's lithe and flexible form allowed her to even the playing field. What Niji did next, however, caught her completely off guard. "Kaiten!" he yelled. She was standing barely 3 feet from him and therefore received the hit full force. She was launched to the far wall where she hit the cold stone with a sickening crack of her skull striking stone. She struggled, standing on shaky limbs, shaking the cobwebs out of her mind. She then looked as Niji took a stance that she had seen many times. "You are now in my field of divination." The Hyuga prodigy spoke coldly. Hinata didn't have any time to respond before he rushed her. She wouldn't survive it. Damage had been delivered to her stomach, her diaphragm and her liver. One wasn't too much of a problem, but all of them combined along with Niji's next attack, she could very likely die from the stress placed on her body. Hinata's hands, moved by instinct, reflex and survival, were all that moved her. She'd seen this technique, knew it top to bottom, because she'd faced it before, knew where he would strike, what he would do. Her hands moved. She blocked Niji's first strike, then his second, third, fourth, fifth. Niji felt his eyes go wide. This was completely unheard of, a technique that could defend from the Hyuga's most devastating attack. He grit his teeth as his attack ended. He leapt back and saw Hinata fall to one knee as she gasped for breath. A few of his attacks had gotten through, one of the last ones striking the shoulder, which left her arm completely useless. He rushed forward again. In his anger, and in his underestimation of her strength in her current state, he left himself open. Hinata, however, caught it. In his next strike, all she had to do was divert the attack, and she would then be able to strike him in the chest, no doubt giving her the victory, but also, it could kill Niji. Naruto noticed this as well. Time seemed to slow down as Niji approached her. She heard his footsteps, saw the chakra in his palm as he approached her. In the end, she couldn't do it. She lowered her hand and closed her eyes, before Niji's attack hit her, just above her heart. She fell back, and hit the floor with a dull thud. Unmoving. Everyone stayed there, stunned at the turn of events. But none more so than Naruto. He had seen the opening, he had seen her see the opening. Why didn't she take it? Why did she let him win? "Announce my victory, Proctor," Niji stated coldly, spitting out some blood that had collected in his mouth. "She won't be getting up." Naruto's hand, which had been gripping the railing tightly, dented the metal bars by the force of his grip. He could not explain this emotion. He was angry? But why? Was it because he was confused? Or because he had failed his mission? Or because the Hyuga, Hinata, was now dead? Impossible. Such attachments were not meant for a shinobi. He would not allow himself such a foolish emotion over a mission. He released his grip and calmly exhaled. But he felt himself take a sharp intake of breath, as the girl's eyes weakly opened, and she began to struggle in order to stand again. Niji, who had been making his way up the stairs, turned at the sound of coughing, and the splattering of blood on the cold stone. "Why do you stand? You'll really die if you push yourself anymore," he drawled, hiding his surprise that she was still standing. "Your fate decrees that you will lose to me." Hinata took a deep breath before she spoke. Her voice was strained, painful even. There is no such thing as fate, so stop hiding behind it, coward." Her words, though spoken softly, were heard through the entire room, that now seemed so much colder than before. Niji's eyes lit up with fury and he rushed at the girl, fully intending on ending her life. In a simple blur of red and black, Naruto appeared between the Hyuga, prodigy and Hinata, catching his strike easily. Half an instant before, Guy had his arm around the boy's throat in a headlock. Naruto shoved the boy's hand away and turned just in time to catch Hinata as she fell forward. Her legs not having the strength to keep her standing. Naruto felt detached from his body as he stared at the girl. Why had she taken the hit? Why did she allow herself to fall to such a state? She could have preserved herself. He didn't understand, and even as the medics took her, his eyes, hidden by shadow, shined with the silent question. Why? Chapter 12, The Final Order. Sarutobi took a puff of his pipe as the door to his office opened, revealing his silver-haired, perverted student. "What do you want, old man?" "I was getting great research for my next issue," he said with a lecherous grin on his face. Sarutobi sighed. Jiraiya's books were admittedly quite addictive, but still, such a blatant admittance that he was a perverted lech did not do well for either of their images. Not wanting to dawdle on Jiraiya's nature, he simply took out a file and tossed it on his desk. The pervert took a single look at the first page that held the picture of an all-black Umbu with and scowled at the old man. It was the main reason Jiraiya stayed away from Konoha and the reason the relationship between master and student was so very strained. He remembered that day. So did Sarutobi. It was not at all pleasant to recall. "Sensei, this is crazy, he's Minato's son," Jiraiya said in outrage. In front of him was the third Hokage, standing above the crib of a newborn baby boy. The baby cooed and giggled up at the old man's wrinkled face. There is nothing I can do, Jiraiya. The third said, his voice cold and unwavering, hiding his own sadness and anger at the decree of the council. Let me take him. Jiraiya said, stepping forward. I can take him, we'll hide out until this whole thing just blows over. They'll never find us. Sarutobi whipped his head around, seeing the absolute seriousness in his old student's eyes. It was heartwarming, really. Sarutobi was about to accept his proposal when his mind, ever analytical, started wandering, thinking, imagining and deducing the outcome of such a course of action. Should Jiraiya take the boy, the council would move to turn him into a missing nin. When Orochimaru had deserted, it had been a struggle to keep his title and standing as the Hokage. Some of his enemies on the council, such as Danzo, had said his teachings were the reason Orochimaru had turned from them. Should Jiraiya as well leave, with what the council viewed as Konoha's weapon, they would push him to name him a missing nin. And should he refuse, then that would only solidify Danzo's claim that his teachings drove the three most prestigious ninja of Konoha to leave, meaning they could and would force him to step down from his position and name another, one that would not hesitate in dealing with Jiraiya in order to recapture Konoha's living weapon. He could live without his title. He could not live with his students being labeled traitors falsely. Even if that meant that this one would end up hating him. He could live with that. I cannot allow you to do that? What? Why the hell not? Jiraiya said, stepping up to him. This is my student's son? The council wants to turn him into some tool. Don't tell me you're actually gonna let it happen, sensei. He received no answer. Sensei? He prodded again. His eyes then lit up with fury. He firmly grabbed the edges of the older man's cloak and lifted him a good foot and a half off the ground. You son of a bitch. You owe him more than that. He yelled in anger, barely holding himself back from striking his teacher and leader outright. Sarutobi felt his resolve crumbling. He owed Minato, they all did. He owed Naruto, that was true. But to curse the boy to a life on the run wasn't much better than this, and at least with this choice, perhaps somewhere along the line he could set things right. But if Jiraiya continued, his resolve may very well crumble entirely. He had to end this now. With firm hands and unflinching gaze he gripped Jiraiya's wrists and pried him off. Jiraiya, this is what the council has decided. It has been affirmed and this conversation is over. Uzumaki Naruto belongs to Konoha now. Jiraiya felt as if he had been kicked in the gut. His sensei, the man he had revered as the kindest, most gentle man he had ever known, was condoning this? You don't mean that. He said shakily. Sarutobi stared back at him, unflinchingly. This conversation is over. He repeated. Like the ceiling of a great iron door, Sarutobi turned his back on his student and stared down at the blonde baby boy. Jiraiya stared at his back in stunned disbelief before his face contorted into one of contempt. He spit on the floor at the old man's feet before turning and walking out the door. Since that night, they scarcely talked, and each meeting was always laced with an underlying tension, and they would both steer clear of any topic involving Minato or Naruto in any way. Jiraiya could count on one hand how many times they had met face to face in 12 years. He always just sent his messages by bird or Chunin messenger. For the old man to bring the boy up so blatantly, Jiraiya knew something was up. His eyes lost all mirth and he stared straight into the old man's weary brown ones. What? Sarutobi held back the urge to sigh and merely settled for taking a deep puff of smoke. He opened his eyes again and looked straight into Jiraiya unflinchingly. I want you to train him. Jiraiya snorted. For what? Your weapon needs more techniques? No thanks. He turned and made his way to the door. Goodbye, Sarutobi. The old Hokage nearly winced at his tone. It was always either an affectionate old man or a respectful sensei, never his name, especially not laced with such contempt. Sarutobi stood. Jiraiya, wait. He called. Please. He added after a moment. The silver-haired man stopped just as he gripped the doorknob. The desperation in his sensei's voice gripping him and holding him still. Slowly he turned to face his sensei's pleading eyes. Just, hear me out. He said after a moment. Jiraiya swallowed once, and slowly, he turned and sat down on the chair in front of the desk. Go ahead, talk. Sarutobi sighed and allowed himself to relax against his chair. After over a decade of silent feuding, student and sensei finally reconciled. Jiraiya sighed as he leapt from rooftop to rooftop in search of the blonde boy. He had a picture of him, which was halfway decent, considering a mask was over half his face. But still, not many people had that kind of outfit or hair. So he should be able to find him easily. Key word in that sentence is should. He was like a fucking ghost. He couldn't catch hide nor hair of him. He went to his estate, to every training ground and finally to the hot springs, just to make sure of course. Finally, just as he was about to give up, he caught a small sliver of something from the corner of his eyes. He snapped his head around and found the kid walking down the street. He immediately landed and rushed after him. "Hey brat!" he called. For a moment, Naruto wasn't sure if he was addressing him, but after a while that he could hear footsteps behind him, he turned as Jiraiya stood before him. "Jiraiya, the Toad Sannin," he said blandly. "What are you doing here?" Jiraiya cleared his throat. "Well, at the request of my sensei, I've been asked to train you. Among other things," he added silently, snickering. In reality, first he was to get to know the boy, then, he was to simply annoy the hell out of him. Get a rise out of the boy, for him to show some form of emotion, since Jiraiya was currently the only one who had a hope of seeing Naruto annoyed or angry without being burned to ashes. He was the logical choice. "I find that there are few things you could teach me," Naruto answered. Jiraiya frowned. That wasn't a braggart's confidence. Just what the hell had they done to this kid that he thought even a Sannin couldn't teach him anything? He didn't let any of his discomfort show, however, and merely smirked. "Maybe, but I think I have a few things I can teach you," he stated, moving forward and putting an arm on the boy's shoulder. He barely refrained from narrowing his eyes as he saw the boy turn to look at the arm that had touched him in such a familiar fashion as if it was alien. "Come on brat, I think it's time you learn my favorite technique. The Rasengan," he stated with a smirk, pulling the confused boy along. Jiraiya groaned in pain from his spot on the ground. It had been 3.5 weeks since he had begun teaching the boy the Rasengan, and he had taken to it amazingly quickly, of course. But that's not what was causing him pain. After the first week or so he had begun his annoyance tactics. It took almost an entire week before the blonde told him, in a somewhat heated voice, "Shut up." Jiraiya obviously ignored him, and continued annoying him by talking endlessly, dragging him along to the hot springs, inviting him to food while then leaving him with the bill and such things. Finally, now, only 3 days away from the finals in the Chunin exam, had the blonde finally done something. Jiraiya had gone peeping again and had just settled himself in a comfortable spot when the wall that hid him suddenly collapsed, exposing him to all of the females in the hot springs, which included a very pissed-off Yuhi Kurenai and an even more irked Midorishi Anko. Add to that 2 temperamental teenage girls, one with pink hair, one with blonde hair, and you have an entire truckload of females' righteous fury. The reason he knew the blonde had done it was because as he had moved to run away, a single, distinctively clawed fist socked him right in the jaw, stalling him long enough for the females to reach him. So yes, he was in very real pain? And the women had hid him deep in Konoha's forest, making sure that no sympathetic male assistance would be at all forthcoming. Meaning he had to drag his own carcass back to Konoha. It didn't help that all his limbs felt like they were broken, or dislocated. Or both. So it was with great pains that Jiraiya of the Sannin began crawling back to his home village, all the while hearing a faint laughing that sounded suspiciously evil following him all the way through. Hinata stared at her father with disbelief. You're disowning me?" she yelled, standing up. "Because of just one loss." Her Byakugan flared in her anger. Next to her, her sister, Hanabi, had her eyes open wide in utter disbelief at what their father was saying. Hayashi nodded. "You lost to Niji during your preliminary rounds. This is unacceptable to that of a main branch member." Hinata clenched her fists. "So you'll give Hanabi the title of clan heir?" It was not said in a venomous tone, it was more for assurance that her sister would be safe. But what Hayashi said next made her blood boil. "No, Hanabi is weaker than you, therefore, I have decided to name Niji the clan heir. The 2 of you shall receive the cage bird seal by the end of your Chunin exam." Both girls gasped. Hinata seethed. "You bastard!" she yelled, rushing him. She got to his desk and leapt over it when 2 branch members rushed in and grabbed her, pinning her to the far wall. Hanabi gasped as Hayashi calmly stood. "The 2 of you are dismissed," he said casually. Hanabi took a slow breath and bowed once before exiting. The 2 branch members holding Hinata spared the girls sympathetic glances as they practically dragged her out. When they got out, they stood in front of the door to bar her path. She sneered at them. "Get out of my way," she practically spat. The 2 branch members hated the fact that they had to do this, especially since she could kill them with a single hand sign, but they still blocked her. "Hinata-sama, we are sorry, but we cannot let you pass." Hinata yelled in frustration before turning, finally noticing that her sister was nowhere in sight. She walked down the hall towards her sister's room, hearing the faint sounds of her crying. Hinata's eyes softened as she opened the door and silently walked behind her sister. Her shoulders were shaking with repressed sobs. Hinata slowly wrapped her eyes around her younger sister's and whispered soothing words of comfort in her ear. "Shhhhhh, it'll be okay, I promise, I'll find a way out of this." She promised. Neither girl really noticed. A certain Hyuga branch member had heard the whole thing. Naruto allowed his eyes to scan over the stands over the Coliseum where the final rounds of the Chunin exam were to be held. He let his eyes travel to the Kage booth, raising his head a little higher than normal to look from underneath his hood and cloak. Jiraiya had given it to him, imbuing the cloth with some seals for storing items and such, allowing him to carry more equipment within easy reach. And because it read just suits you, he'd added, along with some gauntlets. They were almost of umbu design, the metal was thin, the fingers tipped and pointed so as to claw out someone's face. It hadn't been his idea, but he wasn't wholly opposed to it either. It would make him hit harder, much harder. The stands were beginning to fill up with people. He noticed, however, that his opponent, Hyuga Niji, was missing. As was Hinata now that he looked around. He knew she was out of the hospital. How did he know? Well, when an umbu went to the hospital and demanded that reports of her state be delivered to his estate weekly, the hospital staff tended to comply, allowing him to keep track of things. She should be here. Few people in the village ever missed the spectacle that was a Chunin exam. Still, it was of no consequence whether or not she or her cousin arrived. Niji would lose the match regardless. Soon the referee called them down. Will Naruto Uzumaki and Hyuga Niji please come down to the arena? Many kept speaking, but many and more stopped entirely, startled. His name was not one to be forgotten lightly. And too many of those had believed the child dead, as did most of the Chunin-ranked ninja in the crowd. After 3 minutes or so, Hayate spoke up again. If Hyuga Niji does not arrive within the next 2 minutes, then he will forfeit the match. A few minutes later the referee called the match. Will Sabaku no Temari and Nara Shikamaru please come down to the arena? The match, though slow, was not boring. Naruto saw that the Nara boy had much potential as a shinobi strategist, perhaps even more so than his own father. The next match was called between Sabaku no Kankuro and Aburame Shino, with the puppet user surrendering. Then it came to the fight between Sasuke and the other Jinchuriki Gaara. Except, Sasuke too was nowhere to be found. Up in the Kage booth the Kazekage turned to Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, I am quite interested in seeing how my son Gaara measures up to the last Uchiha. Sarutobi resisted the urge to smirk, his foolish student was so transparent. He held it back and turned to the Kazekage. Kazekage-sama, I will not dishonor this exam by showing such blatant favoritism. Sasuke will be treated in this exam like any other. The Kazekage's eyes narrowed by a fraction. I see. He paused. Then this charade is unnecessary, he said, appearing behind the Hokage with a kunai to the old man's throat, as his 2 umbu bodyguards morphed and vanished, revealing 4 individuals that quickly killed his 2 Chunin guards and rushed to the 4 corners of the building and formed a strange purple shield or force field all around it. The Kazekage then leapt up, taking the Hokage with him to the roof. Sarutobi replaced himself with a roof tile and stood across from the Kazekage. I see you are now making your move, Orochimaru. The Kazekage smirked and tore off his face, revealing the pale, young-looking face of his former student. The professor's lips curled at the sight. I see that you perfected that twisted, disgusting jutsu for your immortality, Sarutobi said disdainfully. Orochimaru smirked. That I have, sensei? He drawled. And now I will kill you and end the Leaf Village. He looked to the side. Especially since your pet can no longer assist you, he said with a wicked smirk. Sarutobi shifted his eyes to the side and saw Naruto, using his 2 blades covered in wind chakra, furiously swiping at the barrier between them. Sarutobi then saw, through the confusion, Gaara, Suna's weapon, leaving the battle and going into Konoha's forest. He couldn't allow them to leave. Naruto, he called, catching the boy's attention. Go after the Suna ninja, Gaara. Stop him. I will deal with this. Naruto seemed reluctant for a moment before he inclined his head in a slight bow. As you wish, he said slowly before turning and letting his eyes scan the area once. He caught sight of Gaara just as he vanished into the dense foliage and took off in a rush. Orochimaru chuckled. Kukukuku. Time to die, sensei. Sarutobi smirked as he threw off his robes. Do not think me so weak just yet, student. These old bones can still keep up with the young ones. Gaara and his siblings rushed past the trees of Konoha, moving as fast as they could in order to get to the designated point where Gaara could transform in order to cause the most damage to the Konoha shinobi while avoiding their own casualties. Gaara hated transforming, since the Shikaku was always closer to the surface. But he would do what he had to do for his village. They hopped off another branch when Gaara felt an incredibly powerful chakra approaching them. Fast, much too fast. It was his chakra. He had to get his siblings out of here, he would catch up to them soon. He skid to a halt, Temari and Kankuro doing so as well, nearly falling over in their surprise. Gaara, what are you doing? We have to keep moving. Kankuro yelled desperately. Get back! He shouted just as a tree behind them exploded in splinters and shrapnel, wisps of red chakra showing. Gaara and his two siblings snapped their heads up, coming face to face with the shadows cast by the hood that now hid the boy's face. The two blades glinting in the light with murderous intent. Naruto flipped once before coming down with a powerful downward swing using both blades. His strength and his momentum made Gaara kneel from the pressure on his ultimate defense. The tree branch beneath him buckled and broke off, sending both of them falling to the forest floor. Gaara formed a platform of sand on which he managed to stand on, stopping his fall. Naruto continued to fall until he managed to stick to the tree trunk with chakra. He rushed up towards the red-headed Suna. Gaara extended his arms, two pillars of sand rushing the hooded ninja. Naruto sidestepped the first, the pillar of sand crashing and cracking the wood behind him, but not breaking it entirely. He charged his blade with wind chakra, and as the second pillar approached he swung the razor-sharp blade horizontally as he leapt right at it, the sand splitting like nothing, allowing Naruto to slip between the opening, heading straight towards Gaara. The redhead moved his platform of sand, avoiding Naruto entirely. The blonde flipped in mid-air and landed on another branch. Kamachichi! Naruto turned his head to the side as he saw a gust of wind blades approaching him. He raised his hand and with his own wind manipulation sent her attack right back at her with almost 3 times the force. Temari, eyes wide in disbelief, barely had enough time to put her fan in front of her, allowing it to take the brunt of the attack. Even so, a large, yet not too deep gash formed at a diagonal angle, going from her left hip to her right shoulder as one of the wind blades tore through her weapon of choice, and others nicked her sides, arms and legs. Needless to say, her weapon was useless now. Naruto then turned to the side as another attack, from a puppet with blades for arms, tried to strike at him. He crisscrossed his own blades to block and with a vicious kick to the puppet's chest, pushed it back with an audible crack as its chest area caved from the force of his blow. Naruto then back-flipped in order to avoid another pillar of Gaara's sand that broke through the tree he had been standing on. As he moved through the air, Kankuro seized the opportunity and got behind him, with Karasu appearing in front of the boy. He charged from behind as he had Karasu move in from the front. However, before he managed to get within 3 feet, his enemy spun around and launched 5 kunai with deadly precision. 2 hit his hands, 2 more hit his hips and pushed him back until he was pinned against the tree. The last was aimed at his forehead, but Gaara managed to catch the projectile with his sand at the last minute. However, this distraction proved to be enough as Naruto appeared behind Gaara and delivered a vicious hit to the back of the boy's head, faster than what his sand could react. Gaara was sent flying. He hit another tree with a vicious and resounding crack. His sand couldn't even catch up with him. In order to cushion his fall, he groaned in pain and slowly opened one eye, and saw the hooded Konoha ninja moving towards him. He leapt up, once again forming a platform of sand. When he was well above the trees, his sand platform formed a sphere of sand. Naruto, who couldn't reach the boy without summoning Manda himself, calmly watched from the tree tops. Finally, after 30 seconds or so, his sphere of sand dissolved, revealing Gaara, his entire form as that of a miniature Shikaku. He roared once, catching sight of Naruto as he dived in a freefall towards the boy. Naruto braced himself, spreading his arms wide with his swords at the ready, and with a violent crash Gaara slammed into him, the two of them breaking the tree branch and rocketing towards the forest floor. Naruto stabbed one of his swords deep into what would have been Gaara's rib cage while using his right hand, still holding his second sword, to pound away at Gaara's transformed face. Gaara raised his massive claw-like arm and struck the other Jinchuriki, sending him flying, slamming him into another tree and then sending his sand to pin him there. Naruto let out a battle cry, using Kyuubi's super hot chakra to turn the sand into glass and then breaking free. Gaara snarled. Temari, who had managed to pull the now unconscious Kankuro to a safer part of the forest, had her eyes wide in astonishment. Just who the hell was this? No one could go toe-to-toe with Gaara like this. Ever. Gaara hissed and launched his 2 claws forward, the 2 extended appendages rushing the blonde. Naruto charged wind chakra into his blades and leapt over the 2 claws rushing Gaara, his speed so fast the Jinchuriki could barely keep track. Before the Suna shinobi knew it, his 2 arms had been cut off from the shoulders and multiple gashes appeared all over his transformed body. His sand had been able to provide adequate protection against the wind chakra. When his arms regenerated and his cuts healed, Naruto rushed again, this time, not letting up on the attack. His form seemed like a blur of black and red, and Gaara could do little more than cross his arms in order to put up a weak defense as he struggled to force his sand into a denser, more resilient state. Gaara felt his eyes go wide. This was insane. He was creating cuts and scratches faster than what his sand could repair them. If this kept up, then eventually he would chip away the entire sand armor and would start hitting his actual skin. But what Gaara found most frightening was that he could sense no demonic chakra. This was all human. He was brought out of his thoughts as a sharp biting pain burnt straight across his back. He gasped, wondering for a second what the hell hit him. Then realized that the blade had broken through his sand. He had no choice, he had to take it one step further. Naruto appeared behind Gaara, but before he was able to hit him again, sand exploded outwards. He quickly replaced himself with a log and appeared above the forest canopy, watching as a massive wall of sand rose above the earth, taking the form of a gargantuan tonkue, with Gaara appearing on its head, his upper torso exposed. Naruto gave a disdainful HN before he cut his arm, letting the blood flow down to the summoning tattoo. Kuchios no jutsu, he said, slamming his hand down. Then in a plume of smoke he rose above the ground, standing high atop the purple scales of the one and only Manda. Boss summoned to the snakes. The massive creature looked up at him. So, you are the new summoner that defeated Orochimaru. The beast stated before looking out to his opponent, narrowing his eyes. The Shikaku? It hissed. At least you do not summon me for meager affairs like that fool tends to do. You shall grant me 50 sacrifices for this fight. It demanded. Naruto responded. You shall only receive your sacrifices if you do your job well. I will not waste chakra and effort if you are not worth it. Manda's eyes snapped up to him, glaring. Way audit? You dare? I should revoke your contract now. Naruto glanced down at the snake, his eyes flashing a permanent red as demonic chakra began to pulse around him, staring right back into Manda's eyes without even a hint of fear. The snake summoned stared into his eyes long and hard before grinning. I like you, fool. You have guts to stand up to me like that. Very well, no sacrifices are required from you. Naruto HN'd again, his eyes vanishing beneath the shadows of the hood again as the red chakra dissipated. Manda then turned his eyes to the approaching sand demon. Very well. Let us begin. The snake suddenly darted forward, he was unbelievably fast for his massive size. Gaara, now in his final form, was still getting used to it, so his reaction time was sluggish. This is why he hated this form, it took too long to get used to it. The sand tonkue raised its paw and tried to bring it down on Manda's head. The massive snake summon twisted around his blow and wrapped up his arm. Its massive fangs glinted in the sunlight for half a second before it dug them deep into Shikaku's front right shoulder. The sand corroded and hissed as purple and black poison oozed between the grains, bubbling like acid. The arm hardened and cracked as Gaara tried to move it. Gaara let a spike of sand shoot from Shikaku's shoulder in an effort to impale the beast's head. Manda twisted around that blow as well and retreated as spikes appeared throughout Shikaku's entire front leg. The Shikaku turned to Manda and took in a deep breath before releasing a massive air-like bullet towards the purple anaconda. The snake hissed. And the wind attack hit dead on, but when the smoke cleared, all Gaara could see was the snake summon's shed skin. He felt his eyes widen when a resounding boom came from behind him. He snapped his head around and saw Manda explode from the ground. Its massive maw open wide, heading straight for him. Its fangs glistening with green deadly poison, Naruto stood atop his head, unmoving, unfazed. He held up his arms and formed a sphere of sand to block himself as best he could. Naruto whispered to Manda as the creature headed towards the now shielded Suna. Restrain the Shikaku, I will deal with the medium. Manda would have smirked, another difference to add between this new summoner and Orochimaru. This summoner liked things up close and personal, Orochimaru never liked getting his hands dirty in a fight. Naruto formed a bright, swirling sphere of chakra in his hand, the blue light shining radiantly, spinning so fast it made gusts of wind. As soon as Manda dug his fangs into the Shikaku and wrapped itself around the beast, Naruto leaped high into the air, right above the sphere that protected Gaara. He reared his fist back and only the deafening roar of the attack itself drowned out his shout. Rasengan. The sand that formed Shikaku's head exploded in a massive cloud of sand. Gaara felt as if he had been hit by a freight train. His head was pounding, and the flow of his blood was loud in his ears. He felt a sharp, coppery taste in his mouth. He realized with a start it was his blood. He opened his aqua eyes and looked straight into the black void that masked Naruto's face. He had lost? He tried to move his arm, but he found he couldn't. He then tried to move the other and felt a sharp, horrible pain race up and down its length. He then noticed that Naruto was getting further away. Was he falling? He opened his mouth and tried to breathe, pain shooting through his chest as he did so, causing him to cough. As he did, he noticed blood, red and coppery, leave his mouth. Naruto watched as the Suna shinobi fell. The red fluid that was his blood flew past his face as his gravitational pull down to the earth was greater than it. Gaara was completely out of it, his right arm was broken, and the muscles in his left arm had been torn to shreds by the Rasengan, even through the sand. Gaara's form was limp as he fell back to earth. While Naruto landed on the forest trees gracefully, Gaara crashed into the tree branches, bouncing like a pinball down to the forest floor. Numerous cracks from both the wood and the boy's bones echoed through the area. He finally hit the ground with a thud. Naruto leapt down, landing on the grass. Not even a rustle of leaves indicating his presence. He unsheathed his blade again, making his way towards him. Gaara slowly opened one eye, his other, covered in blood from a nasty gash on his forehead he had received on his way down. Naruto raised his blade ready to bring it down and end the redhead's life when a cry reached him. No! The Suna Kunoichi threw herself between them, blocking her brother from Naruto. Stand aside. My mission is to eliminate him. Temari shook her head, tears rolling down her cheeks as she stood over her brother's broken body. Move or you perish with him. Naruto spoke coldly. Again she shook her head, planting her feet, stubbornly refusing to move even as he could see the fear shaking her heart, making her quiver. It was a vaguely familiar sight, it brought a memory to him. He turned to the hunter Nin, whose mask had broken due to the chakra-enforced attack, revealing a feminine face. You took his place? Naruto sounded genuinely puzzled. Why? Haku coughed up blood, staining the gray floor of the bridge red. Because, he rasped out. He is someone I would protect, at any cost. Even your own life? Haku nodded, and smiled at the taller blonde. Why? The feminine boy let out a small laugh. You'll have to learn for yourself. Naruto didn't move or say anything for a moment before he raised his left hand. Rest. With a swift chop, Haku's neck broke and he slumped, dead. He shook his head. Why did people continually put their own safety on the line for another? There was no mission here? No assignment as was his vow to the Hokage? He could understand sacrifice for the sake of duty, but this was not that. He didn't know what motivated these people and it infuriated him. Temari's eyes glistened with tears. She kept her eyes fixed on Naruto. Please, don't. Naruto's eyes snapped over to her, frustration and anger over the answers that eluded him made his eyes bleed into red. In a fury he raised his sword. Temari, seeing that he would kill Gaara and her, yelled out without even thinking. Kill me instead. That stopped Naruto. Again, just like that boy on the bridge, she was willing to give her life in exchange for his. Why? That confounded question plagued him more and more these days, like a constant buzzing in his head. She sobbed. Because, he's my brother. She said. A blood bond? Was that the reason they placed one's life above the other? No, Hinata and Niji are blood relatives, as was Uchiha Itachi. So there had to be something else, something deeper than that. While he was contemplating this, a single clump of sand wrapped around Temari's wrist and forcefully yanked her away, pinning her wrist to a nearby tree trunk. Gaara! Temari yelled. Using the last of his strength, Gaara held her in place, breathing heavily. Don't hurt her. He breathed out between gasps for air. You came for me. So kill me. Leave her out of it. Naruto stepped forward and held his blade to Gaara's throat. A small trail of blood fell down his neck as the razor's edge nicked him. Gaara closed his eyes and waited for his death. Naruto, however, stood rooted to place. He willed his arm to move, but the appendage remained stubbornly still. His mind screamed at him to move, complete the mission. But something held him in place. Something was stopping him, holding him back. Like a Nara with a stranglehold on his shadow. But he had to. The Hokage had said? The Hokage had said, to go after Gaara. To stop him. Temari cried as she thought she was about to see her brother die right before her eyes when the most unexpected thing happened. The Konoha Nin sheathed his blade. With a stiff turn the boy left the clearing, leaving a stunned Temari and Gaara behind. A squad of Umbu stared through the purple barrier towards the battle taking place beyond them. They each wanted to simply rush in there and help the old man, but they were practically useless. It was then, in a black blur, that Naruto appeared next to them. Report. He growled at an Umbu with a hawk mask. The Umbu looked at him. Who the hell do you think you are, boy? Get back before you get hurt. He sneered. Naruto unrolled a scroll and in a cloud of smoke, his familiar Umbu mask appeared before them. Making all the Umbu in sight reel in surprise, sending looks of sympathy towards the hawk-masked Umbu who you could practically feel turn white as paper. Your superior. Naruto growled, though none could tell through his mask. Now I will not repeat myself. Report. He commanded. The Umbu hastily bowed and stuttered as he spoke. Yes, Orochimaru has currently used a forbidden jutsu to summon the Shodame and the Nidame. Hokage-sama is fighting, but unless we can break through this barrier then he will most likely lose the battle. Naruto nodded stiffly. Then tell me what the hell you are all doing standing around. The barrier will not fall just by looking at it. Attack. But, if we touch it we'll be incinerated. One Umbu spoke shakily. Then don't touch it. Naruto snapped, beginning his hand seals forming a fire jutsu to hit the force field. The other Umbu spread out and began following his example. Naruto growled after a while. Everything just proved useless. He was about to start another jutsu when he saw something that made him freeze. The Sandaime Hokage was standing, with a sword impaled through his chest. An untold, unexplainable fury gripped him. His fists, held in mid-seal, clenched tightly, so much so that the metallic gauntlets in his hands groaned and cracked loudly. Red chakra bubbled from his feet and continued upwards until it completely covered from head to toe. He looked to the arm holding the blade. The pale arm of the snake Sannin, with a wicked smirk on his lips. His eyes bleed into red mist flowing from beneath his eyes. A blood-curdling howl of rage and bloodlust tore itself from his throat. Orochimaru! Red chakra, burning, evil and violent, exploded from him. The wood beneath his feet lit aflame and soon the chakra took a form around him, taking shape, one tail, followed by another, and finally a third. His red, cloak-like garb was blown away in its ferocity, his hood along with it. With a furious snarl he tore away his face mask as it limited his breathing, showing his jagged whisker-like marks and his bared fangs, in a snarl that twisted his features. The boy reared his hand back, forming a sphere of bright red chakra, spinning far more rapidly than his previous one and being several inches larger. With a battle cry he launched himself at the barrier. As his Rasengan hit the barrier, the purple chakra rose up his arm, trying to burn him to ash, but his own chakra, the fox's chakra, healed him almost as soon as the damage was done. Inside the barrier, the Sound Four had to divert to their second stage curse seals in order to hold the barrier up, and even so they could feel their chakra draining rapidly. If he didn't stop in the next 30 seconds the barrier would collapse. Meanwhile, throughout the entire city of Konoha, shinobi and civilians alike froze in familiar fear as that terrible chakra became known to them. It was the same as 13 years ago. It was the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto snarled as the barrier seemed to buckle beneath his assault. With a final cry, the Rasengan exploded, making a large hole in the barrier that was quickly closing up. Naruto didn't waste a second and leapt straight through the opening. Other shinobi were slow to follow as the barrier closed behind him. Orochimaru, gloating over the death of his sensei, did not notice the approach of the threat until it was far too late. He barely managed to turn before a clawed fist punched straight through his stomach. His eyes went wide and blood escaped his mouth. How? Now? In his moment of triumph? He was going to die? Naruto snarled, pulling his arm out of the man's stomach with a sick squelching sound before his second hand lashed out at Orochimaru's face, tearing off his entire lower jaw. Before the snake Sannin could fall, however, Naruto caught him by his hair, raised him up to eye level and formed a third Rasengan before slamming it into the man's chest, right above his heart. The attack twisted and turned, blowing the snake Nin's mangled corpse into his own barrier where he was immediately turned to ash. Naruto let the red chakra recede into him, before he turned to the Hokage, who was breathing faintly. He knelt. "Hokage-sama?" he asked. His voice, now unaltered, made the Hokage open his eyes. He looked upon Naruto's unmasked face and smiled. I am glad I got to see you again, before I die." He spoke his hand, moving slowly to grasp Naruto's. "I am sorry, Naruto, I failed you. It was my mission to protect you, it is my failing here." Sarutobi coughed up blood. His life, fading from his clouded eyes. One regret. Only one. Now that he was out of the way, the council would no doubt put him back into the Umbu, undoing all of their progress. But, perhaps he could give him one last mission, one that would help him discover his humanity again. "Naruto, come closer." He gasped out, his breaths weak. "I have one last assignment for you." The blond boy, ever the faithful servant, leaned in. "Yes, Hokage-sama." "Naruto, your last order, your last order is to make a world of peace, where people can be happy. This is my last order." And with that said, the Sandaime Hokage gasped his last. His head, rolling to the side. Naruto bowed his head. Slowly, he put one arm under the old man's knees, and the other, under his back. He silently lifted the old man in his arms. His face set in stone, hiding everything. He had his final mission. Chapter 13, This Council Must Be. Naruto stood atop the Hokage monument, firmly holding a scroll in his right hand. Jiraiya had given it to him. He said he had found it in Sarutobi's office safe after cracking the code. The contents still drifted through his thoughts. This scroll is meant for the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. By order of the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto, if you are reading this, then I am no doubt already long dead from sealing the bijou, Kyuubi no Kitsune, into you. I have asked Sarutobi to decree that you are to be named Konoha's hero, but I am not naive. They will not respect my wishes. A blotch of ink obscures the next lines. I had hoped to leave you a legacy, sadly however my home, along with every technique I had ever invented and written in my scrolls, including the one thing I'd hoped to teach you, Hyration, have been destroyed by the beast we now. Another blotch. All I can leave you is my love. And I regret knowing that will not be enough. I do not have much time, so I must make this quick. Your mother died giving birth to. The words are illegible. Me yourself, it is not your fault. And know that no matter what your choices are my son, you have our full support. With love, Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. As the words in the scrolls ran through his mind, a part of him felt betrayed. He felt betrayed by Sarutobi. He had never asked who his parents were, it never really concerned him. It didn't matter. But, the Hokage had kept this from him? Why had he done it? Why had he kept it from him? Was it because he didn't think he was ready? Because he did not want him to know his heritage? The Hokage would not do this out of simple malice. Naruto knew him well enough to know that much. He had a reason. But still, his reason eluded him. He shook his head to clear his foolish thoughts. He wouldn't get a reason now. So it was best to simply set this aside and think of the best way to fulfill Sarutobi's last order. Create a world of peace where people can be happy. An impossible task in this world of shadows and death. War loomed over every country every minute of every day. All it would really take was for any ninja nation to capture a foreign ninja on their terrain and they could easily declare war. Or if not, just declare war outright to test the strength of their village. So how was he to do this? There was a very simple answer, one that came to him easily. It was viable, dangerous, but viable, just as all things in the ninja world were. But still, some arrangements would need to be made. With that thought in mind, Naruto pocketed his scroll, turned and left. He had plans to make. Meanwhile, back in a certain ramen stand, Jiraiya sat, noisily slurping his noodles. His large form standing out among the crowd that walked through Konoha's streets. The village civilians were abuzz with the apparent revival of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. As he set his bowl down, he hit his chest a few times and stifled a few burps before standing on his stool. How much do I owe you, old man? Techui looked from behind the counter. That'll be 20 ryo, Jiraiya-sama. The Toad Sannin took out his wallet and put a decent-sized clump of money on the table. Keep the change, he called as he exited the stall. Stepping outside, he looked up to the sky. So you gonna join me? He didn't even have to look behind him as Kakashi closed his book with an audible snap and walked up next to the taller man. Jiraiya spoke. You know the council may try something against him soon. Kakashi nodded. Yes. He drawled slowly. What are you getting at? Jiraiya paused, weighing his words. Should they try something, I am going to take Naruto out of here myself. He turned to Kakashi. Are you willing to help me? Kakashi scratched his chin before shrugging and nodding. Yeah, and I think I might know a few others that would help too. Jiraiya nodded. Good, find them and make sure they can be trusted. And then should something happen, gather them. He smiled. I'll toss in this for good measure. He pulled out a golden Ika book. Broad letters going across the cover. Book number 1 limited edition extended version. Kakashi gasped and his eyes watered, comically glistening with tears. The rare limited, gold edition of Ika Tactics, Volume 1. Mint condition. Jiraiya added with a wicked smirk. Oh yeah, Kakashi was practically his. He would take on the whole Umbu division by himself if this book was on the line. Kakashi snapped out of it and cleared his throat. Whatever you need me to do, consider it done. Jiraiya nodded and tossed him the book. Get your friends. Then keep them and yourself on alert. Kakashi nodded and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Jiraiya sighed and looked to the sky again. Minato, you would be ashamed of us all. Meanwhile in the Hyuga compound, a certain branch member sat before his father's grave in contemplative silence. He had come here, since that day, about 3 days ago when he had overheard the conversation between Hinata, Hanabi, and his uncle. A part of him, a large part, wanted nothing more than to curse Hinata and Hanabi to the same hell that was this slavery of being a branch member. But another part of him, one he had buried beneath bitterness and hate, protested, almost painfully at those thoughts. He hated the main house, he hated it with a passion, but never once had he ever heard of either Hinata or Hanabi using the caged bird seal to punish or subdue a branch member, in stark contrast to their father and almost any other main house member he could recall offhand. He could escape, but he would be dooming them to his fate. He could save them, all it would take was to decline Hayashi's nomination of him to clan head. That meant he would remain here. He would be left as a branch member. As a human with a leash. Or Hayashi could kill him. And then he couldn't blame fate. Fate robbed you of choice. And he would be choosing his fate this time. Father, what should I do? What would you do? Deep in the tunnels beneath Konoha, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki moved silently, clad in his old cloak and mask. The umbu parted, allowing him passage while saluting. He may not be the most liked person in Konoha, but no one in the umbu corps crossed him, ever. As he reached the holding cell he was searching for, the umbu saluted again before opening the iron door of the cell. He stepped in, his eyes glowed behind his mask, adapting quickly to the dimly lit room. 5 figures, all bound with chakra-absorbing chains and surrounded by specially designed chakra-dampening seals were spread around the room. Another one of these dickless fuckheads come to beat us for helping kill the old fart. A girl with red hair snarled from her corner of the room. Tayuya, ladies shouldn't. Shut up, you fat piece of shit. She lashed at a fat boy with a mohawk, making him cease his speech mid-sentence. Another, with 4 arms, chuckled from his place in the room, as did another who had pale purple hair, purple eyeliner and purple lipstick. Quite the odd assortment of bodyguards Orochimaru had chosen. But the one who caught his eye was the pale boy at the end of the room. Those 2 dots on his forehead, that was the symbol of the Kagaya. It appears they were not all wiped out. Kimimaro spoke up. Quiet, all of you. Immediately the room went silent as he glanced up at Naruto, glaring. What do you want? The 5 of you are from Orochimaru's personal guard, he stated. Tayuya and Jirobu stiffened. He spoke up. I know that voice, he said shakily. You're that the umbu that killed Orochimaru-sama, she said, swallowing the lump in her throat and the curse word lodged in her voice box. Kimimaro glared at him and stood, lunging at the blonde with surprising speed. His curse seal pulsed with effort as he tried to call upon its power. A small bone spike appeared from his palm. He had wanted a full blade, but the seal-absorbing chains were completely messing up his chakra control. As he reached striking distance, however, he came to a full and sudden stop as Naruto lazily caught his throat and held him a good foot off the ground and tossed him to the wall with a sickening crack. You will cease your foolish desire for revenge now, or I will kill the lot of you without another word. Kimimaro coughed and wheezed as he tried to get air back into his lungs. Tayuya turned and spoke. What the hell do you want? Naruto's eyes flashed beneath his mask. I want to make a deal. Sasuke sat in the Uchiha compound, meditating over the events of the last few months. The 3rd Hokage, supposedly the strongest ninja in the village, was defeated by his old student, someone who had left the village. Some rumors stated that he was killed afterwards, others said he escaped. But one thing is what appeared in Sasuke's mind. He had left the village. He had left the village and was strong enough to kill the 3rd Hokage. Itachi, the day he chose to leave the village, had killed the most powerful clan in Konoha. To Sasuke's mind, a pattern was definitely there. If he wanted strength, he had to leave this village as well. It could offer him nothing. And so it was, his eyes bleeding into crimson, that Sasuke packed his few belongings and with a leap over the Uchiha clan wall, left the Hidden Leaf village in the dead of night. The next day, the council were heatedly arguing over who should be nominated as the next Hokage. An argument already held the previous day, that they had made no headway in. It looked like they were getting nowhere fast today either. Jiraiya stood, near the door, silently observing. He was here only for Naruto. He wanted to make sure the council did not make a move against him. He could care less as to who they chose as the next Hokage. Unfortunately, that meant he would have to sit and listen to this bullshit all damn day. Just to make sure he would be the first to know should anything be done or proposed against Naruto. It was no secret that the civilian population was in a complete uproar because of his now exposed identity. Not too many in the council would be above killing him to increase their popularity. Even less were above the fear of him. So they would kill him for that. He was snapped out of his thoughts as the doors to the chambers were burst open and in walked in the very boy that held his thoughts. After a moment though, his eyes narrowed. Something was off about this. He was wearing his umbu cloak, but not his mask. Hamura, one of the head councilmen, stood and addressed the young man as he walked into the center of the room. Uzumaki, what is the meaning of this? Naruto stopped walking and stood right in the center of the room. Honorable Council. The boy spoke in his usual monotone drawl. I thought that this would be the best time to inform you of the late Sandame's final orders. The entire chamber immediately broke out in hushed whispers. It took a moment for Hamura to silence them. He cleared his throat before beginning again. And what would those be, Uzumaki-san? Naruto spoke. Before Sarutobi-sama perished, he spoke his final orders to me. He told me, make a world of peace, where people can be happy. More murmurs broke out in the council and faint snickers could be heard, indicating just what they thought of the idea. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. A world of peace? What exactly does he mean by that? Hamura hid his chuckles with coughs as he addressed the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. I see, and just how do you plan on carrying out this assignment? As you and I both know, Council Hamura, our nation is at constant war. Peace has been unknown in this land for the past millennia. The reason for this is simple, so many nations all vying for power. There can be no peace as long as the land remains divided. There must be unity in order for peace to come. There cannot be 5 shinobi nations. There can only be dash. You cannot be serious. Someone interrupted. Almost outright laughing, are we to listen to this a moment longer? There can only be one nation, one shinobi village, one empire. Without this, there can never be any peace. Hamura raised an eyebrow, listening to the scoffing voices and irritated whispers. He knew Naruto was taking this seriously, however. So he did his best to at least pretend the argument was worth taking seriously. He cleared his throat. Such a proposal is foolish. There is no way we can conquer every hidden village on our own. Naruto spoke up now. IWA is weak from their loss to us from the war. Kyuubi has also recently lost a great deal of shinobi in a confrontation they had with IWA, weakening both countries. Kiri is locked in a civil war and the morale of Suna is all but crushed at their loss to us. Now is the perfect opportunity, perhaps the only one. Hamura's jaw tightened. Enough was enough, Uzumaki, this is a fool's proposal. I suggest you head back to Umbu headquarters and take your next assignment. Naruto stared blankly at the old man. Then you will not carry out your Hokage's last order? That old peace-loving fool was delirious during the time of his death. It is a foolish ambition. Danzo spoke. I see. Naruto said softly, reaching into his cloak, pulling out his Umbu mask. The room stilled. You are dismissed, Uzumaki. Hamura spoke. Naruto ignored him, untying the straps behind the mask so he could place it over his face. Uzumaki, you are dismissed. Hamura called, beginning to worry. You are to follow the orders of this council. Naruto looked up at him, his mask stopping midway to his face. No, I am trained as it states in the Shinobi Rule number 300, paragraph 5, verse 3. I am to follow the orders of my Hokage. None of you have, nor are worthy of that title, therefore, I am not obligated to obey your orders. Jiraiya stared at the scene with wide, disbelieving eyes. Just what the hell was he about to do? Naruto spoke as his mask slowly drew closer and closer to his face. I have heard that the Yondaime wished me to be treated like a hero. Every councilman in the room suddenly grew very pale. His final order was ignored by this council. He said, placing the mask on his face. As will the Sandaime's final order, now be ignored by this council. He clicked the straps behind his head, holding his mask in place. He began unsheathing the sword. It appears this council does not pay respect to its fallen leaders. He unsheathed his other sword. Therefore, he finally looked up, his eyes glowing a fearsome crimson behind his mask. I find this council unfit to rule and must be. For figures fell from the roof, surrounding the council seats in a purple barrier. Jiraiya felt his eyes go wide and he stepped forward, when a second barrier, one that protected the Sound Four's backs, appeared, barring his path. Naruto's blades lit aflame. Eliminated. Chapter 14, Falling Leaves. The village hidden in the leaves, also known as Konoha, had always prided itself on numerous things. Its great number of fine ninja, the fact that their Yondaime Hokage was also known as the greatest ninja the world had ever seen, the prestige of its clans, the fresh, crisp, clean air its dense forests provided. But most of all, the fact that its ninja always helped each other. No one simply fought one Konoha ninja, they fought an entire team, because one Konoha ninja always assisted his comrade. But in a single instant, that peace, that unity, that camaraderie, was shattered. Uzumaki Naruto, the demon of Konoha, the living weapon of the Hidden Leaf Village, had killed nearly the entire shinobi council in one fell swoop. Only 6 had survived. The Inuzuka and Aburame clan heads, Inuzukatsume and Aburame Shibi, had been away on a mission, as had the clan heads of the Akamichi and Nara clans. Akimichi Chausa and Nara Shurkato. The only 3 councilmen that had survived the massacre and had been present was the clan head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, the Yamanaka clan head Yamanaka Inoichi, and the leader of the Root Umbu division, Danzu, and the only reason those 3 had escaped was because Inoichi had managed to invade the mind of Tayuya, making her drop the barrier just in time for the 3 to make their exit. Word soon spread like wildfire of the coup and the idealistic reason behind it. Naruto had taken the Kage Tower as his operations base. Too few remained to properly organize an attack against him. The Hokage and the council was dead, none held the rank to order an assault by the Jounin and Umbu. Until they reorganized, he was safe. It appeared, however, as if the shinobi population and the civilian population would simply side with the Hyuga or Danzu when the time came. But that would soon change. Kakashi silently leapt up over the rooftops of the village of the hidden leaves. Rain pelted against his body, making small pit-pat sounds against his forehead protector. He ignored it however as he continued making his way up the Hokage monument, where he could see a figure standing above the fourth Hokage's head. In only a few minutes he made his way there, standing before the tall figure of Jiraiya the Toad Sannin. He walked up behind him. His face serious. "Is it true?" Jiraiya shrugged. "Yeah, he killed the council. I was asking about the other little tidbit of information." Jiraiya looked to the sky. "You're asking whether or not I still support him?" Kakashi nodded. Jiraiya didn't even turn to face him, he merely continued to look upon the night sky. Finally, after almost a minute he spoke. "Yeah, I do." "Why?" Kakashi asked shocked. "He's planning on starting another war." "No, he's planning to start another war that we can't win." "Kakashi," Jiraiya cut in. "When I saw him, that day in the council chamber, at first I thought he was insane, but, right now, I truly believe that he might very well be able to do it. He can bring an end to this never-ending spiral of war." "It's a dream, Jiraiya, not even Sensei could hope to do it," Kakashi said somewhat somberly. "A world without war, it was a nice dream, but dreams were dust." "Just a dream," Jiraiya said, his voice, barely a whisper, drowned out by the rains. He turned to face the silver-haired ninja, his arms crossed over his chest. Then Kakashi spread the word that Jiraiya, the second Sannin, the Toad Sage and Sensei to the Yondaime Hokage, will grant his full support to achieve Uzumaki Naruto's dream. Kakashi's single eye went wide, but before he could speak anymore, Jiraiya leapt off of the Kage monument, the howls of the wind and the pitter-patter of the rain being the only things left in his wake. When news spread throughout Konoha that Jiraiya of the Sannin supported the demon, the civilian and shinobi population were torn in two. Many wanted to head to the Hyuga clan house and seek refuge there, believing that the walls and might of the Hyuga clan would prevail over any adversary. The division was literally splitting Konoha in two. It would be made apparent in the next fateful event. Naruto stood at the balcony of Sarutobi's old office staring over the village of Konoha. He could see the Hyuga clan house at the other side of the village from this vantage. He turned at the sound of the door opening. Jiraiya, the strongest shinobi currently under his command, entered with a calm expression on his features. The Toad Sannin walked past him and leaned on the railings of the balcony. "You know," he began, "in order to even have a hope of getting this ambition of yours off the ground, you first need to win this political game." Naruto nodded. He was about to respond when the door opened again, this time revealing the Sound Ninja, Tayuya and Kidamaru. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly. He knew they were somewhat necessary due to the few number of actual supporters Naruto had, but he still didn't have to like working with one of the people that helped kill his sensei. They then noticed that the two were dragging someone along. It appeared to be a person hidden in a cloak. They dropped their prisoner unceremoniously on the floor. "We caught this fuck trying to get into the tower," Tayuya said, kicking the person's side. "I managed to suffocate them with my webbing enough to knock them out." Naruto nodded. "Remove the cloak." Tayuya knelt down and did so, revealing none other than the Hyuga heiress. "Wake her," Naruto ordered. Tayuya shifted through her pocket and took out a small wrapping of smelling salts. She cracked it and set it to the girl's nose. Hinata awoke with a start, pushing herself away from the stinging smell that brought tears to her eyes. She wiped them and looked around dimly lit room. Seeing Jiraiya of the Sannin, two Sound Ninja and the one person she came to see. "Naruto," she began. "What are you doing here?" he asked. She bowed her head. "I came here to ask for your help." Tayuya snorted. "Then why the hell were you trying to sneak in?" "Because if my father catches wind of this, then I'll never be able to save my sister," she responded, the Sound Girl. She went to stand when Kidamaru put a kunai to her throat. "I say she's lying," he said, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. "I say we kill her, send a message to the Hyuga." "I gave no such order, Kidamaru." Naruto's voice stopped him cold. He slowly removed the blade from her person and allowed her to stand. "Speak," he commanded the girl that at one point was his charge. Hinata bowed her head. "My father has decreed that my sister and I are to receive the branch family curse seal." She bit out the word father and curse seal like they were poison. "I'm asking for your help. Take us in." After several seconds of silence she added rather hastily. "I don't care if you don't trust me, but at least take my sister," she said, letting desperation begin to show in her voice. Naruto idly found himself mulling over the reason she would do such a thing. She cared not for her well-being but that of her sister. The reasons for such acts of selflessness continued to elude him. Nevertheless, now was not the time to ponder his little curiosity. He had a civil war to win. You seek asylum. He said slowly before turning to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, would you know how to destroy the branch family curse seal? The toad hermit paused for a moment before he nodded slowly. Yeah, Minato was planning to eliminate that division of the main house and branch house bullshit. So he had a branch member secretly take scrolls from the Hyuga vault and give them to him. He did some research on what the guy gave him, and we discovered that what the caged bird seal does is that it disrupts the electrical discharges in the nerves that go from the brain to the heart. When that happens, the brain cannot tell the heart to keep pumping, and basically, after about a minute or so, the person dies. Based on his research, I'm pretty sure I can remove the caged bird seal without much problems. He explained. Naruto nodded and turned back to Hinata. I will assist you, under 2 conditions. He stated slowly. Hinata nodded. Anything? She responded. First, you are to return to your estate and secretly spread the word among the branch house members, that should they side with us, all of their caged bird seals will be removed. Should they accept the offer, they are to leave the Hyuga house, under the cover of darkness in 3 days. Our preparations will be made by then. How do you know one of those branch guys won't just tell this to the main house guys? Kidamaru asked. Because, the branch house is loyal to the branch house, and each and every one of them wants freedom. We can give them that. Naruto explained. It had some risks, like all strategies, but the gains far outweighed said risks. Hinata nodded slowly. It would be difficult, but it wasn't so bad. The bitch would be getting caught. And the second thing. Naruto turned his attention back to her. When you and the branch house arrive, you are to make an official declaration that you found evidence that your father was planning to place a monarchy, with the Hyuga as the ruling class once this was over, and every civilian and ninja bello jounin that was not part of the main house of the Hyuga clan would have the caged bird seal. Hinata at this point stopped, her eyes wide in disbelief. But, he wasn't planning on doing any of that. I know. He answered. All but shrugging. We are at war, Hinata. Your claim to have found such evidence will turn both the majority of the civilian population and, more importantly, the majority of the ninja population to our side. Hinata looked away and bit her lip. It was one thing to free the branch house, something she had dreamed of doing already, but to discredit her father and half of the clan that way. Admittedly, her father was a bastard, who preferred his political image rather than his own family, but, still. She took a deep shaky breath and thought of the one person she had gone through so much trouble of sneaking out of the Hyuga house for. Her sister Hanabi. If she had to do it for anyone, she would do it for her. She looked straight into the shadows that covered Naruto's face and nodded determinedly. I'll do it. Naruto himself nodded. Good, return to the compound and spread the word. They must leave in 3 days, anyone that comes in sooner or later will be considered a spy and dealt with accordingly. Hinata nodded, and with a deep bow she turned and left. 3 days later. Hinata-nichan. Hanabi whispered as the two leapt from one of the windows of the compound. Are you sure about this? She asked as she looked around, somewhat scared. Hinata nodded. She knew the path would be clear, simply because the branch house members were the ones on patrol, while the main house rested inside. A woman, who Hinata recognized as a branch member, dropped down next to them. Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama, please, we must hurry, it won't be long before someone of the main house realizes we are gone. She whispered hurriedly as she began dragging them along. They reached and leapt over the wall without incident, and as soon as they did, Hinata could see the shadowy forms of other branch house members leaping through the rooftops, heading for the Kage Tower. As they were about to follow, however, a single figure dropped down in front of her. She snapped her eyes up and felt them widen in fear as she came across the form of her father, deep scowl etched across his face. Hayashi snapped his eyes to the fearful-looking branch member standing next to his 2 daughters and began forming the seal that would activate the cage bird seal. Kaiten. Hayashi snapped his head to the side just as the spinning shield of Chakra formed, hitting him and knocking him away, smashing him into a building. The sphere of Chakra dissipated, revealing Niji? Hinata said, astounded that her cousin had come to help her. Hinata-sama, run. I'll stall him. He said, settling himself into the Juken stance. Hinata stood, but Niji. Just go. He yelled. Soon the shock would wear off and Hayashi would deal with them. He could only buy 10 or 20 seconds. He turned to the other woman. Take them now. He said desperately. The woman hesitated for a moment before nodding and grabbing both Hinata and Hanabi by the waists before they could protest. Niji. She yelled, struggling to release the woman's hold on her. Niji looked back to Hayashi, who was just beginning to pick himself out of the rubble. The man stood and glared at his nephew. You do realize that you just dug your own grave, Niji? He said coldly. The youth simply nodded and took a deep breath. At least I die with a clean conscience. He looked straight into the older man's eyes. Can you say the same? Hayashi narrowed his eyes before forming a single seal. Niji grasped his head in pain. As the seal took effect, he then gripped his heart once before falling over, dead. The Hyuga clan head looked to the distance, where the Kage Tower was. Soon, a purple barrier formed around it. He narrowed his eyes. Now he was worried. Once more, word spread through the village that half of the Hyuga clan had defected to Naruto. Compounding this was Hinata's statement regarding her father's supposed plans, spurring fear into the people. Outrage was fierce and immediate. Now, many people feared even approaching the Hyuga estate. These same people were wary of Danzo's militaristic policies as well. Despite this, however, Naruto's camp and power had not grown. As mistrustful as they might have been, the remaining population was still terrified of the notion of a rule under the demon of Konoha. The small rift that had formed was now tearing actively the country in two as panic made way for disorder, and disorder carved its way to violence. With mayhem and riots spreading through the streets of the city, too few remained to enforce order. The gap was widening. Naruto shifted through the report Jiraiya had written for him. They now had roughly 75 Hyugas that had knowledge of the ninja arts and 30 to 40 that did not and were merely maids or servants. Those he had placed to handle the administrative works, while others were assuming the roles of sentries and scouts. The most experienced training the weaker clan members. A Hyuga entered the door. Naruto-sama, he said, bowing. Naruto found it strange, this perspective. Instead of being the serf, he was now the commander, not the commanded. It was quite odd for him. What is it? He addressed the man. There are several ninja that are requesting an audience with you. Do you have their names? The man nodded slightly. Yes, one is Hatake Kakashi, another is Mato Guy and Yuhi Kurenai. It appears that Guy has brought 2 of his students as well. 3 of Konoha's elites. Naruto mused. He nodded. Very well, escort them here. The Hyuga bowed once before exiting the room. Moments later they entered. He noticed that Kurenai, judging by her body language and demeanor, was upset and somewhat emotional. Mato Guy wore a somber frown on his face, as did his carbon copy behind him, along with the girl, who was struggling to keep from crying. Her eyes were bloodshot red and her cheeks held dried tear stains. So he addressed the most collected of the group. Kakashi, why are you 3 here? The copy ninja, in his ever-lazy attitude, spoke up. Well, quite frankly, we came to join you. And what would be the reason for your decision? Kakashi shrugged and took out his book. A number of reasons, really, he said offhandedly. Speak them, Kakashi, or leave, Naruto said, quickly losing patience with the man. Kurenai for her part was glad that he was directing his questions to Kakashi. She was not sure if she could answer them properly, reliving the events that had occurred just hours beforehand between herself and Asuma. Kurenai, have you lost your mind? He yelled at her. How can you even think of supporting him? He'll lead us all into a stupid war that none of us can win. He'll bring the leaf down around our ears. Asuma. Kurenai spoke calmly. The Hyuga clan wants to enslave us, and Danzo will eventually do the same thing Naruto wants to do. At least he has the strength to back up his claims, she said. That is a monster. He'll burn the world and say it's all in the name of peace. And what of the Hyuga and Danzo? At least the Hyuga have emotions. And whose fault is that? She snapped, glaring at him, her ruby red eyes narrowing in anger as she walked up to him and poked him in the chest. It was your father who made him that way. If someone is to blame for what he is, it's him. Asuma threw his cigarette to the floor and closed his eyes, his expression showing his distaste. Look, Kurenai, do whatever you want. It was an event replaying itself throughout the city. Guy meanwhile watched his 2 students with a concerned gaze. It was this morning that they had received word that Niji had died the other day. Guy had rushed to the scene and found that there was no blood, no superficial wounds of any kind, so he had quickly deduced one thing. The branch family curse seal. Lee and Tenten were both orphans. The girl lived off of an inheritance her parents had left her after the Kyuubi attack, and he had all but adopted Lee. When he had told them the news, their first reaction had been disbelief. They kept asking if he was joking. When it became apparent he was not, they had both cried. He had hugged them then. Not his usual boisterous yells of youth hugs that he had given them as a team, but a comforting one. Letting their tears soak the shoulders of his Jounin vest. It had been Niji's death that had pushed him in his decision to come here. He could not go to the Hyugas. Even if the claims of them wanting slavery were false, he could never support a clan that killed their own in such a way. Lee and Tenten had followed. He was brought out of his reverie by Kakashi speaking. And the last reason would be because your ambition is something that we might need in this world. Naruto nodded. Very well. And you, Mato Guy, what is your reason for joining me? Guy cleared his throat and spoke seriously. Well, to be perfectly blunt, you are the lesser evil. Even should I choose to lead the Leaf to more war after this is over. Guy paused before nodding slowly. Naruto turned to Kurenai. I assume that would be your reason as well. She too nodded. A silence descended upon them for a few minutes before Naruto spoke. Very well. You are dismissed. One of the Hyugas outside the door will lead you to your rooms. The 3 Jounins and 2 Genins bowed once before leaving. It was soon after word spread that Kakashi, the copy nin, Madogai the taijutsu master and Yuhi Kurenai the genjutsu mistress had joined Naruto that ninja, from Umbu to Jounin began to join Naruto, having what were arguably Konoha's 4 most powerful ninjas under his belt had added a form of prestige and more importantly, power to his bid for rulership. It was at this time that Hyuga Hayashi began to counter the accusations laid against him, counter-claiming that, rather than lying, that his daughter was being influenced by the power of the Kyuubi no Yoko. In light of this equally false claim, many of the civilian populace began to turn to him once again, as did a number of the ninja. When the head of the Aburame, Akamichi, Inuzuka and Nara clans returned, things only seemed to get worse. Aburame Shibi, Shino's father, had declared that he would side with Naruto, surprising most of the clans. A small faction of Aburame clan that disagreed with him had fled to the Hyuga estate. The same thing had happened with the Inuzuka clan, only that it had been the opposite factions. Tsum had sided with the Hyuga clan while a faction of the Inuzuka had joined Naruto. The Ino Shikacho trio had joined the Hyuga clan. A powerful blow against Naruto's claim, all but equaling the clout of Kakashi, Kurenai and Guy at his command. These 2 events had garnered most of the civilians of Konoha to join the Hyuga clan. It was only by the names of the ninja joining Naruto, however, names such as Shiranui Gunma, Midorishi Anko, and Marino Ibiki, that the ninja population was finally swayed to place themselves under his command. Now that everyone is in place, all that remained to be decided was the victor. Naruto stood in what was now dubbed his office with a group of his strongest ninja in it. The previous Sound 4/5 stood by the far wall, exchanging weary glances with the Konoha shinobi, which consisted Jiraiya, Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, Anko and Ibiki. He spoke slowly, staring off into the distance. Now that we have the necessary support, we must decide who we must strike first. Jiraiya took it from there. The problem is that, since we are practically even against both the Hyuga and Danzo, then if 2 factions fight, the losses they would inflict on each other would give the other remaining factor the opportunity to beat the victorious side. But striking both at the same time is out of the question. As a wise man said, if you go after 2 hares you will catch neither. Anko spoke. But, why hasn't Danzo attacked us yet? I mean, he hasn't made a move to kill us before we were prepared, so that means that he isn't that much of a threat. Jiraiya shook his head. No, it was just that the majority of his root Umbu were out on mission and he couldn't make his move against us. My spies have confirmed that. Tomorrow though the last of his ninja will arrive, meaning he'll be at full strength again. Kakashi spoke then. The Hyuga clan have nearly the same strengths as us, so I would attack them. Danzo and his Umbu are relatively normal ninja and few if any have bloodline limits, so I think we can handle them after the Hyuga are dealt with. As the argument continued whether to attack the Hyuga or Danzo first, it was interrupted by their leader. We will attack them both. His voice silenced the arguing individuals in an instant. Jiraiya turned to him. Naruto, dividing our forces at a time like this is foolhardy. We will not divide the troops. He explained, cutting him off. I will go and deal with the Hyuga clan. By yourself? Kurenai asked, openly gaping at him. It's official. He's lost it. Tayuya muttered to herself. Naruto. Kakashi spoke up. You know that, up until this point I have supported you in almost everything you've done, but I must say this, are you completely out of your mind or just pretending for dramatic tension? The Hyuga clan taijutsu is considered to be the greatest taijutsu in Konoha. There is no way you could beat them all even with their currently weakened state. Not only that, but they have nearly the entire Inuzuka clan and more than half of the Chunin population of Konoha aiding them, along with the very powerful Ino Shikacho trio. Ibiki spoke up. They continued to argue with him until he calmly spoke up again. Enough. This is what I have decided. Jiraiya, you are to lead the attack against Danzo. I do not care how you do it, but you have 3 days to prepare for it. You are all dismissed. He spoke with a tone that indicated his decision was final, and while most of them didn't like it they each filed out. Hyuga Estate, refugee camp. Hey forehead. Came Ino's loud voice. Sakura turned and saw her former friend/rival approaching. Ino? She asked as the girl embraced her. The past few weeks had been nothing but absolutely hectic. Their world had just started spinning faster and faster and it didn't seem like it would stop. Seeing a familiar face among the chaos was a relief in and of itself. Hey forehead, when did you show up? Ino asked, pulling away. Just yesterday? Why? Because, me, Chuji, Shikamaru and Kiba are all over by the tents near the lake. She said, smiling. Come on, let's go. She said, dragging the pink-haired girl along. It was a few moments later they arrived where their friends were all sitting by the fireplace. Hey guys, look who I found. Ino yelled, catching their attention. Kiba, Shikamaru and Chuji all turned and saw their former classmate. Sakura? Kiba asked, shocked. The pink-haired girl smiled and sat down. Hey Kiba. She greeted before looking around. It's been really confusing these last few days. Can anyone explain just what the hell is going on? Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. And was rewarded by a smack to the back of the head by Ino. You idiot. She's just as confused as we were, so explain it. He grumbled some more before talking. You remember that guy that took the Chunin exam some weeks ago with Hinata and Sasuke? At the girl's nod he continued. Well, apparently, he killed off the entire council in a coup. He says he wants to bring peace to the world. In his mind that's apparently conquering the world. And so now, the village is split between the Hyuga and their supporters, namely our clans, a guy called Danzo and his division of Umbu and this Naruto guy and his supporters, were at civil war. But, who would support a guy that wants to conquer the world? Sakura asked. Shikamaru shrugged. Either they agree with his ambition or they're afraid of him. Supposedly he's got Jiraiya of the Sannin, the copy ninja, Hinata Sasuke and his old sensei, Kiba's and your old sensei Kurenai, half of the Hyuga clan itself and most of the Aburames helping him. That would include your old teammate Shino. Sakura and Kiba both looked somber at that. Shino was a good friend, the fact that they may possibly have to fight against him was not something they wanted. Meanwhile 3 men watched the children with grim faces. Did we make the right choice, Shurkato? The largest one asked. I don't know. And it's too troublesome to figure out. Shurkato said with a sigh. I cannot support him. Inoichi said. I will not support him. Wars are not won overnight, they can last years, decades even. I won't raise my little girl in the same environment we grew up in. It isn't right. The blonde-haired man said. It's a good goal, but the price will be much too high. He stated somberly. Shurkato and Chuza said nothing, there was simply nothing to say. Naruto stood in contemplative silence. He was making a mental list of possible strategies he could use against the Hyuga. He knew the layout of the estate, it had been part of his training to know every major clan district in Konoha in order to properly defend it should one clan be attacked. Ironic, that what they had once been using for their protection, was now going to bring about their downfall. He was snapped out of his thoughts as he heard footsteps behind him. He turned and found Hinata approaching. She stopped, about 5 feet away and looked at him for a moment before she spoke. I heard that you were going to lead the assault on the clan house. A nod was her only answer. She nodded, looking down. I see. Was her response before she turned and left. Naruto did not know why, but he felt compelled to give her a choice. Would you like me to spare him? Hinata stopped for a moment before she said one word. No. Chapter 15, Assault on the Hyuga clan. Hayashi stood in his study, shifting through the blueprints of the Hokage tower, to see if he could find some kind of weak point or perhaps some passageway he could use to sneak in. He snarled angrily when he came up with nothing. The tower was built as a virtual all-or-nothing last-stand fortress. From both the outside and in it seemed as if it was nothing more than an administrative building, but it hid a myriad of trap-doors and booby traps, along with a virtual honeycomb of secret doors within the building itself. They all linked up to the main office, but there was no passage that could get him into the tower, lest it be from the front door. He sighed tiredly and rubbed his head. It was then one of the main house members that had been placed as his personal guard barreled into the door. Hayashi-sama. He said, bowing. One of the Inuzuka scouts reported that a battle is currently taking place at the outskirts of Danzo's Root Umbu base. Hayashi paused. If the demon was moving against Danzo, then he could ambush his troops when the battle was over and they were still tired. He let a slow smirk cross his lips and was about to issue the order to organize the men when a faint yell reached his ears, followed by several large crashes. There was silence after that for a second, then 3 huge explosions shook the compound. What the devil? He ran out of his study. He made his way down the hall and towards a second-story window that overlooked the courtyard. What he saw made fear grip his heart. The entire east side of the courtyard was demolished and the great pristine walls that had previously surrounded the area were now nothing but rubble. 4 giant snakes, each differentiating slightly in color, rampaged through the area, slamming, biting and thrashing against the Chunin that emerged from their tents. Before he could do much, another series of explosions rocked the west wing of the compound. He rushed over immediately. When he arrived, he was not greeted by snakes this time, but by flames. Fire seemed to blanket the entire floor, the orange, reddish light casting the area in a hellish crimson. And in the center Hayashi saw him, his single red robe-like hood, shading his face and eyes from view, his metallic mask glinting in the firelight. Two blades, baptized in scarlet liquid seemed to move as if they were made of it, the flowing, graceful, yet brutal movements, somehow managed to contrast yet blend, with the inferno around them. Naruto moved like a machine, leaning back to avoid a volley of shuriken. He turned to the attacker, whom was already in the air, leaping as if to stab him in the junction between his neck and shoulder. His toes curled inside of his boot, before his leg moved as if a blur, kicking the ninja solidly, between his chest and his stomach, pushing the wind clear out of him. He fell to the grassy floor, rolling once to escape the flames that even now still spread. The man was clutching his chest in pain, hacking and wheezing in an attempt to get air back in his lungs. He turned to face his next attacker, ducking under a spin kick before delivering a harsh backhand to the ninja's face with his right hand, followed by a slice across his chest with the sword in his left. The ninja fell over with a dull thud. The blonde-haired Jinchuriki faintly heard the sound of footsteps to his right over the roar of the flames and the screaming of the injured. He saw a dozen or so enemies to his side, forming hand seals for different jutsu. He sheathed his two blades and formed his own set of hand seals. "Katan, Sakoku," he yelled, as flames came from his mouthpiece and spread across the ground like a wave. Before the flames reached them, however, he formed another set of seals. "Futon, Atsugai," he yelled, extending an open palm. A massive gust of wind combined with the flames. The fire spread high, being carried into his attackers by the wind. Those that knew any form of water jutsu used it, but were left frozen in fearful awe as the flames continued their path unhindered. He heard their screams as the fire scorched them. Many were thrown into a wild panic, yelling as they ran around, flailing their arms about until they finally fell to the floor and ceased moving. He ducked in time to avoid a fire jutsu aimed for his upper body. He turned on his heel and saw more Chunin, Jounin, Inuzuka, Aburame and Hyuga beginning to form up as the confusion of his attack was beginning to clear. He narrowed his eyes before raking out one sword and rushing them. The first ninja was to his right. He quickly avoided the swipe he attempted, ducking under the blow, cutting him across the stomach. He moved on to the next one, two quick slices, one to the left hip, slicing the artery, another slicing off the man's left arm. He spun then, moving around the man in order to attack the one that was running up behind him. Surprised by the unexpected movement, he couldn't put up any form of defense, as Naruto delivered a vicious hit to his stomach with his left forearm, while at the same time delivering a harsh kick to the man's shin, making him flip forward, Naruto's arm being used as a pivot point. He screamed as he fell until finally, his head hit the floor, his neck bending back until it gave an audible crack. Naruto moved again, this time extending his arm forward, catching a Hyuga that had been approaching him with a clothesline, his forearm smashing into the man's throat. He then used that same arm to grab a kunai from his pouch as he fell. He threw the projectile, which hit another ninja that was making his way to the compound to call for backup, while using his sword to stab the Hyuga on the floor. He pivoted on his heel again, catching another charging ninja by the throat before tossing him to another approaching group, knocking them all back as they tried to catch their comrade. He turned again, ducking under a very inexperienced Chunin that had tried to leap onto him from a slightly elevated boulder. He took out a kunai and tossed it, catching the man between the eyes as he rolled and tried to recover his feet from the miss. The man fell to the floor. He rounded, delivering a brutal, sharp side kick to another man's face, hearing a satisfying crunch as he fell on his back. Next, he delivered a quick, upward slice to a foolish Hyuga that had tried to take him head-on with the 64 palms technique, cutting diagonally from his left hip to his right shoulder. He pivoted again, this time delivering a kick, catching again another ninja in the face, making him fall on his back. When Naruto brought his foot down, he brought it down on the man's throat, crushing his windpipe with brutal ease. He turned to face the group he had knocked over when he threw the ninja at them and unsheathed his other blade in seconds. One blade lit aflame and the other glowed faintly with tiny, unseen wind blades passing over it. Katan, Daitopa Shoha. Fire release, great breakthrough shockwave. Inside the Hyuga compound it was complete pandemonium. No one knew where the enemy was, or how many there were, or who they had to attack. They were prepared to fight a group, not just one man, hence the confusion. Hayashi tried to establish order amongst his remaining ninja, while Inoichi, Chuza, Shurikato, and Tsum gathered all the genin and civilians they could find. The genin, for their part, were completely confused and terrified. All around them they could hear crashes, explosions, they could smell smoke and feel the heat of the fire on their skin. The screams of pain, the moans of the dying, the fear in the eyes of the ninja, it was utterly terrifying. Tsume, for her part, didn't know what to do with the children, or the civilians. They hadn't had the time to form a proper escape plan for the genin or the civilians. This attack was much sooner than anticipated. They still needed at least a day or two more to have absolutely everything ready. Still, that wasn't a luxury in any battle. She cursed, and grabbed her daughter's arm as she moved to rush past her. "Mom, what?" Hana began but was cut off as Tsume spoke over her. "Hana, take your brother and the genin and head to..." She paused. Where could they go? The forest was too dangerous. Danzo may be patrolling them, or any other foreign nation that had caught wind of this. Grass and Aim wouldn't give asylum to anyone from Konoha since they were very close to IWA. IWA itself would likely kill any leaf nin in its borders on sight, as would Kumo. Kiri in its civil war would turn them away. So that only left their former ally of Suna. She bit her lip. Somehow she knew she had to get the civilians and children away from here. Something told her that no one that stayed here would survive the night. She had to get them away from this place. She weighed the options and realized that Suna was really the only one available. Even if they survived this night, they would still have to leave. The village would be too weak military-wise to continue defending itself. "Head to Suna," she said resignedly. Hana gaped at her mom. She was about to protest when Tsume looked at her dead on the eye and spoke. "Don't question me, just do it." Inoichi, who had heard the woman's yell, rushed up to the Inuzuka women and spoke. "What's going on?" Hana looked to the blonde man. "She's ordering me to take the genin and civilians to Suna." Inoichi stiffened and was about to speak up when another voice broke through the chaos. "Do as she says." The three snapped their heads in the direction, catching sight of the scarred visage of one Nara Shurkato as the man ran up to them. Inoichi was again about to protest when the man began speaking in his lazy, logical tone. "Inoichi, listen, even though Suna did attack us, it's common knowledge now that Orochimaru was impersonating their Kazekage. Right now Suna is leaderless and I highly doubt they would risk retaliation from Konoha, even a weakened one, should they harm our refugees. And do you really want Ino here for this?" The blonde man stiffened and turned to look down the hallway as a medic dragged in a bloodied corpse and another individual crashed through a wall, which was followed shortly after by a loud, screeching hiss of one of the snakes. He turned just as Chuza limped through the door. He was panting and he had a nasty gash across his forehead. He looked up at them. "We managed to deal with the snakes over here," he said dazedly. Inoichi's lips thinned before he turned to the thickening group of civilians and genin. He spotted his wife, holding Ino, in a hug, as if trying to shield her from the madness. He walked over to them and knelt, Shurkato and Chuza, taking this as their own cue to say goodbye to their own families. Inoichi gently pried his wife away from Ino. The girl immediately latched onto his neck and began crying into his shoulder. He gently rubbed the back of her head and began making soothing sounds to calm her. "Shoo, shhh, princess. It's all right," he cooed. Chuza knelt in front of his visibly confused son and placed his firm hands over his shoulder. "Chuji, I need you to listen very carefully, you listening?" he said, smiling softly, hiding his worry. Somehow, he just knew that this day marked his death, but he couldn't bring himself to say goodbye. He took out a rather large scroll from his pouch and handed it to his son. "I need you to keep this safe for me, okay?" he said, handing it to the boy who was still trying to grasp the situation. He smiled, looking down at his son. "I can't fight with that big scroll on my back, so I need you to keep it safe, okay? It has all of our clan jutsu, so you take good care of it, got it?" He then winked in a mischievous kind of way. "Tell you what, if you do a good job, you might even be able to learn a few of those." Chuji spoke up now. But, why don't you come with us?" Tears began to pool over his eyes, trailing down his painted cheeks. And Chuza felt a pang in his chest but smiled anyway. "Hey now," he admonished slightly. "What kind of friend would I be if I left your uncles Inoichi and Shurkato here to fight by themselves?" "But," he began to protest before Chuza cut him off again. He couldn't hear his son's protests for he knew he might just give in. He leaned in and whispered in his ear conspiratorially. "The real reason is that those two are so clumsy they might just let one of the bad guys get past them and chase after you guys. But with me here, they'll never be able to go after you," he said, smiling. Still seeing Chuji's tearful face, he added, "Don't worry, once we're done I'll be right behind you." He couldn't recall having ever lied to his son before. "You promise?" The chubby boy spoke, sniffling. Chuza nodded. "I promise, son." It was surprisingly easy here. He reached forward and hugged his boy fiercely, knowing somewhere that it would be the last time he would do it. He stood, hiding his tears. "Now you make sure you stay with Ino and Shikamaru, keep them safe to he said, smiling a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Chuji nodded and strapped the scroll to his back. Chuza ruffled the boy's hair. Shurkato looked at his son, who averted his gaze down to the floor. He sighed and rubbed his head. I won't sugarcoat it, you've probably figured out what this is anyway. He had once prided himself on his son's smarts, but now he was cursing it to the seventh hell. Shikamaru nodded, biting his lip to keep from crying. He choked out. The rear guard. Shurikato nodded, taking out a scroll, handing it to him. This has all of our jutsu, learn them well. He said before pulling his son into a hug. I love you, son. Shikamaru slowly wrapped his arms around the man's waist and stifled his sobs against wife. Yoshino looked on, crying silently. She knew that this had always been a risk when she married him, but expecting something and actually seeing it were two different things. You take care of your mother, all right, Shikamaru. It was an order, not a question. The youth nodded brokenly into his stomach. Shurikato sighed and looked to the ceiling, blinking back his own tears. Such is the troublesome life of a shinobi. Tsume hugged her daughter and pulled away with a somber expression. Hana stared at her mother, pushing down her tears. She too realized what this was. You take care of your brother. Tsume said. Hana nodded, wishing in the back of her mind that this wasn't happening, that it was all just a bad dream. Tsume looked to Kiba, who was pulling in more civilians from the east courtyard. He's too young to understand. She said somberly. Princess. Inoichi said slowly, prying her off, meeting her puffy red eyes. Princess, listen to me, I need you to go with your mother, Shikamaru, and Chuji. She began to shake her head, her blonde hair flailing around wildly. No, I want to stay with you, Daddy. She sobbed more, her arms tightening almost painfully around him. Again he pried her off, slipping his clan scroll into her pouch this time since he knew that in this hysterical state she wouldn't take it. He took a breath to say more, but just as he did, the wall down the hall exploded in a cloud of dust and fire. He pushed Ino into her mother, who wrapped her arms around the girl, holding her as she screamed for her father. He placed a kiss on her head before pulling away. Go! Go now! He heard Tsume yell to her daughter, who began hastily leading the civilians and Genin out through the east courtyard. No! No! Daddy! He heard Ino yell as Shikamaru and Sakura dragged her away. His fists clenched in effort not to run after her and hug her again. He finally turned and faced their attacker. Clad in crimson and black, he stood in the center of the burning debris, wisps of red chakra lashing out at everything around him, ruby red eyes that glowed darkly beneath his hood. In one hand, a bloodied scimitar, in the other, the battered and bloody form of Sarutobi Asuma. With a casual flick he tossed the elite jounin aside, his head hitting the wall with a crunch. Whether it was from the wood, or from his skull, none knew. Naruto's red eyes stared past the 3 dozen or so ninja between him and his prime targets. Inuzuka Tsume, Akimichi Chuza, Nara Shurikato, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Hyuga Hayashi. He stepped forward, immediately backhanding one ninja that approached, sending him into the wall, followed by an upward slice to a second ninja and a spin kick into another man that sent him flying down the hall and crashing into another of his allies. He grabbed another ninja by the wrist and spun around, swinging him like a bat. With his flailing legs he kicked 2 others and slammed into another until he finally crashed out one of the windows. He latched onto the throat of another ninja and with a quick snap, broke his neck. Heihachi watched the bloody display and snarled as his men backed away in terror. Cowards, 20 men run from just one. An Umbu, one of the few that had joined his faction, looked to him and spoke plainly. The narrow hallway nullifies our numbers, and no one wants to face those blades. More were cut down, dozens more. Until finally, the blonde's path of death ended as he stood before the 5 clan heads. The 5 individuals that stood before him and his ambition. Chapter 16, Ashes to Ashes. Naruto stood in the archway where the hallway opened up from its narrow passage onto a slightly more open part of the hallway that had the exit/entrance to the eastern courtyard and another entrance/exit to the Hyuga's private gardens. Blocking his passage were the 5 heads of Konoha's most renowned clans. Uzumaki. Tsume breathed out as her loyal companion. Kodamaru growled and snarled at the boy in red. Naruto looked at them with an intensely disinterested gaze before he spoke. Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Inuzuka. The 4 of you need not die here. You need only to swear loyalty to me, and my cause, and you will be allowed safe passage away from this compound. Should you prove yourselves trustworthy, then I will allow you to once again take the position of clan heads of your respective houses. And Hayashi? Shurikato asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Nato's gaze flickered to the pale-eyed clan head. He is too dangerous to be left alive, was his simple answer. Shurikato mentally cursed. Hayashi was indeed the only true threat to the blonde. Not in raw power, he doubted anyone short of one or both of the remaining Sannin, or Uchiha Itachi had any real hope of defeating this monstrosity that they had created. Hayashi's threat was in the political realm. Kato knew that no matter how much pull or influence he had in certain circles of shinobi, that no one had the kind of political pull like Hayashi. Where the blonde held his force together by grudging respect, fear, or people who were indebted to him, Heihachi held his force together by three things: 1. The natural prestige he possessed as the Hyuga clan head, diminished as they may be. 2. His calculative mind. And third, the fact that many believed him to be the last hope of defeating the blonde before he starts yet another great war. Kato knew also that should they submit to him, that he would limit, or downright remove all of their political power, meaning that the chances of one of them coming close to organizing a revolt would be nigh impossible. So, in reality, this was it. This was a make-it-or-break-it effort to keep their children from having to suffer the horrors of war. He weighed his options. Should they fail or surrender, then Naruto would no doubt pursue his ambition, and eventually fail when two of the villages united against his now diminished one, which would lead to the destruction of the Hidden Leaf and all of its inhabitants, including their children. Or they could make a stand, have the possibility of failing but also have the possibility of winning, where then they could name a new Kage, unite the village again and work on undoing the damage that this short, but nonetheless destructive, civil war had caused. Heihachi spoke up, narrowing his pale eyes to a fearsome glare. "Fool boy! You cannot hope to defeat us here. We are 5 of Konoha's strongest shinobi. You are strong, true, remarkably so, but even you have no chance of defeating all of 5 of us." Tsum spoke up next. "Not only that, but our clan techniques complement each other. The Hyuga and Inuzuka have been paired in teams practically since the founding of our clans, and the Ino Shikacho trio is legendary." Naruto spoke, his voice a drawl of simple facts. Inuzuka clan techniques are based around close-range combat. Weaknesses are mid to long-range techniques. Usually earth-type manipulators. Hyuga also focuses on close-range techniques. Weaknesses, a blind spot just along the base of the neck. Akimichi, also close-range fighters. Weaknesses, techniques use up great amounts of chakra and are extremely slow. Yamanaka clan techniques, involving the mind. Mid to close-range techniques. Weaknesses is that the caster will either fall unconscious, or must remain perfectly still while the jutsu is being cast. The jutsu moves very slowly as well. And finally, the Nara. The clan strengths are the unusually high IQs as well as the ability to paralyze an opponent using shadows. Weaknesses are that they have naturally low chakra capacities and the paralysis uses greater amounts of chakra the stronger the opponent. Did I leave anything? The 5 clan heads' facial expressions visibly tightened. When they had created him, trained him, they had given him everything. They had laid out all of Konoha's knowledge, all of its techniques. The techniques of the clans and their weaknesses. In the hopes of creating the perfect weapon, one that could help any of the clans, or who could destroy any that might have gone rouge. But in the process they forgot one thing. When handling any weapon there was always a risk of gaining serious injuries. Hayashi growled and spat out his next words. "You still do not have a chance. Your theories are good, but let's see you put them into practice." Naruto spoke again, his voice hollow and dead even as his red eyes gleamed beneath his hood. "While it is true that I would have no chance at defeating you if I was a normal shinobi, we all know that I am far from normal." The 5 clan heads tensed as the red chakra grew in intensity. The bloodlust and rage rolling off of the beast's power was almost suffocating. Naruto spoke again, his red eyes flashing beneath his hood and glowing with an eerie light. "The will of the shadow guides me. The strength of the demon empowers me. You cannot prevail." His voice grew darker then, the voice-altering device making it sound more like a feral growl of some animal. Chuza, having had enough, rushed the blonde and aimed a massive fist towards him. But Naruto merely leapt straight up, busting a hole through the ceiling where Tsume and Kadamaru soon followed up after him. The Inuzuka clan head barely had time to land on the ceiling before she heard a voice coming from above. "Kaze no Yaiba." She snapped her head up just as a crescent-shaped wind blade headed straight towards her. She couldn't leap off the roof before the chunk she had been standing on fell as the wind blade cut through wood and stone, sending her crashing down into the other 4 clan heads. Naruto then formed his next set of hand seals. "Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu," he yelled, shooting out 6 fireballs. 5 hit the roof of the house and the last was aimed to go into the opening he had made. Just as the ball of flames was about to enter the building and fry the remaining occupants, a shout was heard from the inside. "Katen!" A whole chunk of the house's east wing was blown to bits, flaming debris and splinters of wood exploding everywhere. Somehow, Hayashi had managed to form the Katen to move around the others, yet still make it powerful enough to push away the attack. Naruto landed and then had to leap back as Chuza attacked, his fists the size of giant mallets. His feet touched the ground again as Hayashi appeared in front of him, his movements fast and precise, his juken stance practically perfect. Naruto moved from side to side, avoiding the man's attacks rather easily. When he heard a bark behind him, he turned in time just to barely catch Kodamaru's form as he barreled into him, spinning with the Inuzuka's signature Tsuga. He managed to mold Chakra into his back, just in time to avoid most of the serious damage, reducing the tearing, bludgeoning force to a strong impact. Heihachi, having seen the dog's attack before the blonde due to his Byakugan, leapt back just as the dog hit the Jinchuriki, sending the ninja straight for him. He began spinning. Kaiten. Naruto slammed into the defensive technique, sent spinning through the air. He managed to gain his bearings and looked in time to see himself heading towards the Akimichi. Chuza's fists were reared back, ready to deliver a clapping motion that would no doubt crush him between the ridiculously proportioned hands. He timed his maneuver and placed his palm on the earth, bringing himself to a screeching halt, practically laying on the floor as Chuza's hands clapped together, loudly above his head. He pushed himself off the floor, somersaulting backwards. He landed behind the Akimic clan head. He grabbed the man by his hair, pulling him back while he himself moved forward and delivered a brutal kick to his spine. Chuza's mouth opened with a silent scream of pain. Naruto reared back his blade, poised to deliver the killing blow when he realized that he suddenly couldn't move. His blood-red eyes shifted to the shadow that connected with his eyes then shifted to the struggling Shurikato, as he pulled more of the volatile red chakra from his seal. Shurikato fell to one knee, grunting in exertion. Sweat dabbed his forehead. "Inoichi!" he panted. "Hurry the fuck up!" He managed to gasp out as the red chakra struggled against his jutsu. "Right," the blonde-haired member of the team spoke as he finished his hand seals. His form didn't slump, but the spike in the blonde-haired man's chakra indicated the attack had been sent. Naruto forcefully pulled out more of Kyuubi's chakra from the seal, the red violent chakra thrashing against Chikato's hold. He could feel Inoichi's attack getting closer and closer. He could not grant the full control of his mind. The results for both of them would be less than pleasing. His salvation came in a rather surprising yet painful form. Chuza, having managed to gain his bearings, felt the rather strong grip on his hair that Naruto still had and spun around. Acting on instinct, he lashed out, growing his arm to ridiculous proportions. The enlarged appendage slammed into Naruto's side, sending him flying, while also cracking a few ribs. This, however, proved to be a real problem for one Nara Shurikato, as he too felt the effects of the attack. While he didn't go flying, he did feel the snapping of his ribs. Naruto landed on all fours, grunting slightly as he focused Kyuubi's chakra. Hearing the sound of snapping bones slightly muffled, he knew they were healed again, but that didn't mean Shurikato was all right. The scarred man was clutching his side with a dribble of blood coming from the corner of his mouth. Naruto stood but felt a rumble beneath his feet. He managed to shift his position to the side just in time to avoid Kodamaru as he emerged from the ground, already using a Tsuga. He was unable to completely avoid Tsum, however, as the Inukunoichi came from the ground behind him. He managed to dodge somewhat, but the clan head knocked away his sword and delivered 3 jagged claw-like slashes across his chest. He grunted and kicked Kodamaru as the dog lunged at him from behind. Tsum landed on the ground. He was slightly behind her to her left. She spun around, trying to deliver an elbow to his face with her left arm. He blocked it almost lazily. She tried again, this time with her right arm. He blocked again. Now gripping both her elbows in his hand, he roughly jerked his hands downwards, now gripping her wrists and twisted her arms behind her back. The woman grit her teeth, refusing to cry out. A sickening pop sound was heard and her left shoulder bone seemed to move beneath her skin, indicating it was now dislocated. A gasp of pain escaped her. He didn't let up, and her resistance with her right arm increased, not wanting it to suffer the same pain as its twin. Snaps and crunches were heard as his grip tightened around her left wrist. It was now, no doubt, broken. She still didn't cry out, nor did the resistance in her right arm falter for a second. Her teeth were gritted against her lower lip so much that blood appeared. Naruto was forced to release her, however, as Heihachi dashed onto the scene, his taijutsu, again fast and deliberate. Naruto pushed Chakra into his gauntlets, blocking the famed gentle fist with precision and sureness of one who knew the style inside out. Heihachi gnashed his teeth as again, a palm thrust to the boy's shoulder was diverted, followed by another to his upper chest, and again to his stomach. He was using all the speed he could muster, and yet still this boy was batting him away like nothing more than a mere fly. Finally, after several more blows were exchanged between the two, it paused in a deadlock, as Naruto gripped Heihachi's wrist, stopping him from striking at his heart with an open palm thrust, and Heihachi did the same, gripping Naruto's metal-covered hand as the gauntlet's claws were poised to puncture through his chest cavity. Heihachi's brow creased with effort. His years spent off the front line had dulled him some. The boy's physical strength was superior to his experience, though, was leveling the playing field. Naruto growled low in his throat. His crimson eyes danced with the embers of the flames as they locked onto Heihachi's pulsing Byakugan. The two tore their gazes away from each other as a rumbling sound reached his ears. Naruto and Hayashi looked to the side as they saw Chuza rolling towards them. His fiery red mane of hair was now longer and stronger, giving him more traction, speed and cutting ability. Hayashi leapt back. Naruto knew Chuza would follow him, and would eventually lead him into Shikato's cage main, as he could see the man, fighting through the pain in order to form the seal in preparation for the jutsu. Thinking fast, he did the only thing he knew would keep him out of the cage main. He leapt up, and landed atop the rolling Chuza. His shadow was connected directly to the larger man's. If Shurikato tried to hold him, he would stop Chuza as well. He pushed Chakra into his feet to keep the sharp hairs from cutting them and walked on the rolling ball like a giant hamster wheel. A battle cry to his right caught his attention. He turned, still keeping his balance, and saw Inoichi approaching with 2 kunai. He raised his gauntlet-covered fist. A clang of metal was heard as he used one gauntlet to block one kunai and caught the man's wrist with the other. Throwing him aside, he managed to turn in time to block Tsume's attack, her now sharpened claws swiping away at him. If only for the sake of his stability on the roiling meat tank that was Chuza, Naruto kept his ground, refusing to move back at all. He was lucky that he had the center of the rolling pinball, unlike Tsume and Inoichi, as they both had been standing on the edges of him, a much more difficult area to keep a good footing on. Which was revealed as Tsume lost her footing and fell forward. Naruto seized the opportunity, raising his knee up. She slammed right into his toughened kneecap with enough force to send her up, and falling onto her back instead of her stomach. But he wasn't finished. He raised his metallic hand, the nail-like claws on the piece of armor ready to pierce her like a stuffed pig when Kadamaru lunged at him, the canine's fangs biting deep into his forearm. He growled. Using his other arm, he latched onto the annoying dog's throat, and with a horrible crunch, his bite slackened. Naruto threw him aside like an old rag. He turned again, this time kicking away Shurikato before he could deliver whatever attack he wished. He turned again, this time coming once again, face to face with Hyuga Hayashi. The wielder of the famed, all-seeing eye managed to deliver a hard palm thrust. He felt his stomach clench and spasm as wounds appeared on his navel. He coughed up blood, the coppery liquid staying on his lips and dripping through the bottom of the face mask. However, this momentary opening allowed Heihachi to gain a better footing on the rolling Akimichi as Naruto was forced back. Again the two exchanged blows, blocking and parrying as required while trying to seize openings in the other's attacks or defenses. However, their exchange was cut off as Chuza slammed into one of the walls of the clan estate, catapulting both off of him, along with chunks of wood and boulders that made up the wall. Naruto righted himself in mid-air and turned. Gaining momentum, he swung his leg, slamming it into a rock the size of a footrest or small coffee table. The large stone was rocketed towards the enlarged Akimichi, slamming right into his side. Though the thickened hair took the brunt of the attack, his transformation was undone. He rolled on the ground a few times before coming to a dazed stop. Naruto then spun around again in mid-air, with the use of his wind chakra, and kicked the Hyuga clan head right in the ribs with a brutal drop kick, sending him crashing into the burning estate. Tsuga! Tsume slammed right into his back, the full force of the Inuzuka's signature attack catching him off guard. The woman's claws tore away at him, his blood seeped from the newly created wounds. He was shot down into the building, into a different part of the compound from where Hayashi had fallen. As he hit the floor, he ignored the flames around him and rolled forward, getting to his feet and unsheathing his sword. Tsume fell through a moment later. Her features feral and her eyes lit up with fury. The thought of her now dead partner Kadamaru adding to her rage. She saw a shadow slip off down the hallway. The flames burning the compound were affecting her vision, and the smoke was getting in the way of her sense of smell. The sound of burning would also affected her hearing. But she paid no heed to this in her anger and rushed after the shadow. When she reached the end of the hall and turned, her eyes widened at the collapsed hallway. She hadn't heard a crash, so that meant it was there before. No one could have gotten past that. She heard a slight sizzling sound and looked down to a small exploding tag. She leapt back, but couldn't avoid the blast entirely. The shrapnel and splinters pierced her arms as she crossed them in front of her in hopes of blocking it. She fell back into the hallway. She opened her eyes and saw another exploding tag on the ceiling directly above her. Her eyes widened before the tag went off and the ceiling collapsed overhead. Naruto emerged from the shadows of the hallway, his form like a specter. Flames danced around his feet and seemed to part for him, allowing passage as he approached the fallen clan head. Tsume's breaths were ragged and uneven. A jagged pipe fell from the ceiling and had pierced the right side of her chest. She was visibly struggling to keep breathing. Her eyes were dilated and unfocused. As she approached, she turned her fading eyes onto him. Somehow, she had managed to gather the strength to speak. "Please," she gasped. "Stop this, it will end in failure." And as such, she gasped her last. Naruto stared at the woman. His red eyes, though burning with unholy flames from the demon's chakra, were cold and unflinching as he stared at her now dead form. He said nothing as he stepped past her. Down the hallway, flames would consume the remains and leave nothing but ash. Shurikado and Inoichi staggered over to the large form of one Akimichi Chuza. The overly large man groaned weakly as his two comrades helped him into a sitting position. Ugh, what happened? The Uzumaki managed to hit you with a big rock and threw Hayashi into the estate. Tsum hit him and he also fell into the house. She followed after him. The large Akimichi managed to stand. Damn it, what the hell are you two doing helping me? We have to save her, he said angrily. The other two stood and together they began running towards the house. An explosion sound reached them, making them run faster. Then a second explosion hit. When they were finally in leaping distance of the roof, the entire wall exploded in a great blast. The three crossed their arms in front of themselves in order to block the debris and shield their eyes from the heat. When they looked up again, the fear in their hearts multiplied as they stared at Naruto standing above the burning ruins. Crimson flame seemed to tower behind him, like a great wall from hell itself, his face, invisible, beneath his hood. His blade gleamed in red light. Chuza felt fear grip his heart at his next question. Tsum, where is Tsum? Naruto remained silent before he responded. Dead. His fists cracked as he clenched them. His rage was almost visible in his eyes as well as the eyes of Inoichi and Shurikado. You fucking monster. He was almost frothing at the mouth. Tsum had been a good friend of his, for many years. I'll kill you. His voice was a hateful whisper, but became an enraged yell. You fucking bastard, I'll kill you. In a second, Chuza had placed the first of his clan pills into his mouth, his chakra tripled and Naruto's eyes momentarily widened in surprise. He pulled out a full tail of the Kyuubi's chakra to supplement his own power until he would still be above the Akimichi's chakra output. He was surprised, however, at the extreme speed boost the red-haired Akimichi had as the man appeared next to him and delivered a solid fist to his face. It hurt. A lot. Naruto flew to the side of the building, his back cracking as bones gave way. He grunted and again felt Kyuubi's chakra mend and heal, even as the bone fragments remained in his back. Before he could move, Chuza was upon him, his fists flying, hitting his right cheek, then his left, then his right, his left again. His face mask shattered, showing his bruised cheeks that were quickly healing. His mouth opened to take in air, showing broken and knocked out teeth which he quickly spit out lest he choke. New teeth regenerated quickly. Chuza, seeing the damage he delivered completely undone in mere seconds, screamed in rage. Growing his right hand out, he slammed it into the blonde, pinning him against the wall, using the full weight of the Akimichi's jutsu to crush him against the wood splinters and concrete rubble. Naruto struggled to breathe, his breath coming out in short, quick pants as the Akimichi continued to crush him. His ribs soon snapped under the strain, coming dangerously close to his heart and piercing his lungs. He focused as best he could, forming and molding the red chakra as it formed tendrils that went over Chuza's hand and stabbed into his forearm, trying to push him back. The red-haired man screamed, and struggled against the pain, trying to continue pushing down on the blonde as the red chakra began pushing him off. The Akimichi cursed and put the second pill in his mouth as Naruto's chakra tendrils spread and pierced his stomach and legs. His muscles doubled in size and his chakra output tripled. He ignored the injuries and crushed him with renewed vigor. Naruto grit his teeth and again struggled to breathe. As he attempted to take another breath, he suddenly felt a grip tighten on his neck. He snapped his eyes open and shifted his eyes down, seeing a shadow clenching around his neck. He felt the edges of his vision grow dark. Inoichi! Fry this fucker's brain! Chuza yelled, coughing up blood. The blonde-haired man nodded before forming another set of hand seals. Naruto felt the presence enter his mind, his eyes rolled to the back of his head as he finally passed out. Chuza, Shurikado, and Inoichi each breathed a sigh of relief. Just before they each felt his chakra spike again. The three teammates looked at the blonde as his head snapped up, his hood falling back revealing his blonde hair and crimson eyes. Yet these eyes were different, where once they held nothing but cold apathy, now they were dancing with sick insanity and bloodlust. His teeth shined as a psychotic grin spread across his features, his fangs growing until they were practically touching his lower lip. His chakra spiked again and the Akimichi suddenly screamed in pain as red chakra spikes exploded from the blonde's entire body, piercing his arm with the jagged thorns. He cursed and was about to place the third and final pill in his mouth when Naruto appeared in front of him and harshly grabbed him by the mouth, pulling the taller man down so he was at eye level. He chided, his insane grin widening before he plunged his fists through the man's chest. Chuza gave a small jerk before his form slackened. Inoichi and Shikado's eyes were wide in horror as they saw their friend's body tossed aside. The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki smile never left his face as he turned to them. The flames behind him once again covered his face in shadow, only his softly glowing eyes and wicked smile were visible. He slowly brought his blood-covered gauntlet up to his lips and licked some of the crimson liquid off of it. His insane grin never leaving. I must thank you humans. Had you not weakened him I would have never been allowed free. It's been so very long since I've tasted human blood. Shurkato and Inoichi's eyes widened in pure terror. Kyuubi? The shadow user asked. The demon chuckled. The fear he could feel coming from them was almost palpable, filling his senses. He savored it like a fine wine, enjoying every second of it. Correct human, the stress on his body, and especially his mind, was far too much for him to handle at one time. Giving me temporary control, at least till he recovers. I must thank you especially for that human. He gestured to Inoichi. Were it not for your mind attack, his defenses would have never weakened enough for me to take over. He laughed as Inoichi seemed to pale. Now then, I have a limited amount of time. He threw off his gauntlets and took a stance, his natural claws spread wide as if he was leaving them an opening. He licked his bloodied fangs, enjoying the metallic coppery taste. And I want to make the most of it. Hayashi groaned as his mind returned to the conscious realm. He clutched his head and stumbled slightly as he stood. His eyes blearily looked around before he regained his bearings. Noticing he was in the south wing of the compound. The building was burning all around him. The roof collapsed behind him. He jumped and turned around. He looked up and saw a silhouette of a human, hidden by shadows, glowing eyes and gleaming fangs glaring back at him. He took out some kunai and threw them, but the figure merely vanished as the knives hit him. Hayashi activated his Byakugan. Again a sound was heard behind him, close. Too close in fact he spun around, in time to see a shadow run into a room. He dashed after it but as he was going to enter the doorway a small explosion collapsed the hallway. He jumped back and felt the bite as 3 claws slashed his side. He gasped and held his wound, gritting his teeth. He took a slight step back where the floor gave way. He stumbled falling on his back. He stood up again, hearing laughing sounds coming from all around him. He stood and glared, looking all around the hall for any sign of him. Show yourself you coward! He yelled. As you wish. Hayashi gasped, spun around, was grabbed by his throat and slammed into the wall. He gasped, trying to breathe. He struck the tenketsu in his arm and struck his chest hoping to loosen the boy's grip. He looked down at the sick grin on the boy's face. Foolish Hyuga. I'll enjoy this. The fox said with sick glee before twitching his wrist to jerk the man's head to the side exposing the base of his neck. The Hyuga head's eyes widened as the boy moved in and bit down at the junction between his neck and his shoulder, biting deep into the artery. He gurgled once before the blonde yanked with his teeth pulling a whole chunk from his neck. Blood fountained from the injury, hissing as it met the burning wood. He died seconds later as the demon fox savored the taste. My fun is almost over I see. He said to himself as the edges of his eyes began to turn blue. I hope you enjoy what I drank, fool boy. The eyes turned blue completely and a fierce scowl formed on his features. He spat out the blood and wiped it with his sleeve. Damnable creature. He snarled, both at his lack of control and the disgusting taste in his mouth. He stared at the dead clan head for a moment before he turned and left, leaving the body to the flames. From ashes to ashes. Chapter 17, The Aftermath PRT, 1. It had been 3 days since the end of the Konoha Civil War. The list of dead were in the hundreds. The list of wounded hadn't been compiled yet. After the defeat of the Hyuga clan, Naruto organized whatever troops he could and placed them on guard duty in and around Konoha to keep any from leaving, and to keep spies from entering. The longer he could keep news of the Civil War under wraps the better. It came as something of a surprise the boon that Naruto had been granted by Danzo's death, however. The dead had been gathered by the survivors of Danzo's root Umbu, a group which was far easier to keep in line now that the old war hawk was dead. They were also quite obedient now that they had no master to follow. They were fast becoming Naruto's primary Black Ops specialist. He was tasking them above most to keep the reports of the carnage he had caused under wraps, especially that of the clan heads. He had also acted accordingly, accepting missions no lower than C rank and no greater than B rank to keep the currency flowing while hiding the ninja he was assigning the missions as Chunin, when in reality they were Umbu and Jounin from both his faction and the surviving root Umbu. While their currency had been cut nearly by half of their former intake, Naruto estimated that if they could keep word of their condition a secret for at least 2 weeks, the next stages of his plan could be taken into action. He stood from his chair in what had now unofficially become his office. The Hokage's office, so as not to stir up unwanted resentment from some of the remaining citizens. He had decided to wait before declaring himself the Gondame. He remembered what had happened just the other day when he had stepped into this office again after the Hyuga estate. Jiraiya had been waiting for him, his clothes slightly torn and bloody from the battle he had been involved in. Flashback. The toad Sannin stared at the blonde teenager's slightly disheveled appearance and tossed him a hat that was on the table beside him. Naruto caught the piece of headwear with a lazy hand and stared at it blankly, the symbol of fire staring right back at him. He looked back at the toad Sannin. "Congratulations," he said simply. "HN." Naruto said, staring at the symbol for a good long while, NT really knowing what to say or feel. The toad Sannin stood and walked up to the blonde. Placing an arm onto his shoulder, he spoke seriously. "I think, if you ever feel like you don't know what to do, just ask yourself, what would he do in this situation? And the answer will come to you." That said, he continued walking, opening and closing the door with a soft click. Flashback end. He looked over to the hat that rested at a stand. He stood and walked over to it. He took the article of clothing and stared at it again for a few moments. "Am I worthy of this?" he silently contemplated. He walked to the balcony and stared out at the city of Konoha. He remembered that he had done this once before. A few years ago when Sarutobi was still in office. Back then the streets were vibrant with life. Now, however, it was all but barren. People stayed in their homes, fear keeping them in place. He narrowed his eyes slightly at that. He turned and replaced the hat again on its stand. Not yet. He turned and sat down at the desk. No, he would not wear it yet. Hinata, Hanabi, and several Hyugas that were formerly from the branch house stared at the charred remains that was once the pristine estate of the mighty Hyuga clan. Now reduced to a smoking, blasted ruin. Hinata knelt and wiped some ashes from a picture on the floor before picking it up. Seeing it was a picture of one of the branch members, she set it on the night table, leaving it there for whoever might want it. She silently walked through the halls of the estate, her sister and 2 other branch members following her. She was now the clan head, something she was forcing her mind to wrap itself around. She moved past the splinters that remained of the door that led into the council chamber of the Hyuga elders. Bloodstains and slash marks as well as small craters caused by explosive notes marred the inside of the circular chamber. She looked at the walls for a long while, seeming in silent contemplation. Hanabi looked down sadly. "It seems so much colder now," she remarked, rubbing her left forearm. One of the older branch members, a man in his mid-60s with thinning gray hair and short goatee, spoke. "Yes, it does seem so." Another, even older man spoke up. He had a bushy mustache and large beard that reached his chest. His name was Kojihiro. "It is not as it was," he remarked, walking up the stairs with the sound of his cane hitting the white marble floor echoing from the walls. "No, it isn't," Hinata said, kneeling and picking up a small stone and pushing it aside, revealing a white flower that had survived the massacre. She smiled sadly. "But, perhaps, that is for the best." Kurenai's eyes were slightly teary as she walked into the hospital room of one Sarutobi Asuma. Machines were hooked up to him and his face was incredibly pale. His head was mostly wrapped in bandages, only the left side was visible. His 2 arms were in casts as well as a brace to keep his waist from shifting, along with a cast on his left ankle and right femur. She shed some tears looking down at him on this state. She let her eyes travel to the clipboard at the edge of his bed. Name, Sarutobi Asuma. Rank, Jounin. Age, 28. Severe contusion, fracture in the left collarbone, both forearms suffering multiple fractures, left hip bone has been shattered along with the left ankle and right femur. Current condition, comatose. Expected time of recovery, unknown. She let her tears fall down her pale cheeks before walking over and sitting down on one of the chairs. Letting her hand grip his. He did not respond. "Oh fuck me." That was the cry of pain that tore its way out of the throat of one Umino Irika as Anko re-broke his left forearm, which had been placed back together by an amateur medic Nin who had done a piss-poor job of it. "Oh, quit being such a little bitch, I barely touched you," she said, shaking her head. "Barely touched me. Look woman, I don't know if you break your arm in 3 places every day for fun, but I'm actually sane." He yelled at her as his forehead dribbled with sweat. Anko smirked and her eyes flashed with a deadly gleam in them. "Oh, you don't think I'm sane, Irika-kun?" she asked in a sickeningly sweet voice that sent chills up and down his spine. But still he glared at her. "You're following that lunatic, so yeah, you have a few screws loose." Anko shrugged. "He killed Orochimaru. So it really doesn't matter to me what he does from here on out. So you'll follow him even if he leads us to another great war?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. She smirked. "He killed that snake. So, yeah. I'm with him until the end, no matter how this plays out." A Hyuga walked in through the door. "Anko-san, Naruto-sama requests your presence," he said, bowing. She nodded and stood. As she made it to the door, she paused. "And who knows, a world of peace might be good for a change," she said before leaving the academy teacher alone. Irika looked thoughtful for a moment before he leaned back on his bed and looked to the ceiling. "A world of peace, huh?" Kakashi sipped a bit of sake from his saucer. Want another? He asked as he extended the saucer to Guy, who sat across the table from him. The green beast nodded and took the saucer, pouring himself some more of the alcoholic beverage. He shoved it down in one huge gulp. So, what now? He asked, somewhat subdued. Kakashi shrugged. We made our choice. Now we gotta play it out till the end. Guy sighed. Kakashi looked at the green-clad Jounin. You're worried about your students, aren't you? He nodded. Kakashi swirled his sake. Leave them be for now. Time is the only thing that can heal that particular wound. He drank through his mask. They'll be fine. Guy nodded, pouring himself another drink before smirking at the copy ninja. You do realize I defeated more opponents than you did in that last battle, don't you? Did you say something? Kakashi said, peeking up from his book. Ga-ahaha. Damn you, Hataki. He yelled, startling the birds in a 5-mile radius. Tenten knelt, setting down a bundle of flowers on a small simple collection of stones Lee and herself had placed. Also on the stones was a picture with their third teammate, Niji. Tenten felt tears prick the back of her eyes and bit her lip in order to keep from crying out. Lee saw the girl's shoulders tremble slightly and placed a comforting hand on her. Come on, Tenten-chan. I'll take you home. Naruto sat in his desk in the middle of the night, staring absently at the bright moon that hung over the city of Konoha. His hood was down but his mask was still in place. A knock was heard at the door. Enter. He commanded. The door opened, revealing the former Sound 5 along with one Hataki Kakashi and one Midorishi Anko. Good, you're all here, he remarked, standing, tossing Kakashi one scroll and Kimimaro another. The two elites caught the scrolls and looked at them. They stared back at their leader, who began to explain. Oto is all but non-existent with the loss of Orochimaru. You 5 were influential when he still held power. You are to go and recruit ninja. He said, looking to the 5 former Sound ninja. You are not to return here until you have a force of at least 30 at minimum. Am I understood? He asked with authority. They each nodded. Good. Now Hataki and Midorishi. Your mission is simple. You are to infiltrate Kiri. Disguise yourselves, I don't care as what. Kiri has been locked in a civil war for over a decade. You are to go and discover which side has the greater chance of victory as well as which side is the more complacent of the two. Report back here in 2 months' time. You all leave by at least 2 days' time. They each bowed and left the room. Naruto leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes, settling himself into a meditative state. More plans needed to be made. Hinata calmed her breathing as she stood in front of the waterfall behind her family estate, practicing her water-based techniques. It always calmed her after a troublesome day, and today was no different. The position of clan head and all of the responsibilities that presented themselves with it. Naruto had essentially left Hyuga affairs within the Hyuga affairs. Meaning essentially that she had to oversee the reconstruction herself. She sighed, when a rustle in the leaves to her right was heard. She took a stance with the Jukin. Who's there? She recognized the intruder. Shino? She asked with a raised eyebrow. What the hell was her former classmate doing here? Her question was answered as he held up a small jar. The bug colonies of my clan suffered casualties. I've been assigned to help recruit some more. Oh, she said simply. As an awkward silence descended upon them, she resisted the urge to shuffle from foot to foot. Finally, after several seconds, she spoke. Do you need help? My Byakugan can find the bugs faster, maybe. He pushed his glasses up and she twitched in annoyance. In case you didn't notice, Shino, it's the middle of the night, there's no need for glasses. She didn't say this and merely kept quiet. Finally, after a moment, he spoke. If it is not too much trouble. She smiled and nodded. Near Suna, the group of genin, civilians and some Chunin and Hyuga main branch members that had managed to escape the massacre trekked through the dune sea of wind country. Hana was carrying a small child that had collapsed from exhaustion. They had been moving for 3 days straight. They were exhausted both physically and mentally. Ino, who hadn't stopped crying, was being helped by Shikamaru, while Chuji and Sakura helped the civilians as best they could. The Chunin were in front and the remaining main branch Hyuga were covering the rear, keeping their Byakugans active in order to make sure no pursuit parties caught them by surprise. Suddenly, however, the sand seemed to sprout up in a great wall to the rear, right and left of the group. The civilians panicked, the ninja drew their weapons, but all eventually found their eyes on one Sabaku no Gara, who stood at the only opening available to them. Konoha Shinobi. He spoke, his voice calm and collected. You have some explaining to do. Meanwhile, somewhere in the forests, a young girl staggered across the foliage, her form covered in sweat, blood, dirt, and leaves. Her hair, matted against her forehead in deep red and brown, showing the dried blood on it. She held crystalline blue eyes, her right arm was twisted at an awkward angle and her breathing was labored. Every step she took was more painful than the last, as if someone was taking fire and running it up her leg each time her foot touched the ground. Her lungs burnt like the flames that had consumed her mother. Each movement brought a sharp pain that coursed through her arm with every abrupt movement it made. Like the blade that had cut down her father. She tripped and collapsed, no longer having the strength to stand. She merely lay there, as her breathing became shallower and the edges of her vision darkened. Dark, like the black void one stared at when they looked upon him. Her head throbbed with pain, as if someone was pressing down on her skull with crushing force, like the gauntlet that had crushed her brother's skull. She blinked, and as she opened her bleary eyes again, a dried leaf, colored a fiery orange-red, fell before her. Red, like the eyes of the demon that had taken her family. As her eyes rolled to the back of her head and her consciousness finally left her, she barely heard a faint call of Tsunade-sama, before, nothing. Chapter 18, The Aftermath PRT, 2. In the village of Suna, the Konoha refugees had set themselves up in the market district. Due to the circumstances, the council of Suna had provided their rooms free of charge until they were able to reach a decision. Inuzuka Hana walked into the room that was shared between her and her brother. He was sitting cross-legged at the edge of the windowsill. Akamaru was laying on his belly, in subdued silence on his lap as Kiba absently scratched his head. Hana stepped forward, her footsteps echoing quietly off the walls. Kiba suddenly spoke up. "She's not coming, isn't she?" Hana looked to her feet, trying to push back the tears as pain shot through her chest. She knew the reality of the situation. Most of their family had been cut down, only Kiba, herself, and 3 more Inuzuka remained along with whatever others had sided with the opposing faction, which was about a dozen or so. She silently walked to her little brother and wrapped him in a hug. He clasped one of his hands over hers, his shoulders shaking as he tried to hold back tears. Hana placed her forehead on the base of his neck as tears leaked from her eyes as well. Akamaru whimpered in sadness as the salty scent reached him. He nudged Kiba's hand, offering what little comfort he could. Shikamaru sighed as Chuji, himself and Sakura stared at the blonde-haired girl who had not spoke a single word since their arrival. Not even her mother, who was equally distraught, had managed to get her to speak. Shikamaru had become something of a support for his teammates, hiding the pain of his father's passing in order to help them cope, letting his tears fall only when he was alone or in the middle of the night, in his sleep. Chuji was still in a form of shock, or perhaps disbelief, and still hadn't been able to fully wrap his mind around his own father's death. He knew, somewhere in the back of his mind he knew that even when they were talking in the Hyuga mansion that it was his way of saying goodbye. He just couldn't accept it. Sakura had been trying in her own way, helping them out. Being that her parents were civilians, they left with the group. She felt terrible for her friends. She didn't know what to say or do really. What could she really say? She couldn't say she understood, because she knew she didn't. Her parents were both alive and were volunteering in the hospital to help treat some of the remaining injuries the survivors had. Right now she didn't understand their pain, and so she wouldn't pretend to. Chuji moved to step forward, but Shikamaru's hand on his shoulder stopped him. He turned to his lazy friend with a confused gaze, but he merely shook his head. "I'll deal with it." He sighed tiredly. Sakura nodded and grabbed Chuji's hand. "Come on, Chuji. Let's leave them alone and see if we can help out at the hospital." "Yeah, sure," he absently said, walking alongside her, waving at Shikamaru, who waved back. Shikamaru sighed again as they left and he walked into the room. He sat down at the edge of the bed, next to her. "Ino?" he prodded. She gave no answer. He sighed. "Ino, come on, this is unhealthy," he said, holding back his customary mutter of troublesome. She still gave no answer. He sighed. He then stood to leave, but her voice stopped him. Why did they stay behind? He paused and sighed again. "Because, if they ran, the enemy force would have caught up to us. They had to protect us." She bowed her head, placing her forehead on her knees, letting her blonde hair cascade forward like a platinum waterfall. "So, it's our fault?" Shikamaru snapped his head to her. He walked around the bed and sat in front of her. He firmly but gently gripped her shoulders. "Ino, listen to me." He paused, trying to find the right words. "Your dad loved you, right?" She nodded. "Don't you think he would be angry at you for blaming yourself for his death, when there was clearly nothing you could do?" "But, Ino," he firmly cut her off. "There was nothing you could do, there was nothing anyone could do," he said, somehow both for himself as well as for her. She muffled a sob in her throat as her shoulders shook. "It's not fair, it's not fair, it's not fair," she continued to repeat over and over again as she shook her head. Shikamaru slowly wrapped his arms around the girl as she continued to cry. Slowly he felt her arms wrap around his waist as she buried her face in his chest and wept bitter tears of loss. Meanwhile, in the Suna council chambers, several individuals were locked in an argument. "These recent events make it abundantly clear that we must reinstate our alliance with the Leaf Village immediately. If the eyewitness accounts have any merit at all, then that means they possess a ninja that can single-handedly wipe out at least 1/3 of our ninja. Not to mention that a good portion of the ninja he faced were those of the renowned Hyuga clan. If we could somehow arrange a political marriage, then surely. Are you insane, man? Another cried out, cutting him off. This fool intends to lead war across the nation. If we ally with him, then we will surely be dragged into this war which is impossible to win. What we must do is attack Konoha now while they are weak. It is the perfect opportunity to increase our influence along the central forests region. We could nearly double our income. No, you fool, even if we somehow are victorious against this new Kage we must also defeat Jiraiya of the Sannin and copy ninja Kakashi. Surely even if we win, our forces will be so decimated it will take years to get back our former strength. It is reported that this is the same individual that managed to defeat Gaara-sama. The entire room grew silent at that. It was no secret that none of their ninja could beat Gaara. That a Konoha ninja was capable of such still left a bitter taste in their mouths. Some of the council members turned to the young redhead who had been watching the proceedings from a seat he held, from time to time, now that his father was dead. Gaara-sama. One man queried. You will be taking the title of Kazekage in a few months' time. What do you think of this? Gaara remained silent for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons of such a decision. While he did feel some form of personal respect and even a debt to Konoha's Jinchuriki as the future Kazekage, he had to put the safety of his village before his personal beliefs. This decision was quite literally the future of Suna. This could either go off magnificently, or it could all just blow up in his face. He had to be very careful in this. He took a deep breath and spoke. As of right now, there are still too many variables. Too many complications that could appear due to either decision. I suggest a wait-and-see approach. Depending on future events, we will make our decision then. He spoke calmly. Mutters were heard throughout the room, some positive, some negative. He didn't really care that much. As long as they remained in line, they could say whatever the hell they wanted. What will we do with the refugees? Gaara sighed. Should Konoha shinobi come looking for them, then we will hand them over. Until that time, we will provide refuge for them. More mutters were heard. He ignored them all as he stood. I assume that is what you wished me to discuss with you. If that is the case, then I take my leave. He turned and walked out the door, leaving the councilmen to themselves. Temari sighed tiredly as she flopped down on her bed. All day she and Kankuro had been assigned the D-rank mission of getting the civilians into their quarters and helping carry the injured and near-dehydrated individuals to the hospital. Her hands still felt the sting of wooden slivers as she had carried that damn stretcher to and fro for about an hour. Before she could drift off to sleep, a voice from the corner of the room reached her ears. Tired? She jumped about 3 feet in the air, which is remarkable considering that she was laying down. She fell off the bed and into a tangled heap of limbs and sheets at the edge of the bed. She glared up at her brother's look of boredom. Don't do that, she ground out through gritted teeth. Gaara merely raised an eyebrow. Do what? Temari snarled before picking herself up from the ground and sitting on the bed. What the hell do you want now? Gaara sighed and leaned back on the chair. So, you think it's the same guy? Temari stiffened before looking away. Red hood, black clothes, 2 swords and gauntlets. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him. She muttered. That Konoha ninja was one she would never forget. Gaara sighed. He wasn't even the official Kage yet and already he was hating the job. It was so much easier just to be an underling. The boss pointed and he crushed whatever it was at his sand. Simple. Why did he take this job again? He sighed and looked to Temari. What do you think I should do? She sighed, laying back on her bed. I don't know. You're no help, Temari. He muttered, I wonder. He sighed after a while, catching her attention. What? She said. A world of peace, is it at all possible? He said almost wistfully as he stared at his hand. Temari looked at her brother oddly for a moment before sighing. Gaara, it might be, but it's a long shot, especially with his methods. Gaara continued to stare at his hand until finally, after a good long moment, he spoke. If there is ever a world of peace, then people like me and him won't exist anymore. Temari stiffened and looked to her brother. She wanted to speak, but the words simply slipped past her as he opened the door and walked out, leaving her alone to her thoughts. Meanwhile, somewhere along the borders of Konoha and Kumo, someone was beginning to wake up. The young girl groaned as she opened one of her exhausted blue eyes. She raised her hand to touch her head, but gasped as her hand came in contact with the rough texture of a bandage. Her eyes snapped open and she scanned the relatively plain room. She began to panic slightly as she didn't recognize her surroundings. She took a deep breath and thought. All right, don't panic. Calm down and figure out where you are, then you can panic all you want. She made her plan and tried to sit up, but the action proved to be far more difficult than she expected. Finally, after almost 30 seconds of struggling with her sore muscles and aching bones, she was finally able to sit up, panting and sweating from the stress to her battered body. She couldn't believe how much effort that took. Again, her lungs seemed to burn with each breath she took. She heard the door open and she turned her head in time to see a woman with short black hair enter. She was startled when she saw her up and rushed to her bedside. "Oh my, I didn't expect you to be up yet. Please lie down again, you have to rest, the muscle relaxants in your system still haven't worn off, and if you exert yourself too much you may damage your muscle ligaments more than what they already are." The girl allowed herself to be placed back down on the bed and coughed a little. "Where?" The woman's eyes softened. "My name is Shizun, you're in a hotel in a small town along Kumo's borders. What's your name?" Aki, Ina." Her eyes fluttered closed and she once again fell back asleep. Shizun sighed as she ceased the flow of chakra into the girl. She certainly didn't expect that she would wake up so soon. She should have been out for about 2 or 3 more days. Her wounds were serious, a minor concussion, the right elbow was fractured, a large gash along her stomach, just barely missing her organs, her left ankle was also sprained badly, and she was suffering a terrible case of exhaustion. The door opened again, revealing a woman with long blonde hair in 2 pigtails. "How is she?" Shizun sighed. "Well, she woke up." Tsunade looked startled. "That shouldn't have happened." Shizun sighed. "Yeah, well, she was sitting up and looking around when I walked in." Tsunade mused as she sat down. "I wonder what happened." Shizun plopped down and absently petted Tun as he walked up to her. Whatever it was, it must have been bad. Tsunade nodded and absently sipped some sake. They wouldn't get answers until she woke up. Naruto absently read a report from some ninja that had gone to a C rank mission when Jiraiya leapt in from the balcony. "You called?" he said, rubbing his eyes. The old pervert was no doubt sleeping. Naruto looked at Jiraiya before speaking. "I want you to find your old teammate, ask her to join us." Jiraiya stiffened. "And if she refuses? Then make sure she will at least not get in our way." The Toad Sannin sighed in relief. He wouldn't have ever hurt Tsunade, not even on his order. He nodded and leapt away. Naruto went to look through another file when he noticed the tower was eerily silent. He stood and walked to his door. He opened the door and noticed the Umbu guards and the administration employees were all knocked out, sprawled on the floor completely unconscious. There was no smell of blood in the air, meaning most likely that no one was dead. He looked down the hall and noticed a blue-skinned man with a large sword on his back. He recognized him almost immediately, the monster of Kiri, Hokage Kisame. He turned his head slightly and peeked back into his office from the corner of his eye and saw another individual standing behind his desk. Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 19, Akatsuki. Naruto looked from one end of the hallway to the other. Itachi and Kisame stared back at his red and black form, one apathetic, the other with blood-lusting excitement. "Two of the most feared S-class criminals in the known shinobi world in my office." He mused aloud before looking at their attire. "Ah, I see. So the reports are true then." He mused calmly before looking at the Uchiha. "There really is an organization after the bijou." Itachi stepped forward. "Uzumaki Naruto." He looked around the office before looking back at him. "I see you have become rather important in my absence, demon of Konoha." Naruto said nothing, he merely continued to stare at the Uchiha with his cold blue eyes. The murderous prodigy spoke again. "You know why we're here," he stated simply. Kisame picked it up where he let off. "So we can do this the easy way, or—" He grinned and placed a hand on Samahida's hilt. "My way." Naruto turned his eyes to the second Akatsuki member, and with speed Kisame barely caught the ninja had closed half the distance between them with one sword already ready to swing. Itachi's first instinct was to use a fire jutsu, but the problem was A, they couldn't attract too much attention, and B, Kisame was in the way. So he unsheathed a wakizashi on his back and rushed forward, intent on catching up to the youth. Kisame knew he wouldn't be able to unsheath Samahida in time to block, and so he placed his forearm in the way. Naruto's blade dug deeply into his skin, stopping at the bone. Kisame curled his lip, but showed no signs of pain. His other hand was already in a motion to cleave him with Samahida. Naruto stepped back with one leg, managing to do so in time to dodge Samahida as it came down. Wooden splinters flew as the blade hit the ground. Naruto held his blade firmly in Kisame's forearm and used his free hand, delivering 2 quick punches to the shark's face. He pulled his hand back and in one smooth motion he unsheathed his second scimitar, gripping the weapon in a reverse grip. A clang was heard as Itachi's wakizashi hit his blade. He pushed the blade up and swiped at the Uchiha's legs. Itachi leapt up and threw a kick at the blonde's face. Naruto leaned his head forward, dodging the kick. He then raised his blade again and hit the back of Itachi's knee with the hilt of the blade. Itachi gritted his teeth against the pain, the impact put him parallel to the ground, still in mid-air. Naruto then raised his leg and moved to kick him in the chest with an axe kick. Itachi caught the attack, using it to pivot himself in an awkward backflip, up, over the leg, and landing on his feet. Naruto then wrenched his other blade free from Kisame's forearm and leapt up just seconds before Kisame's took a horizontal swing that would have cut him in half. He stuck to the roof with Chakra and crisscrossed his blades to block a vertical strike from the fish-like Akatsuki member. He felt the ceiling buckle slightly beneath his feet at Kisame's raw strength. He turned and blocked another strike from Itachi. Twisting the blade around, he made an opening in Itachi's stance and took it. His scimitar entered the Uchiha's stomach just as he burst into ravens, which scattered black feathers all over the place. He pushed his blade down and leapt off the roof as dozens of kunai, thrown by the Uchiha, hit the spot he had previously been occupying. As soon as he landed, he was forced to block Kisame's Samahita again as he swung. Even so, the force of the blow sent him crashing through the wall into the other room. Kisame went to follow, but as soon as Naruto saw his figure through the newly made hole, he catapulted back out, slamming into the blue-skinned man with a very hard shoulder tackle that sent Kisame through the opposite wall. He turned and again blocked Itachi's strike with one of his blades. He used the other to take a swipe at him, but Itachi managed to block that with his wakizashi. Naruto continued to attack, his moves fast and precise. A flurry of metal and sparks was all normal individuals could see. Slash marks were formed throughout the length of the hallway as the exchange continued, eventually leading back into the office. Now with more space to maneuver, Itachi could get a breather. He sidestepped as Naruto came in with a downward swing, slicing his own desk in half in the process. Itachi appeared again behind him, stabbing him in the back, the wakizashi blade poking out of his chest. He growled low in his chest and delivered a hard elbow right into Itachi's gut, then raising his fist up, punched him dead in the face. Itachi recoiled from the blow, but managed to twist the blade and pull it out. Naruto turned and delivered a brutal kick to the Uchiha's gut, sending him clear across the hallway, down to the reception desk. Naruto threw his swords, stabbing them in the floor about 2 inches deep. He then made some fast hand seals and let his arm fall to his side, where 4 large snakes came from each of his sleeves. Thrusting his hands forward, the reptiles practically flew down the hallway, streaking towards the Uchiha prodigy. Itachi threw several kunai and shuriken towards the approaching reptiles, but they merely twisted themselves out of the way, hissing as they continued their charge. Itachi muttered a curse under his breath and let his eyes shift to the form of the Mangekyo. Amaterasu. Black flames exploded from his eye sockets, streaking down the hallway. The wood withered and burst into flames as the black fire passed over it, incinerating the snakes and instantly turning them into ash. Naruto released the jutsu on his snakes, and grabbed the 2 swords stabbed into the ground at either side of him. Picking them up, he focused both wind and fire chakra into each one of the blades. Katan, Daibakuha no Tate. Fire release, great exploding wall. Flames came from his blades, the heat making the papers in the office behind him combust. Due to the compressed space, the wall of flames extended down the hallway, forming a virtual pillar of fire that headed for the Amaterasu. The 2 attacks met with an explosion that seemed to rock the whole tower. Naruto's flames offered resistance for a few moments before they gave way to the power of Amaterasu. Itachi covered his yes as the explosion momentarily blinded him. When the explosion finally died down, he looked and saw the entire hallway was in ruins. He was about to step forward when the ceiling behind him exploded in a shower of splinters. He spun around just as a clawed gauntlet caught him by the throat, bringing him down and pinning him against the floor. Itachi leaned his head to the side, barely avoiding the sword that stabbed itself where his forehead once was. He lifted his leg and kicked Naruto in the back, making him roll forward. Itachi got to his feet and turned, his sword already swinging. Naruto caught the blade with his metal gauntlet and pushed it down with his left hand. With the sword in his right, he took a quick stabbing motion to Itachi's face, making the Uchiha prodigy lean to the side. He pulled back and stabbed again, making Itachi lean to the other side. They continued this for a few moments, before Naruto swung horizontally. Itachi ducked under the swing, still keeping a firm grip on his wakizashi before he delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's gut, making him hunch over slightly. The Uchiha then stood up, and delivered a strong knee to the boy's face, sending the blonde Jinchuriki reeling from the blow. Itachi then grabbed him by the throat and forced him to look at him dead in the eye. Tsukiomi. Itachi was the prodigy of the Uchiha clan, often being hailed as the one stronger than the legendary Sannin, and was the first person to wield the power of a Mangekyo Sharingan in well over a century, also knowing more ninjutsu than even Hatake Kakashi. So it was no real surprise when the Uchiha knew for a fact that the second he entered the world of the Tsukiomi that something was not right. He didn't know what gave it away, perhaps because the world was not responding to his commands, perhaps because he couldn't feel the mental link he possessed which allowed him to control the illusion, or perhaps it was the fact that instead of facing normal Naruto he was facing a much more sinister version of the blonde. Naruto's grin widened to almost insane proportions as he raised his claws. So this is the entertainment my container has provided me with. The Naruto chuckled to himself, his red eyes glinting in the shadows of the Tsukiomi. Itachi suddenly knew who he was facing. The Kyuubi. The legendary demon chuckled as its grin widened. It flexed its razor-sharp claws and spoke calmly. Come boy, if you can provide me some good entertainment then I will let you leave. Itachi narrowed his eyes. He knew the chances of him beating the great demon in anything, even in the world of his Tsukiomi, were very very slim. So he had no choice other than to play along, since dispelling the technique didn't seem to be working. He rushed forward to the kitsune at incredible speeds, his wakizashi glinting eerily in the red lights of the Tsukiomi. He swung with a downwards, diagonal swipe, but the kitsune fluidly moved out of the way. Itachi looked behind him to see the grinning fox floating back. Itachi spun on his heel and rushed forward. However, instead of attacking with the wakizashi directly, he threw the weapon at his red-eyed opponent. Kyuubi swerved to the side, his smile still firmly in place. Itachi appeared in front of the kitsune and plunged a kunai in his right collarbone and twisted it savagely. Kyuubi kept on smiling even as blood escaped the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the Uchi's forearm, holding him in place and digging his sharp claws deep into the flesh. A bright red fireball formed on the kitsune's free hand and he slammed it into Itachi's chest, sending the Uchiha prodigy flying back. Itachi coughed up blood and clutched his chest in pain, but quickly ignored it and righted himself in midair, rushing back at the kitsune with almost desperate fervor as he took out two kunai and engaged in taijutsu. Claws and metal met in furious and bloody slashes. Itachi did the best he could, but still received terrible lacerations along his forearms, his left hip, right shoulder clear across his stomach and down from the left side of his chest down to his lower right ribs. With the use of the Sharingan he managed to catch a view of an opening and seized it, shoving the kitsune away with a harsh kick that connected to the red-eyed devil's face. The kitsune's back hit a tree within the illusion world. Itachi rushed forward and with blinding speed he plunged two kunai into the kitsune's palms, running them straight through and stabbing them deep into the bark of the tree, effectively nailing him there. Itachi pulled back and scowled as he saw the kitsune's infuriating smile was still there, annoying the fuck out of him. 6 kunai were gripped in each hand. He let a smirk cross his lips before he threw them all, hitting the kitsune in every major vein and artery in the human, upper torso anatomy, including both lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, stomach and throat. He was still smiling. Itachi scowled as he saw the form chuckling softly, the rise and fall of his shoulders evident from a distance. He walked over to his discarded wakizashi and gripped it firmly before walking over to the kitsune. He stared straight into the animalistic slits that were dancing with sick glee before swiping the great demon's head clean off, blood left as if it was a fountain. Itachi let his eyes follow the head before he spun and kicked it as it fell, sending it to another tree, his wakizashi following shortly behind, plunging into the kitsune's skull. He was still smiling. Itachi resisted the urge to shudder. Turning his back on the corpse he began focusing on dispelling his technique. It didn't work. The tiny hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he heard a chuckle coming from behind him. "Oh, but little Uchiha, I said that you could leave when I was done having my fun," came a very dark and demonic voice from all around him. Itachi spun around to where the corpse should have been. Note that the key word in that last sentence is should. Only his wakizashi and various kunai remained embedded in the trees. He turned back around and saw the red chakra forming a humanoid shape which quickly revealed the fanged grin and glowing red eyes, only this time they seemed much more demonic as they glowed with an unholy light. "And I'm not done having my fun yet." Itachi leapt back, in a somersault, reaching his wakizashi he gripped it in a reverse grip and rushed the kitsune again. Kyuubi rushed forward as well, his claws flashing. They passed each other in an instant, appearing on the opposite sides of where they respectively were. Kyuubi straightened and smiled just before his arms fell off, cut cleanly from the body. Itachi looked over his shoulder and smirked himself, but it died as red chakra shot from the wounds and quickly regenerated the lost limbs. Kyuubi turned around, its unholy red eyes and gleaming fangs were the only things visible of its face. Looks like I failed that time. But don't worry little Uchiha, we still have 71 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds to go." Naruto, knowing that Itachi was currently trapped in a world of his own creation, reared back his blades in preparation to kill the murderous prodigy. Just then Kisame crashed through the wall in front of him to his left, Samehita already swinging, while his free hand grabbed Itachi and pulled him away. Naruto leapt over the blade in a cartwheel-like motion, landing on his feet, he backhanded Kisame in the face. Kisame snarled and caught his wrist before he pulled it back. He spun around, taking Naruto with him in the motion and slammed him against the wall. Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. Kisame turned again and blocked the 2 blades that would have taken a chuck out of his ribcage. Pushing the blonde off, he then swung, aiming for the boy's upper torso. Naruto ducked and then moved into Kisame's follow-up swing, close enough to render his large blade ineffective, and plunged his sword into Kisame's stomach. The shark man, however, had a slightly different anatomy than humans. The blade would have pierced his kidneys, causing a painful death, if he had been a normal human, but his kidneys were a bit higher than normal humans and so, Naruto ended up not hitting anything vital. Kisame punched the blonde square in the face, sending him crashing into what remained of his desk. He was about to step forward but then he heard a thud behind him. He turned and received the biggest shock of his life that night. Uchiha Itachi, the most feared missing nin alongside Orochimaru, was laying on the ground, blood seeping from his mouth. His pupils were dilated and the Sharingan slowly faded into black obsidian. The shark man sensed the approaching presences and knew this was one fight he couldn't win. He hoisted his partner over his shoulder and both immediately vanished in red wisps of smoke. Naruto calmly walked out of the rubble and took his blade from the floor, sheathing it. He rubbed his sore jaw and managed to turn his gaze into one of apathy just as the Umbu and Jounin entered the room. The masked individuals looked at the wrecked room and turned to their, as of yet, unofficial Hokage for an explanation. Naruto adjusted his jaw, and spoke. I want all Umbu search teams to comb the village. Your targets are 2 S-class criminals, Uchiha Itachi and Hashikage Kisame. Capture alive if possible, if not dispose of them. He looked around the room once, and get someone to clean this mess up. Yes sir, right away. The Umbu captain saluted before they all vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto rubbed his forehead. He would definitely have to up the training programs. What good were the guards if they arrived after their leader was dead?